of that. That's not what I said. You're supposed to keep talking. You're not supposed to.
All right, hi everyone. Welcome to UFR. I'm sure this is a lot of your first impressions on the podcast, so I'd like to start off by saying, fuck, shit, cum, ass, cock, pussy, balls.
All right. Well, that's the video is not getting monetized anyways, so there's really no point. I guess I just go wild, say whatever you want.
I just figure we rip the Band-Aid off, you know.
This is the last UFR for a while, probably. At least in terms of the UFR you may expect. Yeah.
That's ominous.
Because I will not be in the country. Well, I'll be in the country. I won't be in this part of the country for the next month at least, which means no UFR. Probably. I was gonna do a thing with Zesty and Alan, but I don't think that's happening at this point because I didn't have time because of this fucking contest. I didn't have time to set it all up. So you guys got your weight in content through the I think someone counted. I think it was 33.5 hours I spent.
Goodness.
Pulling through videos over the past 6 days consecutively, and it's all culminated in this final judgment, this final piece of what will eventually be maybe the biggest TF2 contest ever. Who's to say? I think we can just claim that. Can we just claim that? I feel like we can claim that.
In terms of like volume of submissions, I wouldn't be surprised if it was.
It's even bigger than the war propaganda contest. I'm calling it.
I don't actually know.
The official Valve contest? No, I don't think so.
I was gonna say how many submissions did that get? Do we know?
Many.
I don't know.
I mean, if you look through the blog post, they posted a bunch of like joke.
I think
winners of like the most likely to give us nightmares, and they were getting like shitty 5-second MS Paint submissions.
Oh,
like
yeah.
I'm sure they got slammed with like thousands of stupid posts.
Sorry, I was getting that. Stop doing that.
Someone's trying to jump start this video.
Sorry, fine, sorry, Lucid. I'll stop talking.
No, that's not what I meant. That's what I meant. We're gonna get into it. Okay. I know many of you have seen the short list, the list of videos that made it out of the first round. What that and I was clear during the time, but I'm going to say it again because I feel like this I don't want to rub anyone the wrong way. The short list was essentially an impromptu what videos have even a smidgen of a chance of getting that big pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. And
Victory
it was
Royale.
and all of those videos were going to be culled down to a 15 to 20 video sample size. And that was going to be with fresh eyes. Now, what's really in the running? That doesn't mean all the videos that made it aren't good. They are all in that upper tier, but this was separating all of the S tier videos from the S+++ tier videos that I feel like really need to be watched. Because as much as I would love to, we are not going to watch all 30-something videos that were in the original cut of the shortlist. So I have culled the shortlist of pretty much half of what was there. A large amount of videos that I really liked. Some fan favorites, which I'll get into in a minute, were removed in the name of expedition and making sure the judges don't fall asleep at the 17th video. And unfortunately, that means that a bunch of people who made very good things that I really liked, and also fan favorites, they're not making it. A lot of you were killed in the crossfire.
Thanos snap.
And as such, I'm going to now read off the 17 remaining contestants who will be watched by the panel today. Don't worry, the 2 people who are missing on the panel will be here. I am going to read them out now. Kivo, Gabby07, the emoticon guy, Mimin TV, Met L, Bombish Fuse, Favorite Raven, Duck Animates, Pro Scion D, Bloops, Ryan CR3000, Wapak, Andrade 100, Table Croissants, Pidialski, Smile, Trollger TF2, and Reinik. These are all of the people we will be going over. Now, there are a lot of people missing from that list. One of them is the one that that everyone in chat's going to be very sad about. As much as I loved Pigeon, as much as I adored everything he did, and I hope he has a very successful career at whatever he does, even if it's not YouTube. He could be a fucking welder, and I'd be proud of him. I cannot in good conscience put that video up against a bunch of other very, very videos that took a much bigger swing than that one. Now that said, that Pigeon made a great video. It deserved to be in the second round for its energy and and honestly how cleanly it was made alone. But if we're being real, it is not nearly as difficult of a task to make a video like that by comparison to a lot of other videos that are currently in the running. But yeah,
what was the Pigeon video?
Pigeon was presumably a child. At the very least, it sounded like a child who made a very good video, essentially playing TF2 for the first time, and it had such a whimsical atmosphere, for lack of a better way to put it. So there was so much of a it was a video that was very clean, especially considering it was one of his first videos, and it was a video that had a lot of energy that made all of us happy because it reminded us of what it was like to play TF2 for the first time again. It was a great encapsulation of what that was, and it did deserve to move on.
You guys claim to hate, or you guys claim that TF2 has a new player retention problem, and then you cull Pigeon, this beautiful new player with bountiful energy and optimism, and then you just say no. You just put him down. You just put him in a box.
I tried.
You could have brought him a good PC with that money. You could have got him in. He could have been the next Mr. Beast.
He could be. He might one day be anyways.
You greedy little piggy. Keeping the money from more pigeons.
What if we end the stream with Pigeon's video?
Depending on I had the same idea that I feel like Pigeon should get a watch even if we have time at the end.
An honorable mention.
The most honorable mention, because Chad, I want you to know I made some very harsh cuts, videos that I loved. Pigeon's was the hardest one to cut. But I was looking at the list and I just couldn't couldn't say no. It was like the I think it's from Good Friday, the image of the guy crying while he holds the gun at his friend. That was me removing Pigeon from the short list.
What's his face shooting Lenny from Of Mice and Men? If anyone gets that reference.
Yes.
No, I don't read books.
Nerd. But congratulations to all of our shortlisters and to everyone who was cut. Your blood will grease the machines of the industry, so don't feel bad about it.
Yes, I agree with everything Lonq just said. Zesty, are you ready?
Yes.
Are you excited, Zesty?
Always.
We have 17 videos to get through, Zesty.
Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me of the format. The format we're going to do is not going to be... we are going to try against... against all that you know UFR to be, we are going to attempt to play everyone's video in its entirety without pausing it. As much as we can resist doing that, we are going to try and not pause the video. We're going to watch it in its entirety, start to finish, without saying a word, and then at the end we are going to say, we are going to give our thoughts, and all of the rest of the panel, who is not me, will give their criticisms and say what would be better, what's best.
Okay, that sounds nice.
I feel like you were another very difficult cut.
Brings up a good point in the chat. He says play every video at the same time and judge them.
That is a good idea, but alas, I don't think we'd be able to hear anything. And there's a lot of good words.
Here's a fun fact also that reminds me of the I forget if this is a specific season, but for Aqua Teen Hunger Force, their DVD collection, if you go to hit play all episodes, it literally does that. It just plays all video, all episodes in a little corner of the screen at once. It's very funny.
Really funny. Should we do
That's your little animation fun fact for the day.
There was an Aqua Teen Hunger Force recreation animation. It was the last video to be submitted. And it didn't go.
TF2 characters.
Yeah, but it didn't. I actually got disqualified because it technically isn't about TF2, and we disqualified a very good animation for the same thing. Because just because you use TF2 characters doesn't mean it's about TF2. But yeah. Oh, Eon Orange, the maker of the Saxon Files, also got cut. That was also a very difficult cut. That was one of the last cuts that I made. Because I just yeah. Anyways,
it's a real Ship of Theseus conversation. At what point is it a TF2 video? If there's TF2 characters primarily shown,
we just kind of based on if it was if the subject matter could be justified to be TF2.
Yeah, I'm just riffing.
Richter and Jontohil will be here, or at least Richter will be here. Jontohil said he might be asleep for the whole stream, depending on how long it happens. Jambo, I'm sorry you also got cut. I do appreciate the $5 pounds. Anyways, shall we begin with Kivo's A Trip to Y frag movie, which I believe is the only frag movie to be submitted, to make it this far, I think. I think all of the other ones got culled. So.
Damn, this must be a good one.
Even if I don't win anything, it has been a pleasure to enter and see all the wonderful videos people made. May the best man win. I appreciate that, Met L. You did a wonderful job, as did your contemporaries. Let's see how you stack up. Here we go.
Oh, is that a oof?
Zesty, I cannot hear a word you're saying. I'm able to turn the video down so I can hear you guys if you talk over it.
It looks like a holiday advertisement.
I was just saying, this kind of editing is brutal because you have to set up camera motions in demo recordings, which is fucking AIDS to do.
Yeah, also the actual quality of the gameplay being edited is very, very good.
Yeah.
That's one of the things this has.
Recordings.
That's one of the things this has over a lot of other frag movies that got submitted. Was that the quality of the gameplay matches how good the editing is. Also, weed rocket launcher. I never did learn if that was really Banny.
We'll never know.
The blunt mod really makes this for me.
Yeah, I agree. You know, the real success of this video is that it makes all of the unusual effects look good.
Not possible.
I just realized that I'm not incented. Fucking Osu gameplay. Oh, I just remembered there's a second frag movie in this collection. That transition's still sick.
So many clips for even just a 5-minute frag movie, man.
I know, right?
Holy moly.
Yeah.
The transitions are very good. And it's very difficult to make a lot of these transitions look as good as they do.
Does anyone else have goosebumps, or am I the only one? Is anyone else like shedding a single tear down their cheek?
These
I've
kinds
got a
of
white
videos
one
make me
rolling
feel
down my
young
leg.
again.
What?
That happened to me the first time I watched it, of course, Lister. That
Down your leg or
both.
your cheek?
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were down my
white tear
cheeks,
rolling down my
plural.
leg. Beautiful.
Cheeks plural. That's a good one.
But yeah, what do you guys think?
I might be more, excuse me, slightly more critical than most because I genuinely couldn't see what was happening. I was liking it, but I couldn't actually see most of the gameplay. Also, he's a Xenoblade fan, so that gets points for me. I liked the edits, but I could not follow what was actually happening. But I had a good time. Sort of sounds like I'm describing my first sexual experience.
Yeah, that is exactly what I was thinking, 1-to-1. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I really like when the letterbox edit comes in. The little black bars right here somewhere.
Yeah.
This edit.
Where he goes in front of him. Oh,
This
yeah,
edit
crazy.
is so sick, and it's the coolest part of the video for me. However, this section right before this edit kind of drags. I feel like there needed to be something that differentiated the visuals of that section from the visuals of the other ones. When we're getting to these videos that are so good, I have to like start getting really in the nitty gritty, and that's like this part. I feel like needed something to make it stand out from the rest of the video, because I think everything else has a pretty like that's that part where that shock and awe kind of starts to wane a little bit for me.
Good stuff though.
Yeah. Lister, what do you...
The video made me feel young again, taking me back to the days when frag movies were aplenty with this level of editing.
I'm assuming the problem you're describing, Lucid, because that's something else I noted, but I feel like that was primarily done just to hit the 5-minute mark, right?
I mean, maybe, but I didn't. Me personally, like when I was judging the other videos, I didn't see that as justifiable. I just judged the video as it was.
Yeah. It's just tough because I guess I feel like frag videos are probably the only classification of TF2 video that are kind of handicapped with the 5-minute limit thing. Because as Zesty said, it's very, very hard. You need a lot of like footage and editing skills.
Editing is a bitch with demo replays, man. So like the amount of effort that went into this to make not only the edits but just to get the camera angles from these clips is fucking, oh god, a lot.
Oh, yeah. This is a person in chat has clarified that actually was Banny. That was the real guy. Pretty crazy. But yeah,
I liked the rocket turning into the opposing sniper. That was funny.
Yeah, it was
I
good.
didn't even see that. I don't think.
Towards the beginning.
That's sort of the very start.
Not that.
I vote this one as a very strong contender. It's really good.
Was it? I assume it was after this, because now you've got me intrigued.
It was around here.
Around here.
Here it is.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's what you meant. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's so good.
I guess if I had one point of criticism or a recommendation, I would have thrown in more just like stupid random edit bits like that. You know, just like keep on your toes.
Yeah,
in addition to like the blunt rocket.
Yeah, if I had to give a criticism, I think reusing a lot of the same sound effects over and over again made it a little bit annoying.
Yeah,
the same like dash sound effect from Dragon Ball being used like 4 times in succession was a little annoying. But like this is like fucking splitting hairs, but break it up a little bit with some different sound effects, or just like don't have the same one repeat a bunch of times in a short time frame would be like a major improvement on like what's already a very good video. So
yeah.
Good
Anyways,
stuff.
moving on. This is Gabby07. Flames, Pyro's weirdest mechanic. Let's get into it.
Only two things are known for sure about the mysterious Pyro. He sets things on fire, and he doesn't speak. Well, specifically, he doesn't speak about how it actually works, as no one seems to have a good consensus on it. Pyro is a relatively strange class with a playstyle that can be best described as a jack of all trades, master of none. They have mediocre movement, mediocre abilities, and they deal mediocre damage. And the reason for the last few points is Pyro's primary weapon, the flamethrower. Team Fortress 2's flamethrower could be pretty fairly described as the most complicated weapon in the entirety of the FPS genre. Due to the fact that the flamethrower is exclusively a short-range weapon, and a particularly janky one at that, it's a pretty common reason as to why not a lot of people enjoy playing Pyro. It obviously can feel a little unsatisfying when you use a weapon that you yourself don't understand completely. However, despite its actual downsides, some people actually feed into a lot of misinformation about it, and that's why they don't end up using it. And because not a lot of people bother to check whether it's correct or not, a lot of people end up playing with the flamethrower wrong. And chances are you, dear viewer, are using this weapon incorrectly. So, what secrets does this weapon hold? What are the common mistakes that people make when using the flamethrower? And how do you read the Necronomicon? What? My name is Gabby, and today I'll tell you how to actually use flames. For starters, let's actually go to the very beginning. How did the flamethrower come to be this buggy? From the release of TF2 and up until October of 2017, the Pyro's flamethrower functioned almost exactly the same. Holding down mouse 1 would create tiny boxes that would deal damage to any target that comes into contact with them. The problem with this original design of the flamethrower is that in addition to the massively inconsistent damage, it was prone to a lot of visual bugs, later dubbed by the community as flamethrower mojo. The visual for flames was wildly inaccurate to the actual hitboxes which dealt damage, which led to situations where people would be set on fire because they touched particles that were totally invisible. This inconsistency and jank is the reason why a lot of Pyro players back in the day, and sometimes to this day, use their secondary weapons like the shotgun way more than their primary. People, rightfully so, thought that Pyro needed a rework to be consistent and fun to play. Then 2017 happened. The flamethrower got a complete overhaul in the Jungle Inferno update. Afterburn application is now a lot less severe for all enemies that can get afflicted with afterburn, projectiles no longer deviate on a whim, and the stream of fire got a lot denser, consistent, and the visuals now show you a lot more clearly where your fire is and where it isn't. And with a couple balance changes in a subsequent Blue Moon patch, we now have the flamethrower that's present in current day TF2. So, with the basic history covered, let's actually look at how this weapon functions nowadays behind the scenes. If you are on a listen server, you can use a command tfdebug flamethrower1, which will allow you to see the real flamethrower particles. Upon holding down mouse 1, your flamethrower will start firing out a stream of red and blue boxes. The red boxes are client side and they are always visible in-game. They are entirely visual and don't serve any other functions. The blue boxes, however, are invisible in normal gameplay and can only be seen with the debug command. These are the boxes that actually do all the stuff the flamethrower is meant to do. All things considered, the two types of boxes stay together a lot more, and the visual boxes correspond to the location of the blue boxes in a pretty consistent manner, especially compared to what it was before. Upon contact with the blue box, an enemy will be set on fire and they will be constantly damaged while the particle is alive. The interesting thing is that one enemy can be hit multiple times when in contact with a singular particle. You'd think that getting an enemy to stay in one particle would be relatively difficult, but they are never completely stationary, as a matter of fact. The way the particles move is another interesting quirk that a lot of people don't take advantage of nearly as much as they should. Before the Jungle Inferno changes, the flame particles would mostly go in the same path, so the weapon essentially acted as a laser pointer that put particles exactly where you pointed it. And in my opinion, that made the weapon a lot less engaging and a lot less skillful, as it always fired the particles in the exact same way, with no changes, time after time. After the changes though, all flame particles now can have their momentum and pathing influenced by the pyro's movement, but only in the direction they are looking. What this means is that the faster you are moving, the further your...
Lister, someone in chat said that this sounds like you without a lisp.
Wow. Way to call me out.
Flames
Well, I was
will
gonna
go.
say I like this person's OC. It's like mine because it's like a non-TF2 character but dressed in a Pyro's outfit.
Yeah, I agree.
This is my cousin.
I really like the way this. We'll finish. I don't want to say. I want to blow my load too early. My bad.
Another buggy thing about the previous iteration of the flamethrower is that you technically always could fire the particles through walls and the floor. Now though, both red and blue boxes bounce off of every surface they hit and slide across the floor when looking down at an angle. Essentially now, instead of being these weird ghost boxes, the flame hitboxes now act like helium balloons. They constantly move up until they disappear, and when hitting a given surface, they bounce off at a short distance. So now that we've covered the quirks of movement and functions of the fire particles themselves, we have to talk about the main function. The flamethrower fires a stream of particles with an interval of 0.075 seconds between each new box. The flame's base damage is calculated not based on the distance from the target like what you might expect on every other weapon in the game, but rather on the lifetime of the first particle that hits the target. If the enemies hit with the newest particle, they will receive 100% of the damage, which is 13 at max and 3.25 at minimum. However, the flamethrower is supposed to start at 50% damage and ramp up all the way to 100% damage after continuously firing. But the way this continuous fire is calculated is rather dubious. When the developers meant continuous fire, they really meant continuous, because if you miss even as much as one singular box, the ramp up will fully reset back down and you will have to start over. To add insult to injury, if a box touches a surface, such as a wall, it will technically count as a miss. So, if you, as a sane person, point your flamethrower at an enemy who's standing next to a wall, the flame particle will pierce through the target and count as a miss, which will stop your damage from ever ramping up from 3.25 per tick, as long as the enemy is next to a wall. Who designed this and why? What is the point of this? These revelations even led a lot of people into thinking that you will actually deal more damage by simply flailing your mouse around, because you spread your hitboxes everywhere. Now, while covering a large area filled with enemies can sometimes be advantageous, it's not inherently better. As a matter of fact, you will deal basically the same if not slightly more damage by tracking your target and only slightly leading your aim depending on where the target moves to maximize your damage. So, what can you do to be effective with your flamethrower? The first rule, and it's one of the most important ones, you should not stand still when flamethrowing. The flame particles directly inherit your momentum and they move with you in the direction you are aiming in. Standing still or moving backwards hard caps your range on a weapon that has an extremely short range for a shooter game in the first place. Using any kind of movement option like a detonator jump, thermal thruster charge, or power jack can help you extend your flames forward so you can deal a little bit of damage before you close in on your enemy. When you are moving around and about to engage in a fight, it's also useful to jump at the person you're fighting. The reason for this is that when you jump forwards for a brief moment, you move ever so slightly faster in the air than if you were to simply run forwards on the ground. Setting someone on fire without needing to get very close can allow you to immediately follow up with the flare, put pressure on the enemy so you can continue closing in to deal more damage, or inflict afterburn on a retreating target that probably would have survived had you used a shotgun to finish them off when they go out of your range. The fact that the flames linger on the ground can also allow you to land crit flares and axes on pyros and Darwin's danger shield snipers. Aiming at the ground can allow the particles to slow down because they'll slide on the floor. As soon as you do that, you can switch to your weapon of choice and close in to land the hit by timing it with the enemy contacting those flames. Remember, flame particles don't disappear once you switch weapons once they are fired. This is what's known as a flare punch or puff and sting. You sting them with your weapon as soon as they get in contact with your flames. The next important thing about the flamethrower is your general movement while in combat. Bunny hopping while you're being shot is not particularly great, as you take increased knockback when you're jumping and especially when crouch jumping. This can instantly put your speed at 0, which is really bad when you're engaging anyone who can outrange you, which is everyone, including medics. Focus on tracking and leading your target at all times while you're dealing damage. In addition to that, compared to the only other fully automatic armament in the game, you maintain your full speed when using the flamethrower, so you should take full advantage of that in your interactions with enemy gamers. What I mean by that is, did you know that Spy is not the only one who can do trick stabs? Because the flamethrower is slightly easier to aim than most other weapons in the game, once you fully grasp on how to track and lead your target to maximize your damage, you should mostly focus on your movement and how you can make the enemy players miss. Strafing left and right in sync with the single-shot weapons can allow you to juke scouts, battle engineers, and demos, and heavies and other pyros also have fully automatic weapons, and despite them guaranteeing that you will take at least some damage, you can avoid most of it by making them miss with your movement at close range.
Jesus Christ, that doesn't install after that.
When fighting any given class in the game, you should avoid holding one direction at a time, because it makes you incredibly easy to kill, as nearly every gun in the game can outdamage the flamethrower on its own. That's right, Pyro is not and never has been W plus M1. In fact, it's more W, A, scroll, A, W, shift, S, A, D, A, D,
I like the Club Penguin dance.
plus
This is
M1.
the best part of the
Long
video.
story short,
That's
you must
good.
make it way harder for the enemies to hit you to make it easier for you to deal damage to them. And finally, while neglecting your primary is not good, only using your primary and neglecting your secondary is just as stupid. Ideally, you should use these two weapons 50-50 in your general gameplay. In conclusion, the flamethrower over the years has become a much more skillful and interesting weapon to use, and using it allows you to work on your movement while being able to deal damage to anyone who's in front of you. I heavily suggest anyone who hasn't really played Pyro in the last few years practice a bit with the debug flamethrower command. You can learn how you can influence the momentum of your flame particles, which will infinitely improve your gameplay, and you'll have a lot more fun playing Pyro because you'll understand them a lot better. Thank you very much for watching, and an especially big thank you to everyone who's been supporting my content over the past few months. Please subscribe and leave a like if you enjoy this kind of content. My name is Gabby, and goodbye.
I took notes if that's of any interest. So this sort of style of video of actually you're using this weapon wrong, generally I hate, but I think this is maybe the best version I've ever seen. Just because if you're going to do the you guys are actually using this weapon wrong thing, the fact that he could enable the flame particles visually and talk about how the engine moves flames when it comes to things like blocking them on walls or letting them slide along floor, that was genuinely amazing. And this is probably the best, by far the best of this like sort of style of video, which I typically try to avoid like the plague I've ever seen. I'd recommend, honestly, rebranding this video towards newer players, because this is the kind of stuff I wish I had known when I started playing back in 2015, because I was a Pyro main for like 8 years, and I didn't know half of this. So that's my opinion. Genuine amazing job. I know Gabby's in the chat. Bloody well done. I really liked that.
I think after sorry, there you go.
I was gonna say I want to quickly give my thoughts because I have to part for a brief moment, like I said earlier. But having seen this video twice now, very, very good. The second watch through, just as entertaining as the first. Very good editing, very handy tips, very useful for someone that's at least initiated with Team Fortress 2. Very just good, just very, very good.
Out of all of the videos in the entire contest, this one makes me want to play the game more than any of the other ones. This video gave me such a perspective on the character that it was like a paradigm shift for me when I first saw it, where I was like, oh, I didn't even know I knew even less than Lonq. I didn't know any of this basically. Aside from like the name, like obviously I know what a flare punch is and certain combos, but I did not know anything about how those boxes work. Not to mention the gameplay of the pyro was incredibly unique compared to what a lot of other what a lot of other YouTubers show when they play pyro. It's much more combo focused. Your movement, the way you manipulate your flames is the kicker for me. And every single piece of gameplay you showed was relevant to what you were saying. And it made me want to go, if I hadn't spent 33.5 hours watching TF2 content and wasn't completely sick of looking at it, I would absolutely want to just pick up the game and just start playing pyro just to see, just to actionize on what you said. Because you were clearly very passionate and knowledgeable about what you say, and that's one of the best things about this video.
Yes.
No, very good.
If I could throw in my points here, if I may, Lucid,
No,
if you don't mind.
That's why you're here.
So I like I said, I very much like the OC, very stylish and cool. I think my main suggestion or criticism would be at the start, you mention about how like buggy the flamethrower is without actually saying what those bugs are. And I think in your mind, you assume that like everyone knows this, but like clearly not. Like Lucid and Lonq did not know about the like ramp up being bugged. It's like only like experience, like only pyro mains that look into this stuff know that. And I get that you don't want to like blow your load early and like sort of like spoil the information from the start. But what I would do is I would just like briefly list off like, oh, like for example, did you know this doesn't work? Or did you know like this works in an unexpected way without going into detail? Because then that also kind of like hooks the viewer because they're like, wait, what? Like I gotta watch more. Like, what are you talking about? That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, we want you to draw out your Mr. Video. We want you to draw out your videos. You'll be the next Mr. Beast. Don't worry. Never give the viewer what they want. Give it to them like 20 minutes in.
Lonq loves Mr. Beast. It's his favorite YouTuber.
I do. I want him to get me the new Marcha Labubu.
But
Sorry,
yeah,
I'll leave.
I think that no, it's okay. I think that pretty much covers it. Mark it in wherever you have it in comparison to the previous video, and we'll continue on. Next, we have Team Fortress 2 in the post-apocalypse by
20 minutes
by Emoticon Man. So I hope you guys are excited. I know a lot of people in the chat are gonna be hyped for this one in particular, for no particular reason. Shall we get started, Lister?
No.
Oh, okay. Well.
Okay. Now you can go. Hit play.
All right.
Afternoon.
I needed to prepare myself.
It's late in the afternoon. TF2 payload match on one of the few maps and game modes that casual matchmaking can reliably populate servers for. You've finally gotten off the wild ride of endless steamrolls from autobalance counting reserved slots as players for some reason, so you're finally having some fun getting frags, when suddenly, the whole server stops moving. At first, you think it's a connection error, but you can
It's
move
server
just fine.
blight.
You can shoot, build, get kills, and even play the round to its completion, but a steamroll is still boring if you're the one steamrolling, so with a sigh of disappointment, you re-queue. Meanwhile, of the nearly 7,000 players who were also in a match, approximately 68 of them experienced the same issue, though thanks to the birthday paradox, there's still a 99% chance that at least 2 of them were in the same server when it happened. Overall, it ends up being a pretty good day for Red Team, as over 80% of TF2's active matches lacks one of these players, leaving those servers completely depopulated. And this is because, unbeknownst to you, 99% of Earth's population has just died.
What?
With almost nobody to play with, you have no way to flex your engineer knowledge
This
without
is a
making
crazy
a 3.5
video.
hour video about it that everyone should.
Sorry, not a single. We're just gonna keep going.
Unbeknownst to you, 99% of Earth's population has just died. With almost nobody to play with, you have no way to flex your engineer knowledge without making a 3.5-hour video about it that everyone should watch and listen to the OST. This is obviously unacceptable, so you search the problem online, only realizing its scope once you start sifting through the numerous live streams of lifeless bodies slumped over their desks. At this point, an additional 5,000 people have died in the approximately 13,000 once airborne planes.
Just Lister, I need you to just let it cook, okay? Let him cook.
No, this is incredible. I'm very hooked.
I just need you to understand. This video, I think, before the
additional 5,000 people have died. That is not what I expected from the TF2 video contest.
Lucid letters. I'm so scared.
I just need you to understand. This video had 64 views, I think, when we first watched it. So we're gonna keep going.
Lifeless bodies slumped over their
Pretty
desks.
scared.
At this point, an additional 5,000 people have died in the approximately 13,000 once airborne planes without pilots or co-pilots, and at least that amount have died from the new impromptu adoption of driverless cars, plus however may die from a lack of medical care, which I won't even bother estimating. I'm still alive, because I'm lucky like that. Meanwhile, the rapid drop in power consumption lessens the resistance within every electrical generator, speeding up the frequency of the alternating current they generate above what is normally rated for the electric grid. To compensate, excess power is automatically shunted into batteries and flywheels, but their capacity is negligible on this scale, so automated systems within each power plant are forced to adjust to match the load or trip a fuse and shut down. Depending on a city's primary power generation methods, most plants deactivate within hours or days, increasing the load until an errant spike in power proves to be too much for the remaining plants to handle, sending the entire grid into a cascade of failure. Without most of society to run critical infrastructure, the power loss begets a drop in water and gas pressure and forces local DNS servers and routing stations onto backup power. As these fail, online traffic is taken through increasingly convoluted pathways to reach its destination, possible connections become increasingly local before the internet disconnects entirely.
I'm
The
starting
data
to lose
centers
trust.
running major websites overheat or lose power. Most food perishes within weeks, never to be replenished as every global supply chain collapses simultaneously. What remains of society is beaten back to pre-industrial levels as the world grinds to a halt. Thus, the duty falls onto you to preserve and rebuild what matters most, your Team Fortress 2 match. Now, you know the network congestion wave common to most apocalypse scenarios won't apply here, since 1% of the world's population all going online at once is less than regular load. So you immediately get to downloading the most important information before the internet drifts apart. The TF2 source code leak, asset leak, SDK, comics, wiki, meet the team videos, the engineer video, the IVP leak, which as a TF2 player you know stands for Ipion Virtual Physics, the internal name for the Havok physics engine in TF2. And I guess Wikipedia, local maps, textbook PDFs, important math proofs, survival guides, and various technical manuals, since in order to play TF2 again, you will unfortunately need to survive and rebuild civilization. Technically, you'll also need to eventually restart several semiconductor fabrication facilities and the global supply chains to provide the raw materials, but you can get a head start of a few decades or so by taking computers that already exist before they break. So on your way to the library to get even more technical knowledge in a more long-lasting form, you can also get yourself a new gaming computer, plus some spares, since computers with smaller and denser transistors will likely break before less powerful ones. Of course, chances are you're in a major city, and you know that every
I was really hoping that would
form-
shift to like a Starforge PC sponsorship or something.
No.
I was really hoping that's where that was going.
A new gaming computer, plus some spares, since computers with smaller and denser transistors will likely break before less powerful ones. Of course, chances are you're in a major city, and you know that every million people in its former population is still 10,000, who are now likely rushing every store simultaneously in commemoration of the world's biggest Black Friday sale in history because everything is free. Thus, you'll need to protect yourself from looters using just scavenged materials and your TF2 knowledge. Unfortunately for this scenario, primary weapons are hard to come by in most countries unless any steel-toe boots count as a demo man's booties, you happen to be into hunting, or if you're American, in which case you probably already have a rocket launcher. Secondaries, however, should give more options. You may be able to get a flying guillotine, some cola, or any sandwich from your kitchen. The average bladder holds about 600 milliliters of Girardi, and the cozy camper is literally just
I
a
tapped out
backpack.
for a minute.
Found
Why
milk
are
in
we
the gas-
collecting weapons?
What is this video?
I need you.
This is the best thing I've ever seen. What is going on?
I'll go back 10 seconds.
Most countries, unless any steel-toe boots count as you'll need to protect your circle and its former population is still 10,000, who are now likely rushing every store simultaneously in commemoration of the world's biggest Black Friday sale in history because everything is free. Thus, you'll need to protect yourself from looters using just scavenged materials and your TF2 knowledge. Unfortunately for this scenario, primary weapons are hard to come by in most countries unless any steel-toe boots count as the demo man's booties, you happen to be into hunting, or if you're American, in which case you probably already have a rocket launcher. Secondaries, however, should give more options. You may be able to get a flying guillotine, some cola, or any sandwich from your kitchen. The average bladder holds about 600 milliliters of Girardi, and the cozy camper is literally just a backpack. Bad milk and the gas passer are also somewhat obtainable, though I doubt you could make a full bottle's worth of level 5 non-milk substance fast enough to be using mad milk anytime soon, and the gas passer is just a terrible weapon, so I'm ignoring it. Melees have the most variety, though the only ones I can think of that are both obtainable and more useful than fists are the power jack, back scratcher, and some knives. Plus, if you happen to have a watch on hand, then TF2 says you should then hopefully be able to turn invisible and stab people. Given the incredibly slow round pacing and large map sizes of real life, the cozy camper is probably the best fit for your secondary, while the best melee is probably the power jack for getting away, but if you don't like the damage vulnerability, then just use a knife. Anyway, after finding supplies, you're now ready to find survivors, who, without the typical apocalyptic threats of zombies or cataclysms, will likely congregate into large groups near highly populated areas before dwindling supplies force them to spread into the local farms to start a sustainable society. And as the instability of an anarchic society dramatically increases with scale, a power struggle will likely emerge here too. Thus, after you trick stab the victor and Girardi the remaining candidates to assert your dominance, you'll likely have a labor force of a few hundred to a few thousand people, at which point electrical power should actually be really easy to generate, even if your post-industrial, post-apocalypse, pre-industrial civilization isn't lucky enough to settle near an inactive hydroelectric plant or wind farm. Early on, solar panels and car engines can be used, with the latter able to be repurposed into a biofuel generator by feeding it moonshine once all the gasoline expires. And as you'll likely want to settle near a river anyway, building some makeshift turbines there could work well in the long term. Thus, if enough people have computers and you have either a network switch or a router with a wireless access point, you can already play TF2 over LAN, though you'll need a server plugin or mod to bypass the item servers so all the weapons remain available. However, as with modern TF2, the real challenge lies with populating the servers. With over 220 maps, you'll need at least 5,280 players to fully populate a server on each one, likely more than TF2's remaining worldwide player base, which now lies at around 3,000 to 300. Casual matchmaking certainly won't cut it, but luckily most of these maps suck, so you can start a few servers rotating through the good ones and switch maps every hour or so, along with an in-game vote to manually switch to a specific map. Then, only use pre-round time for map switches, let players switch teams if their own team has too many players, and disable reserved slots to speed up auto balance, which then speeds up the game to support the lower player count. Personally, I'd even try having a few servers set to automatically lock overused maps out of the rotation for a bit, so anyone who wants some map variety can play on those. You can also use SV Alltalk 1 to make the voice chat twice as lively, and add a way to automatically join any server with good ping for anyone who just wants to quickly play a specific game mode. Wait, quickly play? Hey, that reminds me of something. Only around 1 in 100,000 people is a TF2 player, so it's likely that you're the only one in your new group, and that means you'll need a good way to quickly get other people playing. Luckily, the loss of the item servers and half the map pool already removes most of the ugly cosmetics and unfitting textures, so you should be able to convince people to start playing by telling them about the game's visual...
What?
I might be starting to see where this is going.
Readable gunplay and distinctly vintage Americana art style, and if you package a better default config file with the game, you can fix most of TF2's terrible default settings too. You can also use Hammer++ and VScript to improve the game's tutorial maps to support all 9 classes, and some of their more esoteric unlockable weapons. Or if you're feeling lazy, you can just type up a document about it or something. The TF2 wiki and TF2's in-game item descriptions can help with some of this, but there are parts that are too vague, misleading, or inaccurate to be useful, so you'll probably end up making at least some of a document anyway, at least for the future tryhards. Of course, there's one final way to expand your potential player base without having to wait for natural population growth, and all you have to do is reinvent the internet. With scavenged components, you can build a ham radio broadcasting on shortwave frequencies, which can reflect off the ionosphere and ocean to reach anywhere in the world, and for shorter distances you can use shorter wavelengths, or scavenge transmission cables from basically any modern building to hook them between settlements. If you're lucky, you may even get to use the old internet's intercontinental cables before they break. Your bitrate depends on the bandwidth of frequencies you're using, and the power of your signal relative to the signal medium's ambient noise over the entire transmission distance, with a Shannon-Hartley limit as a theoretical maximum. Certain classes of error correction codes, such as turbo codes, LDPC codes, and polar codes, have already been found to approach this limit when given enough computing power. Turbo codes work better for noisier channels where more redundant information must be sent, while LDPC codes are better for higher code rates. And polar codes are notable in that they have been proven to actually reach the limit as the block size approaches infinity. In general, cables are more efficient, but radio is easier to set up, with higher frequencies granting more bitrate at the cost of range. In practice, TF2 with its current netcode can use up to 400 kilobits per second with a maxed out update rate, making it playable over this ham radio setup, which achieves up to 500 kilobits per second over 80 kilometers using 440 megahertz waves, but likely very unplayable if a setup was made for the 30 megahertz waves needed for reflecting off the ionosphere. Luckily, TF2's netcode could be configured to send less updates, but past a certain point, the only available gains are either modding it to be more efficient or to be more playable with a worse connection, with the latter being especially important at longer ranges. Currently, TF2's netcode sends player inputs to the server while sending back any changes in the game, while the client simulates the direct result of certain player inputs, such as shooting hit-scan weapons and moving, so they happen instantly regardless of your ping. Due to this, you see your current position while seeing everything else slightly in the past, delayed by your half ping, but leg compensation lets the server roll back the positions of certain entities when checking if your hit-scan shots hit, so you can aim at where you see your enemies now instead of where you'll see them after your inputs reach the server and come back. However, it only does this up to a ping of 1 second, and won't do this for projectiles or most class abilities, so a lot of TF2 tech becomes much harder at higher pings. Now, you may wonder why those can't be lag compensated too, and the answer is that would be more computationally expensive, which might have been a problem when TF2 released. However, there's a very popular modern shooter game that does it. Overwatch. Wait, don't click off, their netcode is actually really good, and there's a whole GDC talk about it. In optimal netcode, every player's actions should be processed when they saw that action happen, so shooting an enemy should not just target their past self, but retroactively apply damage and knockback in their past before reprocessing their inputs up to the present, allowing juggling and damage meters to be predicted by clients, which gives them effectively 0 ping. Any projectile or building should also be retroactively spawned in the past, like in Overwatch, so its owner sees it spawn instantly, even if everyone else will see it already moved forward in time upon receiving that information. Though to give them a fair reaction time at short ranges, it may be a better idea to let it target and affect their past self without spawning it in the past, and move it through time gradually until it's synced with every player's present. If the shooter and targets have 100 milliseconds average ping, for example, targets may see it moving 10% faster for 1 second after spawning. To avoid time paradoxes where two conflicting actions retroactively prevent the other, award priority to the defensive actions such as Uber, banners, sticky bomb detonation, air blast, short circuit projectile zapping, or building blocking, and for equally defensive actions, prioritize whichever one would retroactively apply the furthest in the past, which would also be the order of events as seen by a server-side replay. Any actions that retroactively apply to the same tick should result in a mutual kill or stalemate if applicable, or else just prioritize one action at random. Then add server-side convars for the maximum rollback time for offensive and defensive actions, and client-side convars for the minimum and maximum visual delay when spectating to eliminate rollbacks by moving them into the spectator's future. Players whose ping exceeds the server's rollback time must then extrapolate the movement inputs of other players to visually move them forward in time and make up the difference, which works well most of the time, but can occasionally mispredict, causing client-side hits to be retroactively corrected into misses by the server. For performance purposes, maximum extrapolation time could probably also be a client-side convar. Overwatch already has this extrapolation feature, but TF2 currently doesn't, so super laggy clients must lead their shots instead. When combined, these rules should result in the smoothest gameplay experience, though since network lag can't be removed through software, only moved around, there would still be some weird edge cases at high ping. Probably the most ridiculous would be with Uber, where a medic just barely saving a heavy from death could result in that heavy retroactively dying before being retroactively saved on everyone else's perspectives, including the heavies. Surfing damage would also be a bit harder unless crouch jumping applied retroactively or knockback didn't apply retroactively, but then that would make juggling more annoying, so this is probably the best compromise. Either way, this netcode makes splash jumping with your own damage effectively 0 ping, even if your ping exceeds the server's rollback limit. And that's something I think everyone could appreciate. I'm not done yet though, since the same code could also be used to fix Spy if implemented well. For example, the Deadringer can send the Spy's actual death event to enemy clients, and only be corrected when the Spy decloaks, preventing even cheaters from seeing through the feigned death. Of course, this should also go with the server not sending invisible spy locations and modifying other gameplay packets so disguised spies become indistinguishable from their disguise, even if this will cause mispredictions when enemies bump into them. And likewise, if someone isn't a spy or a solemn vow medic, then instead of the server sending them exact health values for enemy players and buildings, it can send which damage threshold they're in instead. Then, not only would this limit information given to cheaters, but it would also reduce network traffic, even if not by very much. While we're at it, RNG hacks can be thwarted by generating a checksum for each player on each tick based on all data sent to them by the server on that tick, and periodically overwriting their weapon's RNG seed with that checksum to clear crit storage. Since this checksum uses pre-existing data, it won't strain the network at all, and since it's based on outside entropy, no single player can predict or manipulate it. Doing this fast faster than a weapon's fire rate effectively removes crit storage entirely, though doing it too fast would let cheaters withhold their fire until getting a crit cycle, so a period of around 1 second is probably the best compromise for making crit hacks as useless as possible in combat. The laggy teleporting scout hacks can also be thwarted with better netcode, since they work by sending packets in bursts, which staggers the player's temporal offset, making them take very large discrete steps through time. Thus, if this happens, just get the server to give them a higher ping and smooth out the incoming packet times, which is yet another thing Overwatch already does. Preventing rapid ping changes also fixes stuff like double tap, though I should mention that ping spoofing in general isn't something the server can fix if the cheater knows what they're doing, so the optimal netcode's more forgiving nature does mean that cheaters can get borderline precognitive abilities by spoofing their ping to be higher, though at least that probably makes cheater duels more interesting. Also, the way this netcode would handle buildings does mean that if two people walk in an enemy sentry, both clients can see themselves as the closest, meaning one of them is going to be spammed with sentry targeting noises as the server repeatedly corrects them. But if this edge case turns out to be annoying enough, it can be solved by making clients only predict that the sentry will target them if extrapolating the movements of the current target still results in them being closer. While fixing edge cases, there's also a lot of bugs unrelated to TF2's netcode, and most of them can be fixed with only a few lines of code, such as the ones involving the Huntsman's passive reload and headshot detection, which each take 1. At this point, I'd compile some of these changes into TF2 to show what they look like, but I had 2 weeks to make this, so here's an artistic rendition instead. Of course, it's worth noting that if the semiconductor fabrication plants can't be repaired and reactivated within the next few decades, this utopia may soon be tainted by the impending tragedy of the future generations, who, if the computers fail, would never get to enjoy this beautiful game. Currently, TF2 itself is around 32 gigabytes, and various estimates say that a high-end printer can encode around 1 to 256 megabytes on a page, with lower densities presumably being more resistant to errors when decoded. With this, TF2 would take up around a few hundred or a few thousand pages, plus however many pages are needed to describe and recreate the x86 instruction set, and some regular English instructions on how to properly decode the other pages. However, much of this space is taken up by custom textures for unfitting maps and cosmetics, which, as I've said before, can be removed, saving more than half the file size, and additionally, there's numerous unused assets from Half-Life which can save a few gigabytes as long as they're checked to make sure they really are unused. Likewise, several models have multiple textures, and many of those are mere palette swaps for each team. If TF2 were even more compressed, those could be merged, with palettes or tints saved separately, to be split apart again when the game loads, or if this is done with a shader, it could even save some texture memory. The BSP files of the game's maps could likely also be compressed more, since by default the binary space partitioning stores the entire map as a space divided by flat planes, but in typical TF2 maps, most of these planes are rectilinear, negating the need to store a full surface normal every time. In total, I'd be surprised if TF2 couldn't be reduced below 4 gigabytes, especially if more modern compression algorithms were used, but I don't have time to prove that, so if I ever do, it'll be in a later video. As for its gameplay, the most convenient way to store it for future generations would probably be to include a version of the code that's uncompressed and uncompiled to potentially be compiled again later for whatever new hardware emerges. TF2's current source code is a bit of a mess, but with a bit of rearrangement, it could likely be made a lot more readable, and with any luck, plus some careful maintenance, TF2 could be truly timeless, even outliving the apocalypse as populations return to industrial levels within several generations. So then, in our far more stable world, why is TF2 dying? Well, the answer should be obvious. In a real apocalypse, surely TF2's not important enough in humanity's collective culture to warrant all this effort taken to preserve it. And indeed, going this far during an apocalypse would be quite ridiculous. However, TF2 captures such a unique art style with characters who were cultural icons of the modern internet, and gameplay that took from so many genres and practically spawned a new one featuring mechanics and even code dating back to Quake. It influenced and was influenced by so much that to truly understand the history of video games or online culture without knowing of TF2 would be impossible. Its loss would be sorely felt by future historians, or just anyone who wants to appreciate such a work of art, and yet its status as a video game, and an online multiplayer one at that, seems to disqualify it from its preservation being worthy of any consideration. Meanwhile, Valve still makes millions off of this game, and though releasing the SDK and fixing the bot crisis were good steps, the game still languishes in their neglect. Sure, compressing and optimizing the game may take far too long to be worthwhile, but most of TF2's pressing issues could be fixed in the span of a few hours, and a large chunk of the remainder could be fixed by just properly vetting workshop content. Yet Valve refuses to do any of this, and there isn't even an apocalypse. This video may be ridiculous, but this is just as, if not even more ridiculous, because it's actually happening. Come on, Valve, where's my apocalypse updates? We don't need Source 2 or balance patches, just a working game again, but the chance that anyone from Valve is watching this is practically zero, so what can we do to get it? Well, I was working on something larger about this, but progress on that is slow, so I'll just summarize it here. Go for their wallet. Anyone still watching this probably isn't the type to buy map stamps for Emporium slop, but if you are, then stop doing that obviously, and on top of that, don't buy anything, and until Valve improves, keep complaining. Complain about the degradation of the art style, and how there's no cosmetics that are even remotely worth your money anymore. Complain about the friends who you really want to introduce to this game, and more importantly for Valve, its economy, but for whom you cannot, in good faith, do so, because this game's current state has left it practically unplayable. Complain about the 2 lines of code that could fix the Huntsman. Its passive reload and headshot detection have been broken for years, Valve. In the engineer video, I was actually going to use that last one as a bit of a litmus test, seeing if I could make a more traditional TF2 video, reminding people of TF2 at its best, but attempting to bring a complaint to light throughout, even if it's not the video's focus. Thus, it also cuts out most modern editions because it's primarily a TF2 video and they don't fit TF2. The only exceptions are Whatville, which I kept to make fun of, the Dogfighter, which looks good and fits TF2's art style well, but messes a bit with the engineer's color scheme, and so as much as I like it, it does hurt class readability and is only included because that's the cosmetic I happen to have on. And lastly, Bread Space, which only appears for a frame, and I still regret including it. However, the Huntsman thing unfortunately did not get noticed, at least suggesting that if Valve is to notice it, and complaints like it needs even more people complaining. Like, say, what I'm hoping might happen if I found out about a hypothetical TF2 video competition and rushed something out for it containing said complaint. It's not about the money, Spider-Man, it's about the Huntsman, baby! So also, I'd really appreciate it if y'all also reviewed at least the Engineer video's intro. I know that video isn't allowed in the contest for several reasons, but I want to make more cool intros like that one, and I just want feedback to make sure they're good. Okay, thanks, bye. See ya. Fix the Huntsman, Valve. You know you want to, even though you clearly don't, you lazy fuck.
This was genuinely insane.
Yeah.
I've got some things to say. First of all, rushed out. Are you sure?
No,
This is more effort than I've put to any video.
You need to understand. He went into the comments while I was watching it, and he like joined, and he joined in chat. I was like, I'm sorry if this feels rushed. I made it in like 4 days or something, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you insane? What the hell?
Do you mean you made it in 4 days, or do you mean you didn't sleep in 4 days?
I just. This is the Zesty's not here, so maybe I can get away with this. This might be the best fix the fucking game Valve video, or at least it's my favorite personally.
Yeah.
Because yeah, sorry, you go. No, you go.
Okay. I was gonna say about the midpoint. I was like, oh great, we're banging the drum, aren't we? But this, I wouldn't describe this as drum banging. This is, it's much more intelligent than that. It's not someone just going, "Move the game, give me $2,000." This is a genuine, very cleverly formatted critique of the game. To the point where at the beginning I had absolutely no idea where it was going. In the middle, it's like, oh yeah, we're going here. And then at the end, I'm like, yeah, no, this stuff needs to be fixed. There is no excuse for some of this. It's a very, very cleverly formatted critique, and I ended up really liking it.
Lister?
I did not like that one at all. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I think I'm literally the only one, it seems, that did not like that.
Why?
So I like the general idea of like using this framework of the apocalypse to show the absurdity of TF2 not getting the care it deserves. I think that's a very smart, clever idea, but I think the execution was really poor. I think just he did not use that sort of like framework in an intelligent way to kind of like logically lead to that conclusion. So like Lonq, I also was very confused about the direction at the halfway point, but I don't view that as like a sign of it being clever, subversive. I just view it as like poorly executed. Like why, like towards the start, when it was not clear at all what the video was about, he was talking about like bringing items into the real world, like going to the store and getting a sandwich and Durati, and I was like, okay, so that's the video, I guess, is like what items in the TF2 universe would help you survive the apocalypse. But then he starts going into like netcode and stuff, and then it's like, okay, and then that's the point where I realize, oh, so it's like about recreating TF2 from scratch. But then if he is using this like a apocalypse idea of like, in this little made up story, we need to preserve TF2, then why is he making changes to the game that's kind of like antithetical to historical preservation,
Sorry, to defend him, because I do love this video. The part about going to the store to make sure you have weapons, and then the point is that in order to survive the post-apocalypse, in order to preserve TF2, you yourself have to live, and it's just framed through TF2 weapons because the video is about TF2. So his point was
I feel like that could have been just like cut out entirely and massively improved the video.
Really? His point was literally, you as a person can't preserve the game if you're not alive, so you need to make sure that you like survive in the first place.
Specifically of like bringing TF2 items into the real world, because then that sets a particular tone, because that's like a very common type of video, you know, of like, what if TF2 was in the real world? And having that and like bringing so much focus, like it wasn't just like a one-off gag. He talked about that for like what, like a full minute, 2 minutes?
Yeah,
towards like the start of the video. So like it completely threw me. Like I think the problem is, if I was to watch this a second time, I'm sure I'd have like a much better opinion, because I would from the very start understand what he's sort of like building up to. But because I went in blind, it's like I couldn't really tell which points he was bringing up were like leading to an ultimate argument, and which were just kind of like him riffing and like having fun with the hypothetical. And so by the time he ties it all together of like, oh yeah, and by the way, here's what this video was truly about, I'm just like kind of confused, because I'm like, oh, I mean, I guess all the pieces were there, but I don't really see how it could like logically, I don't know.
I do second this. Okay. There's quite a pacing issue going on, and about when I said I think I know where this is going, that's when I'd finally clocked it, and it felt like that was maybe two videos smashed together. I thought at first
exactly.
At first, how do we build a new TF2/preserve it? But ultimately, that's also what it ended up being. How do we preserve TF2? And ultimately, you know, it's on Valve. I still maintain that I really like this, even though I hate that drum banging. But there was some tonal whiplash here. But it was just so.
I think it reminded me, Lucid, of that lion video, where remember, like at the very, very end, he reveals he was like self-aware, where it's like all these analogies he was bringing up about like the car, and like when we were watching it, like he brought the idea of like, oh, it's like an old stinky car, no one wants it. And while we were watching it, we were like, well, wait, like using your own analogy with an antique car that could like, you know, get value over time. And then at the very end of the video, line reveals, oh yeah, you're right, it would retain value. And that was like a clever analogy, and that was like a fun twist, but we definitely were all in agreement that he should not have reserved that until the very end of the video, purely for like the perspective of being a first-time watcher of the video.
Yeah, but
so I felt the same way here.
But the ending point is if one person hypothetically could preserve the game and even improve upon it in the apocalypse, what is Valve's excuse? That's not a subversion or a twist. That is what the whole video is. That is just the logical conclusion from all of the information you've been given. That doesn't feel like rug pulling to me. When all of the information is necessary. Like my biggest issue is that the netcode the part where about netcode is just a bit dry and could have done with like some more jokes or asides, or even like memes about like what making this kind of radio would be like in an apocalypse. That's my only criticism is that part. It goes on for it's not that it goes on for a while, but it goes on for a while in the way that it is uninterrupted, where it could have done with a joke or an aside about something else apocalypse related in the middle of it somewhere. But all of the information that Emoticon Man gives leading up to the big question, you know, of like what's Valve's excuse, that is all relevant. I guess the only thing that isn't relevant is the part about like you surviving in the apocalypse, but that's relevant to how we even get to TF2 surviving in the first place. So I can't, like, if you asked me to trim something from this video, I could only think of the netcode part, and then but I could not in good conscience remove anything else personally. Like everything else feels very, very purposeful.
I have a more nitpicky complaint. I really don't like the purple text. It could just be me.
Oh.
Some of the text, there was a lot of it, and it was hard to read. And I feel like if it was white, I think it was on screen for maybe just long enough. I'm a relatively slow person, but I struggled with that, and therefore I think I missed a few points he was trying to make.
Well, the video is incredibly dense. There's stuff that I didn't even catch on the I didn't catch the when he mentioned the birthday paradox in my first watch through. I didn't know what that was, and then when I watched it this time, it clicked what he meant, and then then it all made sense. But
I couldn't read what it meant.
Oh yeah, and listen, that's exactly what I'm saying. Is I think purely from like the perspective of a first-time watch, just you're not gonna get it, quote unquote. Like I think from your perspective, because how many times have you seen this? Like this is at least your second time, right?
Yeah, this was my second.
Yeah, so I feel like if I went back and watched this again, I'd appreciate it a lot more. But I think that must be considered as part of a video's quality. Is like, you know, you shouldn't have to watch something twice to. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say, because obviously there's something to be said for having sort of like little hints and things that you catch on the second watch. But I think the way this video was structured and set up was in a way that it feels like you kind of have to watch it a second time, as opposed to, oh, well, if you watch it a second time, you already understand the main point, but you might catch up on like these little Easter eggs or these little ideas you didn't realize at first. Like, I feel like I need to watch this a second time to make heads or tails of it.
Sure. I can understand that, and I do know that, like, I had the luxury of being able to pause it and think about what was being said when I watched it the first time, and maybe if I were in your position, I would feel differently. But when I watched this video, this is the video that this is my favorite video that was submitted. This and one other video are my two favorites personally, because it's also and I talked about this a lot in the judging streams themselves, but I greatly respect the attempt to do I greatly respect how large of a swing you took and how much you knocked it out of the park, at least by my perspective, in your execution. The amount of information that you had to convey in a very short time in order to prove this point in the way that you did is so much more difficult than reading out what quick play does and then being like, look, this is so good. Look at it. Look how good it is. Like, the way in which this video structures that, because both points are essentially the same. Not that this is a quick play video, it's a much bigger video than that, but both points at the end of the day are the same. But going this way to explain it is not nearly as easy, and that's incredibly impressive to me. And something I reward when I rewarded a lot of videos that had maybe a very a low concept idea, but executed it with some grand perspective that hadn't, or an alternative style that hadn't been done before.
Yeah, I sort of find myself halfway between both arguments in terms of I really enjoyed it, and it was that it's nice to hear something refreshing in this conversation, this bleeding civil war, which I hate so much. You know, as you said, this is not a quick play video, but we did go the long way around for the good and the bad.
Well, I think that the fact that this goes such a long way around gives value to it, even for people who don't really care about the discourse.
Well, okay, let's say I'm a man who's never heard of this discourse. I'm not going to take anything away from that video.
Really? You're not... Really?
We're building an apocalypse. We're building weapons. There's netcode. Oh, Valve doesn't have an excuse for the game to be like this. I might just take away that sentence at the end, but everything else, I think if you don't know anything about this discourse and you just play the game and then you turn it off and then you do something else, that video would be insanely difficult to follow. Because as I said, I spotted it about maybe halfway through, and by then I knew what was going on. But if you're just a normal TF2 player, like the majority of TF2 players are, I think that's going to be a hard watch. Okay.
I'm willing to be the minority in this opinion, but I stand strong that this is an excellent video. I don't falter. I can't falter. This video is everything I wanted going into the contest and more. In terms of not just this video, I didn't want exactly this. But this is the kind of thing that I was really hoping that we would get. And there's a lot of other videos that fall into that same this kind of category of taking something that's been talked about, something that's been done, and doing it in a whole different way that's completely unique.
I mean, for the record, I'd also like to say the only reason why I have like these very strong criticisms is because he took such a big swing and like such a out of left field concept in the first place, which I do give a lot of credit for. You know, like I don't know, like I would sooner vote for this as being the best video as opposed to a video that's like very well scripted and well put together, but ultimately it's just like a video about the bison. You know.
Yeah.
Like I think I'm ripping into this because I see exactly what you're seeing, Lucid. Of it's so like, just it feels raw, and I think if you had like a little bit more time to like, it feels like a first draft in a way. I think this really could have been something special if he had more time and maybe cut some things out or worked on the pacing. That's my thought.
Yeah, I'm willing to call this the best video so far, even if I struggle with it a bit.
I don't know. I also like the amount of effort that went into all of the Gmod visualizations of various things.
That was nice.
I know that like
it's all the funny little skits.
Like it's good. Just Gmod, but it's not. Like a lot of the visualizations are both silly and entertaining and get across the point or what is happening. Like I particularly love Engineer running up, stabbing the world leader that took power in a power vacuum, and then in taking control in order to proliferate TF2 into the general populace. Like I just there were so many very, very cool animations or not animations but like visualizations that also carried the video for me. Like I said, my only criticism is that the netcode part could have been either changed to add more asides or jokes, or just cut short. I understand that it's necessary. I don't think it should have been cut entirely because it's important to prove that you could run TF2 servers as an individual by jerry-rigging essentially a home radio that actually does work. But still, it could have been less significant.
Right. Yeah, there was a home radio bit. See, that I didn't have that as a takeaway. I think that probably does come from a second watch. I just didn't take that takeaway off. This could be, I know the overall message, or like for example with the Huntsman, he was talking about it's 2 lines of code, and this could be done by us, so it should have been done by Valve a while ago. But little things like that, in terms of just how easy the entire picture is, I only picked up on small bits rather than the larger bit there. But I mean, hey, the emoticon guy, is that what you call him?
That's what I call him. I think that his actual name is Brultraviolet, like Bruh Ultraviolet. But I call him emoticon guy because of the way it is.
Mr. Brultraviolet, well done, and I can't wait to have this conversation exactly again when Zesty comes back.
That'll be at the end of the everything, because I think Zesty also really likes this video, because I think he was there for at least half of what you guys saw. But yeah. Anyways, we will move on. The next video is a seemingly very simple challenge video that has a very cool style that I'm excited about, from Mimin. Can I get a godlike with the Lugermorth in TF2 Mimin's challenge run? Let's go.
So I had this idea ever since Poker Night released this year, but I got really busy in life and thought for sure after all this time someone had to do it, but they didn't. I'm talking about getting a godlike with the Lugermorth. So it's time for me to step in and make this happen. But first, we are going to set some rules for this challenge.
Oh, I thought I was going to go into a sponsor read.
1, no pocket
I'm so
medic.
used to it.
I don't get the appeal of a challenge video when you have a pocket medic in your ass. Like, it takes away all of the challenge. So, no pocket medic for me. Rule number 2. I am only using the Lugermorth. I will not deal damage with my main, melee, or sentry once. Rule number 3, and the most important. I only have 5 lives. So the stakes are higher, and the video is shorter. Rule number 4. I am only playing capture the flag maps. Because in today's TF2 climate, that it's the only game mode where you can play for more than 2 minutes. Valve, please fix. And finally, rule number 5. I am not using the scout. Because I don't need the mobility or quicker reload speed, I need to do this Texas style. So, without further ado, let's go right into... what's this?
Are you about to use the Luggermorph?
Yes?
Do you wish
Okay,
to
this
get
is the
that godlike
sponsorship.
with it so everyone
I was gonna say.
Yes.
Well, you need to learn the basics with me.
No, it's not. But that so could have been.
I
The
agree.
Yeah.
Luggermorph is a reskin from the stock pistol. And the stock pistol has this thing called bullet spread. Every
I
time you
just
shoot,
realized that
the
I think he's
bullets
doing
go
a
on
southern
slowly
accent
go
for
to
the robot. I did not notice this until just now.
middle of your screen. It will go to
Hmm.
random places inside a circle. Making it so the pistol is less accurate the further away you are from your enemy. My advice is to get as close as you can from your target, so all of the bullets connect.
Alright.
But wait, here's the catch. Since you get so close to your enemies, they can kill you in 1 or 2 shots, so you better be careful.
So how do I kill them without dying?
I don't know.
Motherfuck. Alright, so we got here the Lugomorph ready to go, and we're gonna try to get a godlike. That's 20 kills I have to get, and I only have 5 lives to do it. Yeah! Oh shit! Oh my god!
That guy got owned.
You did.
Oh shit! Oh no! Oh man, I gotta go! I have this! Yeah! Had to protect the intel. Got him! Okay. This is going
Oh,
pretty
I
good.
like that his engineer has like the
Alright.
cowboy outfit.
Yeah.
It fits with the sound effects.
No!
He also made a
Yeah.
separate portrait for when it dies.
My
Okay, there we go.
my immediate critique is that the sound effects are way too loud.
Yeah, the audio balancing of this video could be better. I agree.
It was such a good run. Yeah! Oh shit! No!
This map ain't big enough for the 2 of us. You and me, Hoss.
You scout! Got him. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Come here, boy. God damn.
You suck.
Need to find easy kills. Oh shit! Get me out of here! 8 HP! Get the fuck back! I got him with the critical hit! Totally fair. Totally fair and balanced. I just need 1 more kill. My first kill streak. Just 1 more kill. I'm going to risk it. For the kill streak! No! God damn it! I was this close to getting a kill streak. Let's go, team. There we go. Anybody home? Oh shit! Stay here and wait for a sneaky kill. Oh. Ah, fuck. I got a kill, but at what cost? Okay, 2 lives left.
The whole fucking
And we are
player.
nowhere close to getting a godlike. God damn it. You got him.
Steady, steady. Thanks for standing still, wanker.
Ah, come
No.
on.
Poor guy.
Alright, only 1 life left. At
Wait,
least
why is
a
he
kill
censoring the
streak.
names?
It's all I'm asking.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Get a
Why?
kill streak. I'm
I
gonna
mean,
take
why?
this as a
This is
win,
a public game.
as a challenge completed. Look at this bitch right here. Got him. What the fuck?
Lonk, what if I set up a camera in front of your house and live streamed it?
Come here, you goddamn.
How do you
But
feel
my
then?
house isn't public.
Look at this. Look at this.
Are you threatening
No,
me?
no, just the outside.
No, 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 no.
You're a
no.
very wise man, mister.
Got him. 2 more kills.
Will he kill him? Oh, thank God.
I would have. I have.
I also would have.
Oh,
You have.
You gotta be
You did that
kidding
specific
me.
heavy.
Yeah, I've seen him. I've seen him round. Oh, also he made 2 different colored portraits, by the
Round
way.
these parts.
Both one, both.
I stole that kill. What? What the fuck is going on? Everyone's dying. There's a lot of this, guys. Oh no! There's a lot of people in there. Oh, should I go there?
He's so fucking scared, dude. Shit
Oh
kills me.
my god. Woohoo! Stealing kills? No! The karma.
So he's a pathetic failure of a man.
Yes, I
Damn.
failed. And with that, I have failed this
Oh, I really regret saying that now.
Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Is that it? You didn't even get a kill streak.
It's hard, okay?
Come on, man. Are you going to let those heavies and scouts laugh at you? You're worse than I thought. Maybe you are a casual player after all. What's the matter? Are you going to go to Twitter now to cry about how OP is the sniper?
Never! I'm going back in. No, I was aiming too high. Rome wasn't built in a day. You know, if I get a kill streak today, I can get a cut like tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Kill streak, here I come. Oh, turbine?
The spy scream when you join a server.
Instantaneous spy screen.
That's all I'm asking. Come here, you bitch. One more kill. Oh shit! No, 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 no! There we go, ladies and gentlemen. But maybe with this time, I can get the godlike. Look at him. Running away like a coward.
This fucking song is killing me, by the way.
There we go.
What's the track called again? I forget.
I don't know. I
Does
just
it
hear penis
count
music.
if I kill this ringer spy? There goes our intel. Unstoppable! And I'm going to die now. 10 more kills. Halfway there. Whoop! I saw you, you cheeky little bastard.
No.
No!
That was so sad.
That was so
I
sad.
was halfway there.
Back in like 2018, you could caption that with top
Yeah,
10
I'm
anime
done.
fights and make the front page of Reddit.
I'm not got enough godlike in this video.
That's not far off.
But maybe you can complete this challenge. Maybe you can be the one.
He's
to
passing
get
the
a
flag
godlike
to
with
us.
the Lucid. So grab your pistol and hop onto 2 Fort and show them what you've got.
Beautiful.
This video, a lot of people in chat were wondering why, and I say a lot, a few people in chat were wondering why this made it to round 2. I think this video has a similar quality to that of Pigeon's video, which didn't make it, of being incredibly sincere, which I know is not really you can't objectively judge that, right? But this video has a sense of wonder, whimsy. Yeah, like I love that the premise of the video is that you start off with a challenge like you do every other YouTube video, but then the creator gives up because it's too hard, goes back in and does just a little bit better. And that to me is I find so much I find so much joy in that, and the claymation art style really adds to it as well, compared to if that story were told without it. So that's why this is in here, despite it being a on the surface a pretty middling challenge video. If you're being cynical about it, that's my perspective.
I did think there was a level of whimsy here, and now I bear in mind I haven't played TF2 in like 2 months, and neither do I have a Lugamorph, but it's on to me to carry the torch. I've got to finish what he started.
Yeah. What'd you think, listener?
Yeah, I like the claymation. Someone in chat said they wish they actually animated the mouth movements, which I disagree with. I like the drawn on. It's very Robot Chicken, which I think is like a really cool, fun look. I think my main criticism / suggestion is I think this could have been made a lot more entertaining by leaning further into the sort of like Wild West idea.
I agree.
So like one idea I had was for like problematic people. So like on 2 Fort, there's that direct hit soldier that he kept fighting against. It's like imagine if he came up with like a old-timey name for the soldier and made like a Wild West, you know like those wanted posters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Made those and showed up on screen and say something like, "Oh, this is like a big bad Billy and he robbed the intel." And then when he went to Turbine, it could be like, "Oh, well, I got fired from my sheriff job on 2 Fort, so I went to the next map over."
Yeah.
Yeah, like little things like that, just to sort of like tie it all together. I think could have been fun, especially with the animated bits, because that would kind of give it more purpose. Like when it cuts away from the gameplay and shows like that part where the scout and engineer are having a standoff in that MVM map,
Mm-hmm.
It could be like a pyrovision type idea where it's like from the engineer's perspective, he's viewing the world as if he's literally in this Wild West sheriff bit, you know?
Yeah. I agree that I think leaning more into the more stylized parts of the video in general, more animation, the best part of the video for me is the conversation toward the end between the robot and the creator. That's the best part of the video for me because it feels a lot realer than, for lack of a better word. It humanizes the creator more so than a traditional challenge video, where I think most challenge videos, it's like, I did this cool thing because I'm so sick and awesome, and I killed all the people, and I got all the bitches, and it's nice to focus more on what happens when that doesn't occur, what happens when you lose and you just can't do it anymore. Yeah, I really like that.
Yes, this was an interesting time. I'm not gonna go over like what I think of every video at the time. I am gonna say this is the weakest entry we've seen so far.
I would probably agree, but I still think it deserves to be here.
It was earnest,
yes,
and I like that. And I sort of, part of me wants to say this feels very novice, but then the other part of me is screaming that this is a novice competition designed to get more people into the space, so that's not a valid complaint. But I did like this one. I did. I thought it was very charming.
I agree. Next up we have... Oh, hi. Also, hi, Alan.
Hi.
Alan, what do you have to say?
I'm here.
You are?
The edit, the first one, the edit was very cool. I saw it the first time, too. The third video was great. I think it just like matches whatever flavor of autism I have.
The post-apocalypse one?
I don't know if it's objective, but that was definitely my favorite so far. Even if I'm not necessarily tuned into the all the drama it was covering.
Yeah.
Or the discussions it was covering, I think the way it jumped between things and it like went from, oh well, if it's like you know if you give a mouse a cookie.
Yes.
Like the kids book.
Yes.
It's like that, but in video form and about TF2. Where, well, if the apocalypse happens and you want to do TF2, first you're going to need to have electricity.
Yeah.
And to do that, you need this, and then you need internet, and then da-da-da-da. It's like Dr. Stone. There's an anime called Dr. Stone where the guy is in the apocalypse and he has to reinvent everything.
Is that anime good, by the way?
The first season was good when I watched it like 7 years ago.
That seems like something I would enjoy.
I didn't see this video. I was taking a shower because it's fucking hot out.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
You don't like supporting small independent artists?
I hate claymation. I hate everything about him. It's the worst video so far. Wow. I agree with Lonq. I think it's dog shit.
Because that's what Lonq said. That's exactly what he said.
He said this is like the bottom of my shoe.
This isn't a video about how if the TF2 mercs have gotten laid. What the fuck?
This isn't a video. This is nails on a chalkboard.
Lucid, you promised this would be 20 videos about the YouTube the TF2 mercs getting laid.
Yeah.
I almost said the TF2bers getting laid, which would have also been fascinating.
Us.
That's what you should make. Lonq, what TF2bers have had sex, and then you go into everyone's past and personal life.
Okay, listen. A friend of mine wanted to make a Lonqudor channel, and that was what he was planning.
Wait, really? Yeah. What TF2bers?
We sat down and wrote it for maybe 11 minutes before we realized no.
That's awful.
So yeah, well, hey, would have been funny.
It would have. It would have. Anyways,
you could have given me some insider information. Would have helped.
The temptation of the Blutsager is next. Also, chat. Zesty will be back. He had something to do for an amount of time. Okay, everyone.
It was sex.
It was sex. He was going to have sex.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, well, the temptation of the Blutsager.
Fortress 2 is an incredibly well-designed game. Every class is fun to use and I regularly pick all of them, depending on what my team needs at the time. All of them, except Medic. I never play Medic, which is weird because when I do play Medic, I have a blast. Rendering my team unkillable and providing the materials to break through the enemy's front line is the most fun you can have with a healer in any game. And yet, I never think to pick Medic. Let's find out why. Medic doesn't have a whole lot of unlocks compared to some of the other classes, so there's a pretty clear meta loadout. The Crusader's crossbow, medigun, and Ubersaw are all considered to be the most powerful weapons in their slots, so we'll be using this loadout to give us the best chance.
I forgot to introduce, this is Met L. I do want to say the name of the creator every time to make sure they get their proper due. This is Met L.
It's Met L or Metal?
It's, you know, it's
Yeah,
probably...
I think it's meant to be metal.
It's probably metal.
Right.
You're so right. I've been saying Met L
Keep
for...
saying that, I know.
You fool.
That's crazy.
The
It's
man himself could answer us in chat.
You absolute chime jingling chud. It's meant to be metal.
After all, the best loadout must
It's pronounced Met L. That's what I fucking thought. Let's fucking go, dude.
Okay.
Let's
No,
go. I'm
Well,
not
Metal,
stupid.
to
But
be the most
metal, I'm not trying to tell you how to run your own ship, but you know.
Like a Kryptonian. Yeah, like Kal-El. It's Met L.
fun.
Okay.
At least I hope. The time has come to find out exactly why I don't pick Medic. And after many hours of using the meta loadout, I have some thoughts. Let's start with the Ubersaw. The Ubersaw's stats are pretty simple. When you hit an enemy, you get a whopping 25% of your Ubercharge meter filled, but you swing 20% slower. There isn't a situation where the Ubersaw isn't beneficial. Whether you're separated from your team or you're surrounded by them, if an enemy gets close, you get free Uber. If you hit them, of course. But me having horrible aim does not change the Ubersaw's use cases. The other items in the loadout do. What's interesting is that Medic's meta loadout has virtually no coordination with itself. The Ubersaw is a natural pairing with the Overdose or the Blutsauger, but not the Crusader's crossbow. You could argue that the Ubersaw pairs the best with the stock minigun, since it can help make up for the comparatively slow Ubercharge rate, but you could also use it with any other minigun to build Uber insanely quickly. The Ubersaw is here because it's considered the best mag melee, not because it's a good fit for the loadout. But why is it considered the best mag melee anyway? Yes, 25% Uber on hit is massive, but have you considered the fact that Medic is not a combat class? Pulling your melee out as Medic, especially a melee with no passive benefits whatsoever, usually means that you will die. Sure, the Ubersaw does good damage.
I will reiterate that that clip was a kind of a bad choice because that was entirely your fault. I don't know why you even did what you did.
But you know what else does good damage?
Full
A
terrible
point
video.
blank shotgun blast, or a flamethrower, or a backstab. Any enemy game within
now we can't
melee
be
range
monetized.
is going to have the advantage. And
It actually, we
No,
said
I already had the covered. Don't worry.
we actually had
Okay.
we actually like I want you to know. I think Zesty said that exact thing when we watched this video on stream, and we looked. It is not copyright claimed. At least not by that.
Alright.
most
Yeah.
of the time that I pull out my Ubersaw, I end up dying without accomplishing anything. Now don't get me wrong, I do not think that the Ubersaw is bad. I just think it's overhyped. It's best used to farm spies for Uber, which is a worthwhile use for melee, but it's far from the end all be all that some people swear it is. I mean, the Amputator increases your self-heal rate, which is a much more versatile upside than what the Ubersaw has. I'd much rather have health in a fight than... dang it.
Damn, that looks cool.
Oh, yeah, I think I know the guys who make those.
And
He 3D printed it.
anyways, the taunt kill is pretty neat. Moving on to the minigun.
Yeah,
it's good.
Lonqudor knows the guy that
8
made it.
seconds of it.
What? Yeah, it's the guy in the video. What the fuck?
Well,
Yeah, Lonq knows him.
Yeah.
What about it?
Is that 3D printed? Because there
Oh, it
is
was-
like a small company that makes.
Oh, it is Prop
3D
Fortress.
prints
I'm
like
wrong.
that.
It was not 3D printed. I'm dumb.
Yeah, Prop Fortress. That's what
It
I'm
was
referencing. You melt.
I'm sorry. I'm. You know, if you rearrange the letters in Met L, you get melt.
Grifter.
If you re
He's a prop fortress grifter.
melt TF2.
Invulnerability is obviously the best ability in the game. Everyone knows the minigun is good. The minigun is arguably the best stock weapon in the game, which is strange since it's easily the worst minigun. When discussing mag secondaries, I think there's an important distinction to be made between the minigun itself and its
Pretty
Uber.
cool, the-
One usually compensates for the other. For example,
Oh, right.
the Quick Fix is the best minigun from a raw healing perspective, but it has the worst
Wait.
Uber
So
by
he's
far.
arguing stock is worst?
I
I'm
think
very interested what he has to say here.
He's
no.
arguing that stock is worst without the Uber.
Yeah, his point is that the stock that not if you're not talking about the Uber, the stock is the worst one.
Yeah.
Hmm.
itself
Well, I
and
mean, I
best
agree,
stock
but
weapon in the game, which is strange since it's easily the worst medigun. When discussing mag secondaries, I think there's an important distinction to be made between the medigun itself and its uber. One usually compensates for the other. For example, the quick fix is the best medigun from a raw healing perspective, but it has the worst uber by far. The stock medigun has the slowest healing, slowest ubercharge build rate, and no resistances whatsoever. 95% of the time, you'd be better off with the quick fix or the vaccinator, but it's that 5% that makes it all worth it. When you get to use it. It takes 40 seconds of healing to fully charge your uber, and that is a very long time in game. Half of the challenge while playing medic is staying alive long enough to deploy your uber, and whether it's successful or not isn't really up to you. Sometimes your patient will fail to hit anyone, even though he's carrying the rocket launcher with the stats of stupid easy to hit people with. There's also a sort of fear of missing out where you don't...
He had so much space he didn't put anything in the other parts of the box. I just find that very, very funny.
That's a good joke.
Mm-hmm.
Patient will fail to
Especially
hit
since
anyone,
he has had
even though
those
he's
boxes
carrying
for other
the
things.
rocket launcher with the stats of stupid easy to hit people with. There's also a sort of fear of missing out where you don't want to waste an uber charge, but you fear dying with a full meter more. That leads to tactical miscalculations like Ubering the Pyro
fucking spy
against the sentry.
Never heard Uber described as
away.
FOMO. That's very interesting.
That scout was a spy. I had to pop it. I will admit that I'm not the best at timing my Ubers, but in my defense, there's so much pressure with stock. All the other Mayguns have weaker Ubers that charge much faster, so if one doesn't achieve spectacular results, that's fine. You can try again in another 30 seconds. Adding to this is the fact that the stock Maygun has the only offensive Uber in the game. The Quick Fix, Vaccinator, and even Kritzkrieg all have Ubers that are better suited for defense. Stock Uber is best used to push in and destroy sentry nest, Kritzkrieg Uber is best used to cut down a major push, Quick Fix Uber is best used to heal your entire team back to full health, and Vaccinator Uber is best used to defend a valuable player from burst damage. Even when on defense, stock Uber is used to push in. That's probably why I'm not a huge fan of the stock medigun. The other mediguns do more for me and my team the vast majority of the time I'm using them, and their Ubers are both easier to use and recharge quicker, so you get to use them more. I recognize that in the right hands, nothing beats the stock medigun, but in my left hands, my go-to mag secondary is the Kritzkrieg, mostly because I like seeing big damage numbers. Of course, maybe I don't know what I want, because half of the time when I use Kritzkrieg I wish I had stock. I love popping Uber and then immediately dying because I have no personal protection. Mech self-healing is too slow for active combat.
Don't do it. No.
I wish there was a way to heal myself. No, I'm a good mech. I heal others, not myself, with the Crusader's crossbow. The final piece of mech's meta loadout is the Crusader's crossbow, which is the only good medic primary.
Good job.
Turning the mech into a healing sniper with reverse damage fall off, the crossbow is an essential part of the mech's toolkit. The amount of range the crossbow gives you is insane. You can save teammates you never could with just your medigun.
This is my favorite point of the video because I relate to it heavily, is what he's about to say.
You can also miss a lot. There's a slight delay between the sound effect and when the syringe fires that consistently throws me off. You'd think I'd get used to it, but no.
Yes!
Also, since it fires only one projectile at a time, there's no adjusting your aim. You either hit someone, or you don't. That being said, the Crusader's crossbow is very forgiving. It may be easy to miss your target, but if you hit anyone, you're helping your team. The range of the crossbow also means you can do some pretty funny things, like two-shot an engineer. But outside of long range, the crossbow is not good for self-defense. 75 damage is a lot in one go, but not enough. But hey, it's not meant for direct combat. It's designed to be a burst damage medigun, and at that, it's quite good. As long as you stick by your team, you'll... Wait, where'd they go? Oh, shoot, and I'm dead. Well, they had Uber, so I would have died anyway. But when I have Uber and a teammate, I'm practically invincible. Soldier, what are you doing? Cool. I love getting focus fired. But that was with one guy that pushed in too deep. I've got two heavies in front of me and the payload cart healing me. There is no way that I get hit with a perfectly arced grenade. You know what? I think I figured out why I don't pick medic. It's because I'm one of those weird people who don't like constantly dying. By playing medic, you put a massive target on yourself. Everyone wants your blood because everyone knows that your life is more important than theirs. Who cares if they die if they get the medic pick?
That's such a funny way to describe medic. I'm sorry, I keep pausing my back.
And a good chunk of the time, there is no guarantee that your team will adequately protect you. That's the real problem with the meta loadout. It doesn't allow for hardly any personal defense. Sure, the Ubersaw is medic's most aggressive melee, but as stated previously, melee range is the worst possible place to be as a medic. Putting all of your chips on your slowest firing melee weapon?
Not a great plan.
Look, I'm not saying that the meta loadout is bad by any means. It's a good loadout, especially on more cramped maps like Dust Bowl, where it's much harder to lose your team. But if you get isolated, you're dead. And obviously Meg is never going to be able to hold his own in combat. But I am sick and tired of just getting focus fired all the time. I suppose there's not much I can do about it. It comes with the territory of being a medic after all. I just gotta push through and focus on healing my team. Okay, you know what? I'm done. I'm sick of this. Meg isn't going to be fun if he can't defend himself. It doesn't matter that I missed, he wouldn't have died anyway. Meg needs a consistent damage dealer. He needs a weapon that can give him the sustain needed to win a fight. He needs,
For the record, I don't agree with that.
a way to hold his own against the most powerful classes in the game.
I really don't agree with that.
What medic needs
like he's running around while looking around in the game.
Now I want to make myself very clear here. Do not play Battle Medic in non-2 servers. If people care about the objective, they need their medic to do a medic's job. That means focusing on healing with your melee gun first and shooting people second. But by no means should you hesitate to use the Blutsauger. This is an incredible weapon, and if you just use it in your funny Battle Medic loadout, you end up wasting so much potential present. If you're unfamiliar with the Blutsauger's stats, since you haven't used anything other than Crusader's crossbow since 2014, let me break it down for you. The Blutsauger heals back 3 health on hit, but reduces your self-healing by 2 HP. Self-healing is a pretty nice stat to have on mech, so it being taken down a notch is a bit of a blow. But in return, you gain the ability to heal back 80% of your max health. This thing is downright overpowered. How is this not considered one of the best weapons in the game? Oh. Right, it's a syringe gun, which aren't even hard to aim, by the way. I probably have more experience with syringe guns than a lot of people, but come on. You aim upwards a little, lead your shots, and keep firing when a corner gets between you and your enemy. Seriously, firing when you don't think you need to is how you get a lot of damage done, not to mention a lot of healing. People aren't used to maneuvering around a high volume of projectiles, which means they will quite literally walk into your shots. And even if you're like most people who struggle with aiming syringe guns, you have 40 shots per mag. You can just keep firing. And the shots you do hit will give you the sustain needed to readjust your aim mid-fight, a luxury that isn't present for the overdose or stock. If you want to seriously use the Blutsauger, I'd recommend going to 2 forward and playing Battle Mag for a few hours. Like any weapon, the Blutsauger becomes much better if you can hit your shots with it. And once you get that aim, you unlock so many situations that would have been assured deaths with the meta loadout. Uber target got killed and now you're all alone? Make a fight and retreat back to your team. Lost track of your team, which is 100% their fault and not yours? Search the map with the ability to properly defend yourself should the need arise. And that's not even counting the times you can whip out the Blutsauger for a quick burst and then go back to healing. You do have less healing range with the Blutsauger than the Crusader's crossbow, which unfortunately means that you encounter Pyro. I'm trying to heal you. Quit running away from me! Pretty often. But Meg is not restricted to offering support through healing. If there aren't any heal targets within your Meg gun's range, but you see a teammate fighting an enemy, help him out by reducing the health of his opponent. Or if you get low in a fight, firing short bursts with the Blutsauger can do wonders. And remember, as a medic, you are the most valuable member of the team. Your life is more important than your teammates. Just like how the enemy knows that Meg's life for theirs is a worthy trade, if you survive at the cost of 1 or 2 of your teammates, that's still better than you dying and them living. So don't be afraid to stop healing other people in order to heal yourself first. I think that's my favorite thing about the Blutsauger. It does something for you. The Crusader's crossbow is a wonderful weapon, but it's for your team's benefit. The most you'll get out of it is two-shotting an engineer. But with the Blutsauger, you can survive so many situations that would be instant deaths with other weapons. It's a gun that's very rewarding to get better at, and it's much more satisfying to me than the crossbow is. But I have to tie this whole thing together, so how does the Blutsauger affect the meta loadout? It reduces your range, but gives you sustain. That's about it. The meta loadout doesn't coordinate with itself, as stated previously, so changing the primary doesn't really have any rippling effects across the whole loadout. But if you want my personal meta loadout, I like the Blutsauger, Kritzkrieg / Quick Fix, and Solemn Vow. The Blutsauger because I just talked about this, come on guys. The Kritzkrieg because that's my favorite Uber and I get to use it the most, but I do prefer the Quick Fix if I'm the only medic on my team. And the Solemn Vow because the Uber Saw isn't that good to me and seeing enemy health pairs extremely well with the Blutsauger. Entirely coincidentally, Blutsauger, Kritzkrieg, Solemn Vow is also the best battle mech loadout, since the Kritzkrieg has a heal taunt. It only heals for 10 health, but the psychological benefit is massive. I want to reiterate that I do not think the meta loadout is bad. In fact, I think it has earned its reputation, but loadout being objectively the best does not make it subjectively more fun. And if you love using the meta, that's great. You should always use the weapons that are fun for you. I just think that there's a lot more creativity present in Meg's arsenal than people give him credit for. Don't dismiss a weapon just because it's not considered the best. If you take anything away from this video, I hope that you give weapons you've written off in the past another shot. Especially the Blutsauger, because this thing makes Meg so much more fun. The healing really isn't as rewarding as the hurting. Thank you for watching, and special thanks to Mr. Yapaholic for being the cameraman for the live action segments.
That was a cool edit.
Couldn't have done without you, man.
What the fuck?
He also makes skits on his own YouTube channel, so check that out too. Link in the description. If you like this video, you know to subscribe and ring that notification bell like this lovely gentleman right here. But you might not know that once I reach 1,000 subscribers, I will remake my first video essay ever on Shotgun Heavy, and, you know, make it good. But until then, I still have some ideas for TF2 videos, and you can always catch me live on Twitch on Wednesdays. Again, thank you for watching, and I will see you next time during my Summer of Two Fort.
Alright.
Yay.
Yay.
I think it'd be funny
Hold on
if
one second.
cuts and, like, you say like, okay, get the fuck out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Okay, okay. That was great. Oh yeah.
Anyways, that's the video.
Interesting. I've mentioned it before. I usually have like a visceral hatred for weapon videos, but I like the two ones we've seen so far because they've had interesting gimmicks / concepts to them. I thought the camera work was actually very nice. I like that a lot.
I agree.
It was very good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So even though absolutely not my normal style under any circumstances, I did have a good time with this one. I thought it was nice.
Lister?
I liked it. I think it's an interesting discussion for sure, like the more psychological side and the, I don't know, just I feel like the crossbow is a bit overblown for medic because it's definitely true that if you don't have protection from your team, it actually sucks and you would be better off using a syringe gun. I think my main criticism is with the clips that he shows, especially with the Ubersaw, it, as you said, Lucid, doesn't really help the point if you're just running in blindly with the Ubersaw.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it could have been better if instead he showed clips of himself using the Ubersaw in like the best way possible, where it's like he's backed in a corner, getting ambushed, so he takes out the Ubersaw, but then the person he's fighting is smart and holds their distance, and then he just dies, just to show that the Ubersaw, as great as it is, cannot alone help you with self-defense, which would help further his point about the crossbow, because the crossbow also doesn't help with self-defense.
Yeah, I agree. My biggest criticism, and I already said it, is that after you pick up the Blutsauger, the video immediately starts dragging when it does not need to. After the Rammstein montage,
I agree.
You need to I lean harder into the live action stuff. The live action stuff is so cool, and you or Yapaholic, whichever one of you blocked all of those shots, and in the framing of each of them did a great job. And if you had more of those, even if you had one more, I think it would have largely alleviated that criticism of because it builds up to this big crescendo, and then after the climax, it immediately goes whew, and the pacing of the video slams to a halt while you talk about the Blutsauger. And I think your structuring at that point could be a lot better. Everything before this is excellent, though. Everything before that point is very, very good.
Good stuff, Slime.
Also, hi, Zesty. Fancy meeting you here.
Sorry, I am very sorry. I had a meeting and it ran over by a shitload. And
No,
I had
it's literally
scream on
fine.
in the background for most of it. I do apologize.
It's fine. It's okay. I'm not actually holding it against you. It's literally chill. Zesty, Lister hated the TF2 in the post-apocalypse video.
Oh, you have to be kidding! Get this guy out of here.
Yeah.
Well,
there you go.
Lister, no. Our criticism was it only really towards the middle is it really.
Hi guys, I'm back. Sorry. So this whole time there's actually a clone of me, an evil clone. I just joined, but I love the apocalypse video. It's awesome. 10 out of 10.
That's better. That's what I like to see.
That was a good joke.
Also, after sitting on it more, I don't hate it. I think it's it's like an uncut gem to me. Like, it could be so much more refined. I think the problem is it was the third video of the contest, so it's hard for me to kind of gauge, like, okay, where's the cutoff of, as Lucid said, like the S tier and the S++ tier. But as we're watching more videos, I'm realizing more and more that at least so far that video is definitely cut above the rest. So I think that's part of it too. Is just I was missing that context.
So you're saying that you hate all of the videos is what I'm getting at.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Exactly.
You think everyone did a bad job, but that guy just did the least bad job. That's what you're saying. Oh, okay.
Let's see how this plays out.
All right, sorry, that was my evil clone again. He got out of the basement. I love every video; they're all awesome.
Why do you keep summoning more Zesty meat riders? Where are you going?
Fuck. Sorry. Lister, that might be the funniest fucking bit you've ever done, unironically.
I'm gonna keep doing it.
You should
I'm gonna run into the ground.
Can you do this bit in a video? I feel like you could design an entire video around this bit. Like,
that'd be so cringe though. That's literally like the 2010 like angry game reviewer, and his evil clone comes in and say, "No, the bad game is good actually."
No, like imagine. Okay, don't do it about this. Yeah, the nostalgia critic. Imagine you had you were like, oh, I want to portray that I understand both sides of this discourse, or better yet, there's like a debate that's happening, right? And you're trying to track the progression of the debate over like a history. So what you do is you have you as your evil clone say the initial perspective, and then you have someone kill that clone and go, no, what my actual perspective is, and then you repeat until you get to the perspective you actually hold. That would be really, really cool.
But,
noted.
God forbid you ever if that's like a quick play video. God forbid you ever say anything bad to give the wrong opinion. It wouldn't really work because satire is dead in this community.
Hey, hey. I can't remember if there's a good satire video. There was a good satire video, but it got cut. I don't know if there was any remaining. Anyways, a spy simulator by Bombish Fuse, the first spawn simulator.
Oh, I love this one.
This is the second, what you would call it, I guess, a montage or a frag video, but it's very different from the last one.
child. Oh, fat man.
What the hell?
It's the plug.
You are late.
500 cigarettes.
So good, dude. So good.
It is good.
Oh!
Oh.
Yep. Oh, my bad, bro. Oh,
What the fuck? I can already tell this is gonna be peak.
Hey, man. That's my shit. What the fuck? Leave me alone, leave me alone! Leave me alone!
Out, dude. Guys laugh at something else.
I agree. Cackling.
Don't forget the point, don't forget the point.
What map? Is this an Overwatch map?
So Alan, in this map, so this map was added in summer of last year. In this map,
I have bad news for you. This is an official Team Fortress 2 edition.
Alan,
This is Eichenwald.
Yeah, Alan, this was Alan. So this is a payload map, but the payload is the tank from Man vs. Machine, and you can place sentries on it. You can place sentries on the payload, Alan. So it is literally an Overwatch map.
I see.
You were actually spitting.
That's good.
Go right, left, to the right. Gentlemen. Oh!
That's. I like that bit.
Yeah.
Is this a reference to that one guy on Instagram? The skull guy, I forget his name.
He said it's inspired by that at the beginning of the video.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
if
sorry, I
you'd
didn't see
fucking
that
look
on
at the
video.
screen, if you stop jerking off to hentai for 5 seconds, Lonqudor, you could like pay attention.
Okay.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. I don't need my hands.
You've been
to watch a
streaming your
video.
screen this entire time, Lonq. I've been trying to ignore it, but like it's getting really difficult.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I'm just gonna say, no, I'm not obviously, but I am
Right.
doing something in Blender, and this is what's currently on my screen. It might take a moment to send. Is it gonna take a moment to send? That's because I'm downloading.
By the way,
something.
Lucid, I just want to say while we're all airing our grievances, I don't know if you realize, but through the reflection of your eyes in the stream, I can see your gay furry inflation porn. Again, I'm not judging, but I just don't know if you realize that.
I think we can see like your fursuit behind the monitor too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was wondering what that was.
Chat, this is what he's been looking at in Blender, which is basically what I said.
I was trying to
Please ignore
edit the hair on one of the rivals models, but I made her bald.
Yeah, sure
and
you
I
were.
don't know how to fix it.
Success.
Thank
Anyways.
you, Mario Judah.
Gentlemen.
I really like that. A little bit.
Oh, that was a clever joke.
Ain't that a cute little game? Boo!
I forgot about that.
I like how you can tell it's the
Yeah,
chat.
you can
Pattern recognition,
It's
dude.
so good.
I fucking
That's
pattern.
really good.
This also sorry, there were two really good bits in success. This is my
Shinji Ikari.
That caption is very real.
this is my favorite. This is my favorite joke.
What the? But of course. Ah. Well, off to visit.
Beautiful.
It was really good. The doors opening, was that a specific reference to one particular game?
I think it's a reference to a lot of different old computer point-and-click adventure games that have that effect when going through a door. There is probably a specific one that it's a Resident Evil. Thank you, not a point-and-click adventure game. I'm dumb. I'm a grifter. But yeah, Resident Evil.
This video is crazy.
The handwork was incredible.
There are so many little
yeah.
references and shit.
Yeah, it's very, very
Like
well
the,
done.
The year one is just fucking Ava.
Oh yeah, we didn't even mention the fact that
Like,
it's
there's so
an
many
Ava.
references in this that you would just miss if you aren't paying attention or you don't know what it's going for.
If you're jerking off to hentai, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I really like this video. I like this one more than the other one because it's more unique. I like this.
The other frag video.
Yeah, the other frag video. Because this is what we got so many frag videos. It's really funny because Lister and Lonqudor don't know what's occurred. They don't know they don't know the horrors of which I've seen over the past 6 days. The amount of frag videos I had to quit out on midway because it was literally just gameplay and nothing else. And the whole time I'm like, hey, can you try a little harder? I know that there's something that you could do something. I know that like it's the fucking picture of the guy with the stick just poking the thing, being like, come on, do something. That's like most frag videos. And this is what I want. I want people to take their frags and somehow make them into a structured narrative or story or some sort of thematic thing. Make it more than just I put gameplay on the screen. Money, please. Thank you. And this is that, but the best version of that.
Very good.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think it's totally fine to have just a raw gameplay frag video. It probably just I don't know, maybe wasn't wise to be in the contest because there's not much to really critique other than the gameplay, whereas our focus is more so on like the creator, like editing and creativity side.
Yes.
Which Lister is saying this?
The real one, I think.
I'm in the camp that Kivo's Soldier Frag movie is like super flashy, and a lot of the work that went into making those edits is really good. But it is, very much just a frag movie, whereas this one by Bombashir has a lot more charm and a lot more, and like Lucid said, it's way more unique. So I definitely like this one more than the Soldier Frag movie, if I had to pick between the two.
Yeah, same.
I especially like the bit where he had footage with view models turned off, so then he could animate his own animations. So the part where he like he like waved and punched the soldier got me so off guard. I've never seen that before. Like that has to be like a common thing, right? Of like turning off view models to animate your own like custom animations.
I've never seen.
That's such a good idea.
I think one other person in the contest did something similar. I think it was one other person who did
It definitely was, because there's one clip where he was using, I guess, like not Call of Duty, like a Counter-Strike knife, and then instead of turning invisible using the usual like TF2 model where the watch comes up and you're still semi-translucent.
Yeah,
it's clearly like a video editing effect where just the entire visual
like fades out,
became invisible.
Yeah.
Which clearly means that wasn't being rendered in the actual game. That's actually something he put in post, which is really cool because it was convincing. Like it looked like an actual like mod. Like I wish that was. Hopefully that's a real mod where it's like instead of having the knife, it just literally is spy punching people. Someone should make that.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. That was good.
Nice. From one banger to another banger. Next we have Favorite Raven. Also, the People's Champ. A lot of people fucking love this video.
One is so fucking good, man.
This video makes me erect. This video makes me
That's
aroused.
Great, that's great, man.
It's exactly 25 minutes long.
Oh.
Wait, it's 1 second. Disqualified. Get out of here.
Does it say 2501 on your screen?
On the watch together.
On the watch together? It doesn't say it for me. It says 25 exactly.
Here, let me screenshot.
Well, Favorite Raven, it was nice knowing you.
No, we're not doing that. Come on.
Unfortunately, we decided to move in a different direction.
Hope it was worth the wait.
Oh wait, the outro is like
yeah.
I don't know. I'm just looking at the scroll through thumbnail, but it looks like there's a lengthy outro. We can let it slide.
Yeah. No. That 1 second is not relevant to the video's quality. We'll say.
I mean, it kind of is, but.
Fuck you.
When was the last time y'all played on stand-in?
Played on what?
Stand-in. CP stand-in.
What?
Map they were on.
What map is that?
Stand-in.
Last year, maybe.
Maybe 2023.
I was doing it.
I think the first and last time I played on that map was 2013.
Is that the one when you were in the Star video? Because that was on stand-in.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the last time it's been recorded.
That was a joke, Chad.
First and last time anyone recorded me playing on stand-in.
Chad, it was a joke. Don't make fun of me.
Lucid, the joke went over my fucking head. I didn't.
The joke was that, of course, I haven't played on it because why would I ever play on the map that isn't upward?
Oh, okay.
Nearly 20 years in, Team Fortress 2 is still one of the best multiplayer shooters ever made. I think we can all agree on that.
No, disqualify him, fuck it.
One of the main drivers behind that staying power is the community. A community that not only enjoys the game, but actively adds to it as well. These days, developers basically never release modding tools for their games, because business people tend to conflate money they didn't make with a loss in profit. If a game releases modding tools and suddenly gets hundreds of mods, they tend to see it as, wow, imagine if we charged for that content, despite having no intention of actually making that content themselves. And therefore, modding tools are typically seen as harmful to profits, regardless of how true that actually is. However, Valve is the exception. In a move rarely seen this decade, they still release all of their SDK development tools to the public, so that you too can help create content for the games you love. To show my support for modding tools, and as TF2 maps are simpler than most other games, I decided it was time I tried to give something back and made a map of my own. Before we dive in, I'm going to make sure to preface this by saying, do not follow this video as a tutorial. I've never done this before, and I guarantee that I am not doing things optimally, so please go learn this stuff for yourself rather than taking a complete newbie's best attempts as the right way to do things. With that out of the way, let's see what we're working with. Nicely, the Hammer editor is bundled into the install for TF2, but unfortunately, it sucks. Get rid of it. Yuck. The first real step is installing the community version called Hammer++, but for the sake of the video I'll just be referring to it as Hammer from here on out, so I don't have to say ++ every time. This fixes a ton of issues and adds a ton of quality of life changes, as well as adding a button that just crashes the editor. I don't know why it's there, but it feels right. Also, don't forget to install the Tools++ add-ons as well as the TF2 mapping plugins made by a Boojum Snark on tf2maps.net. You'll thank me later. Next step was to watch many hours of tutorials on how to actually use the editor. I recommend the videos by UEAK Crash to get started, then the videos by 2clicks Philip for all the more specific tools as needed. This was all worth it, however, as Hammer isn't the most intuitive interface to say the least. All you need to know to follow along is that each one of these 3 windows shows one cardinal view of your map, front, side, and top. Then this 4th window is your viewport, which shows a full 3D preview of what your map's going to look like. Now that we know how to use it, let's go over the main limitations you have to keep in mind while working with the engine. First and biggest one is that the engine can only handle interior spaces, so even if it looks like you're outside, you're actually just in a bigger box. Secondly, the tools you've got to work with are extremely basic. No extruding, beveling, insets, loop cuts, arrays, mirroring, or God forbid you attempt to make a spiral. You've got cubes, cylinders, spheres, cones, and you're going to like it. It also can't handle concave shapes, only convex ones. So if you need a concave shape, it's got to be split up into 2 smaller convex ones. These basic shapes you can make in the editor are called brushes, and the vast majority of the playable area of a map is made from brushes. You can also import models from other software, but then you have to go through the process of packing them into your final map so that other players will see them and not get, well, something like this. I wanted to keep my life simple, so I'm going to stick to only base TF2 assets for this map. So I made a few walls, added a spawn point, hit compile, got an error, compiled again, got another error, attempted to boot the map from the in-game console, got a ton of errors, but then, amazingly, the map actually loaded. All that for a single box with no lighting. I'm sure this isn't going to be annoying at all. Now that I understand the tools I'm working with, I have to start thinking about my actual map. First things first, what's my game mode? I thought about payload since it's the most fun game mode in my eyes. However, after looking at some of my favorite payload maps, I realized they're really big, and for my first mapping project, that's quite ambitious.
Sounds like
so I decided to go for King of the Hill, or Koth.
That's why he sounds like sounds like fucking Solid
Yeah,
Snake.
I
I gotta go make a map right now. It's like fucking. That's what he sounds like.
I was waiting to bring that. It's somewhere between Snake and Patrick Bateman. Yeah. It's a combination of the 2. Yeah.
Since Koth maps are the smallest in the game, and if I make a poor decision, it's a lot less work to fix a small map than a large one, and I know I'm going to make some mistakes. Next thing was deciding my visual theme for the map, as that will help me figure out the layout easier. For example, if I'm going for the farm theme, I know I'll have barns. If I go for the industrial theme, I'm going to have more interior areas. So what was mine going to be? I can't help being a little ambitious, so I decided to go for a theme I hadn't seen in any official maps, and set my map on a cargo ship. Turns out, all of that was a big mistake. First off, there is a cargo map in base TF2, I just have never actually played on it. And secondly, picking theming before I have a map layout is actually a terrible idea, because it locks me into specific restrictions, came back to hurt my map later on. But I didn't know that when I started. Now that we have a theme and a game mode, let's learn what makes a good TF2 map. After hours of studying my favorites, I came to a few conclusions.
Game mode.
The aspects that make a map fun to play are lots of verticality, supporting the unique movement options of the movement classes,
Dude,
areas of different distances to allow for each of the different ranges of class to have fun, and lots of paths for players to be able to choose their own ways to engage the objective.
Precisely
Finally,
2 times.
to closely control sightlines to prevent snipers or engineers from dominating.
Your laughs is all I need.
After studying all of those maps, I had some ideas that I already knew I wanted to include. I wanted to have the point raised up like Viaduct or Lakeside, providing an advantage to people capping the point. I wanted a secondary structure in the mid area to provide more varied fights like on Lakeside. I also wanted to have some risky areas with exposed drops to make for funny moments with knockback weapons. Because at the end of the day, TF2 is a silly game, and I'd like to encourage that. Next, I consulted the list of default skyboxes from the community wiki, matched the settings, and voila! My first compile in all its hideous orange glory. Now that I knew the skybox worked, and the scale was correct, I started building out the rest of the map. This is often referred to as the blockout stage, or the gray boxing stage, where you build the layout of the map with no concern for detail or visual appeal. Once you have a layout that is fun to play on, then you go back and detail it, because there's no point in spending hours detailing a building that might get removed after the first playtest. Due to this being a Koth map, I knew I was going to mirror the map in the end, so I only focused on designing half the map, as I could just flip it for the other team. First up, I knew I wanted to have battlements overlooking the point, as while I don't want Sniper to be overpowered on the map, I do still want him to be fun to play. I hope to balance this out by always having a back wall behind any sniper spots so you can still splash damage them and hopefully make them less annoying. This is my first taste of just how difficult it is to balance around snipers, as right after adding these battlements, I noticed they weren't flush with the mid building, meaning you could get crazy long sightline if you just sat in this gap. So I added in a box, which then gave me the idea to add a second way up to the battlements on this side. So I added in more crates and barrels to make a staircase, and honestly, this is how a lot of the mapping went. I had a basic image in my head of what I wanted, but putting it down in the editor would highlight small flaws, and fixing them would give me new ideas, and it would all just roll around in a big loop with every change inspiring the next one. With the basis for my midpoint laid out, I got stuck in and started adding my other ideas. I added in an underground flank route and a second entry to the point. I added more routes to mid, split up more sight lines, and added in some minor details. The ideas kept flowing, and pretty soon I had the basic layout for the map all blocked in. Now I just needed the functional parts of the map. I added a kill plane below the map so that if you fell off you'd actually die, added spawn rooms with all the necessary details, then was the process for hopefully preventing players from getting out of bounds by adding in clip brushes, which are invisible brushes that block players from moving through them. Finally, I added some basic lights to the map to make sure none of the areas were too dark, and then took on the task of mirroring the map. With the basic layout blocked in, I decided to get a second opinion. After a late night brainstorm with a friend who has over 1,600 hours in the game, we came up with some improvements, mainly to the spawn courtyard and the snake that leads to mid. We also brainstormed a lot of good places for health and ammo packs. If resources are placed separate from the point, then defenders have to retreat to heal up, hopefully promoting a better back and forth. You can also use resource placement to try to get people to go to the locations they would otherwise ignore, promoting a more varied experience rather than everyone just moshing in the center. Finally, I moved the full health kit out onto the dangerous catwalk so that it would provide a real reason to go out there other than just to hit funny clips. My friend is also a spy main, so he's able to provide some important insight that a spy noob like myself wouldn't know. He commented that there's only one flank route on the map that actually leads behind the enemy battlements, meaning ambush classes like spy, pyro, and scout would have a tough time. So then I had to figure out how to add one without ruining the flow of the map, because I wanted to push people to fight over this building by having no real retreat from this area, and adding a route around the side would undercut that. After trying a lot of iterations, I decided to tentatively leave this here and see how it plays in playtests, as hopefully the skill-based jump would make it a less desirable path than pushing forward into the building. With these changes added in, I decided the map was ready for its first playtest, so now came the annoying step of making the map less of an eyesore for players. This meant texturing and adding in team colors. An important, but subtle aspect of my favorite TF2 maps is team identity within the map. Each team has its own aesthetic, and the best maps let you easily tell whose side of the map you're on just by looking at it. Typically, blue team has a more industrial aesthetic, while red team has a more rustic one. So naturally, I had to color the containers red for red team. Wasted a whole day trying to figure out how to import a red container model, only to realize that there's a model skin variable, and that the red crate is not actually a separate model I was missing, but simply a retexture of the same blue crate. Once it was all textured up, the map was starting to look like a real map. Finally, I added in some spectator cameras so that you weren't stuck looking at the untextured underside of the map while waiting to respawn, and it was time for the first playtest. I don't know 24 people who play the game that I could just ring up and get into the playtest, so I knew I was going to need to add some bots to the map, but that meant I had to complete another step before I got real people onto the map. AI-controlled characters can't just navigate a map by themselves. If you add a bot into a custom map, it will just stand there because it has no idea what to do. So you need to create something called a nav mesh. A nav mesh is, as the name suggests, a mesh that covers the map and shows the bots where they can and cannot walk. Nicely, TF2 actually has the tools to create all this procedurally. In-game, you just type nav_generate, and it generates a nav mesh for the whole map by itself. Obviously, it's not perfect, as the bots were really convinced that being down here was a good sniping location, and I don't know why. But for the most part, the auto-generated nav mesh was plenty good enough for the playtest. I gathered 10 friends who play the game, and we got to testing. So what did I learn? First off was some good news. Everyone had fun. Secondly, there were still some areas that could use improvement. So let's take a look at what I changed for the next version. In testing, whoever capped first basically always won, as the point was so open it was very hard to attack without the back of your whole team. So I made the cap area larger, added an outline to make it easier to see where to cap from, added these corners to provide cover from the battlements, and shorten the time it takes to cap the point. Hopefully these changes would make for more back and forth matches. Next was improving the underground, as no one really went there. Since the point has good cover on it now, I made the underground provide sightlines into that cover, so that hopefully people would utilize it more tactically rather than just walking through as a flank route. I also added this extended ramp and walkway to hopefully make this flank less noticeable and not confuse players who wander into that dead end. At the time I should have realized if you have to hide part of your map, it probably shouldn't be there to begin with, but I figured that out later. I added railings around most of the map to make air blasts less annoying. I tried to leave some gaps where they facilitated fun gameplay or movement opportunities. I swapped the container door to the lower container, hopefully to make this sightline a little less annoying, and I added in patches for all the health and ammo pickups. That's an often unnoticed feature of TF2 maps, but they all have these patches under your health and ammo pickups so that you can tell where they are, even when you're waiting for them to respawn. And with that, I added it to the queue for the TF2maps.net feedback server and waited for it to get played. Sadly, my map got played on a day where I was out, so I didn't get to be part of the test, but they have a lovely plugin that saves a replay and saves everyone's feedback for you to view later. Good news, people liked mid. The new cover led to easier capping, and the matches in the replay were very back and forth. Bad news, this flank still confused people, which is understandable. It has a function, but its function only benefits the enemy team, and since it's on your side of the map, it's confusing. I'll need to think about that one. And finally, I got the feedback I'd been fearing from the start. The map is just too small. Playtesting with 10 people, it felt fine, but on a server with 24, once you've capped mid, there isn't much to do other than push forward and spawn camp, and that's obviously not the most fun gameplay for anyone. So that's going to need a lot of work. However, this is where my big issue came in. If I wanted to make it bigger, then I've got to make it wider. But I don't want to make mid wider, as I like how it currently plays. So naturally, I could do what most Koth maps do, and make the map an hourglass shape where it all converges in the middle. But that makes no sense if you're on a boat. And there it is. My biggest failure while map making. I thought starting with a visual theme would make it easier, and it did in a lot of ways, but it also created the issue of severely limiting my map layout. So now I was hit with a choice. Either leave the map as is, call it good enough and end the video, or spend an extremely long amount of time rebuilding the map with entirely new theming. Well, if you've been around this channel for a while, you can guess which option I chose. Goodbye to Koth Icebreaker, and welcome to Crevasse Pass. Let's take a quick tour and see what's new. First off, the map is way bigger. I measured how large other Koth maps are and added an extra 2,000 hammer units to each side of the map. Then I added in that hourglass shape to facilitate a bigger playing field and make more areas to control without spawn camping. Next was reworking the transition from spawn to mid. I needed to break up sight lines, so I added in these new structures, which offer those elevation changes heading into mid, but also create new flanks, new fights, and keep attackers away from spawn. I added this all on a slope to create more variation in the arena than the completely flat original. Next was the bridge. This obviously took the largest amount of time, as Hammer hates curves, so it took a lot of iterations to get this just right. The most annoying part was aligning the textures, because you do get a texture rotation variable, but there's no way to figure out what angle to use to match the brush. This was out of my league, so I called up my friend who's a software engineer, gave me this formula to find the corner-to-corner angle of a rectangle, and therefore find the angle for my texture. You just add in the length of your bounding box, the height of the box minus the height of your brush, then you do this, and this, and this, and hey, there's the angle. Slap it into Hammer, and boom, perfectly aligned texture. Excitedly, I shared this on the TF2 mapping Discord, and it turns out you can just alt-right-click on a face to align the texture automatically. I scrapped this flank idea as no one liked it and it was just confusing. I still wanted to encourage people to advance into this building, so I needed to find a different way to make this path have a use while not disrupting the flow of mid. I eventually landed on connecting it to the underground. You can still jump to it from the point, so it can be a skill-based flank route, but now it has a purpose for the team, and it won't confuse anyone. I also took some inspiration from the Half-Life 2 bridge map, and turned the area down here into a little maintenance shed. Now it's back to the test server to see how it plays with real players. And that's why we playtest. Within, I kid you not, 15 seconds of the map going live on the server, Blue Team found a hole in the clipping brushes that let you get out of bounds. This led to the playtest being very Red Team-sided, because Blue players were all too distracted with running around underneath the map rather than actually playing the game. However, with a bit of encouragement from the server mods, people stopped goofing off and we got to play 3 more games on the map. And good news! People liked it! This time I got 28 comments, and barely any of them were actually gameplay feedback. They were almost all just technical errors and missing collision. The only real complaints I got were this sightline, and that going on top of these crates was providing too strong of a position. Now that the layout was getting such a positive reception, I fixed those small issues and decided I was happy with the map the way it was and I'd move on. The next step in the process is detailing, otherwise known as the art pass. This is the step I've been really excited for, as I'm an artist by trade, so of course, I like the arty part. My goal in this stage was to take the blocky layout and turn it into something that would fit into the existing art style of Team Fortress 2. I took it building by building and slowly filled things out. First was detailed brushwork, splitting buildings into sections to texture them, then adding in the brushwork details like beams, trusses, and door frames. Then was the decals for signs and stains, and then finally props. You want to add in a lot of detail to make it all feel lived in, but you also can't impact the actual play space too much, as a prop in the wrong spot can block someone's retreat or intercept a rocket that would have otherwise hit its target. In the areas where the props do intrude into the game space, I was careful to make my changes as non-intrusive as I could, utilizing the player clip brushes to make sure that even walking backwards, there wasn't anything you could actually get stuck on. After this was the cleanup stage, which is where I went through to add in all those little quality of life changes, like putting clips in the corner of doorways so you wouldn't get stuck when running through them in a hurry, but at the same time not allowing for cheeky hiding spots like the top of door frames or the inside of the trusses on the bridge. Due to a fix for a niche bug in Half-Life 2 20 years ago, you can stand on top of slopes, even if they're flush with the wall, meaning if you aren't careful, it can allow players to stand on areas they're not supposed to. You need to clip the stairs as well, but this time with bullet blocking clips, as TF2 calculates splash damage in a very binary manner.
Properly clipped stairs is something that so many mappers do not do. And by that I mean they leave it as a slope, and then, or rather they don't properly set up the geometry where it just it eats your shots, and walking up and down it feels weird. So the fact he took the time to properly clip his stairs means he's put like infinitely more effort into this map than many mappers that have their shit in the game do.
Yeah, I'm glad. This video goes over a lot of small nuances of map making that I didn't know, but are very interesting to have highlighted. That's one of the biggest strengths of the video. But
yes,
we'll go over it in 7 minutes or so.
Surface edge will cut off splash damage in a hard line rather than morphing around it, meaning even the tiniest edge can completely block splash damage. But adding a ramp on these lips and staircases fixes all that. Adapting to all these little quirks was a huge part of the process here, learning the little pitfalls and unintuitive problems the engine provides, then learning the equally convoluted solutions to fix them. No matter how careful you are, there's always going to be some unintended shank. But I think that's part of what gives TF2 its charm. The next detailing step was soundscapes. It's a subtle thing, but it's noticeable when it's missing. Therefore, I had to go pick the soundscapes which best fit each area and then make sure they covered the right zones so that when you move through the map, the soundscape changes believably to fit your current location. With that done, I was really on the home stretch now, so next I added in the cube maps. Essentially, each one of these orbs is a camera that will take 6 photos, then stitch them together to make, well, a cube of the room, which is then used by the reflective objects to figure out what they should reflect in any given area. For performance reasons, you don't want to put them everywhere, but you want to have a decent coverage so that you never get reflections that feel really out of place. Next is building the skybox, which is all the stuff that shows up outside the playable area. It's just there for decoration, but really sells the level as part of a larger world. Stuff in the skybox is created at 1/16th its actual size to save on rendering costs, so I had to design a tiny version of the surrounding landscape, and boom. Now it's filling out the rest of the level nicely. Finally, I had to do some optimization. This step can be extremely complex and a nearly endless rabbit hole if you want it to be, so I decided to try and get my map at least at the level of a basic Valve map. An average TF2 map runs at about 380 FPS on my machine, so that's the goal. But currently, it was hitting, well, less than that. First up is adding area portals. These tell the engine when you're in an enclosed space, so it doesn't have to render anything you can't see out of the doors and windows of said enclosed space. You can see a good demonstration of it if I make the wall see-through. Next is adding hints. To achieve a similar type of occlusion culling, which just means not rendering what can't be seen, in open areas, the engine splits levels into hundreds of boxes and it does a lot of complicated math to figure out which boxes can see which other boxes, so that when you stand in a box, it knows which other box is nearby to render and which ones not to. It's pretty good at figuring this out on its own, but I could help, or give it hints. These invisible brushes will add extra cuts to these boxes, and if placed correctly, can help the engine better hide what isn't visible. Then finally, I could optimize the lighting itself. TF2 uses a style of lighting called baked lighting, where instead of having the lights actually emit light onto the environment while you're playing, it figures all that out when you compile the level, and then writes all that data into textures called light maps, which are then overlaid onto objects to make them appear lit or in shadow. In the editor, you can change the resolution of these light maps, so if you make the areas that are completely in light or shadow lower resolution, and the areas with lots of complex lighting higher resolution, you can get both a better optimized and a better looking map. And with that, I'm actually done. Whew, that took a long time. 211.7 hours to be exact. Finally, I was able to complete the slow final compile, which makes everything look pretty, but takes, oh Jesus Christ, 9 hours? With some time to kill, I decided to finally learn how to play Mahjong. Sick wound, netizens. After another 5 9-hour compiles due to minor mistakes, the map was ready, and man was it worth it. The map looks incredible and is now running at nearly that 380 FPS goal. So now it's time to end this all back where I started. I got my friends back online for one final play session.
I wanna play
Rivalries
this.
were made, some made names for themselves, while others instead found memorable defeat. And a few hours later, we all agreed that we had a lot of fun. So why? Why do this? What's the point? I've spent this whole video so far discussing all the challenges, trials, and tribulations of completing this process and making a custom map, which in reality, outside of the playtests for this video, no one's gonna play. I've spent over 200 hours of my life on this map, and I'm not gonna make a cent off it, and outside of the couple hundred people who watch this video, it will be lost to the infinite data shores of the internet, one more workshop map out of thousands. Well, I think it's the same reason that any modder does what they do. The same reason that people make fan art and write fan fiction and start an entire YouTube channel because they like a game so much but just can't convince anyone else to play it and just have to tell someone. So bear with me here, because I think it's the same reason we as humans make any kind of art. And yes, I do consider this art. At the end of the day, art is a form of connection. Connection to oneself, connection to others, or a deeper connection to the universe and the nature of being. When we make art, we're attempting to take a piece of ourselves and put it out into the world. Sometimes just so we can see it, and sometimes so that others will find it and see a part of themselves in it too. So I've made this map because I love TF2. It holds a special place in my heart as a game I loved as a kid. It helped me connect with my friends at school, it helped me connect with my brother, and it was simply a way to have fun on a bad day. In a small way, this game has become a part of me, and now I'm trying to take that part of me and shape it into something I can share with others. It's a natural part of human nature to want to connect with others, so when I see my friends get excited when we brainstorm ideas on how to improve the layout, hear their first reactions to seeing it, and when I see people engage with elements of the map I designed in a playtest, or just hear them laugh as they find ways to break it, in some way, we are connected. That shared sense of happiness is one of the most fundamental parts of human experience. That brief moment when you feel less alone, despite hurtling through space on a wet, bumpy rock full of billions of other humans. When someone airblasts a scout off the edge of a stupid bridge in a stupid game made 19 years ago, which has lived so far past what anyone imagined, there's a connection there. Someone sat down and thought about what would be fun, what would make someone else happy. In this case, it was me. But with the over 200 maps in the game and the thousands on the workshop, there are so many tiny but beautiful connections to be made. Despite all the ways we are different, we can still come together and laugh at someone blowing up or ragdolling or any of the other myriad of ridiculous occurrences that make up this beautiful mess of a game. So thank you. Thank you to everyone who makes art, everyone who sits down to make someone else's day better, and thank you to everyone who helped me along the way. This is by far the biggest video I've ever made, and also the most fun I've had making one. And finally, as part of that thank you, I've hidden a Steam key for Vampire Survivors somewhere in this video. Good luck to whoever's the first to find it. This map's available in the Steam Workshop, link in the description. It supports up to 32 players, and it includes full LDR and HDR support, as well as a packed-in nav mesh so you can play it with bots, if, like me, you don't have enough friends to fill up a whole server.
That was fucking incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was
I'm
by
calling
far
that
my
new-
favorite so far.
Yeah, I'm calling that my new winner.
That was so good.
Yeah, this
think
one's
you-
very hard to beat. It's really
There's
good.
a whole map. The only real criticism I have is the voice. It does sound forced, and there was a moment where he was almost speaking with like a southern accent. I don't know if you guys picked up on that. If we criticize,
is this guy American?
I have no idea.
I think it's fine if it's quote unquote forced. I think he's kind of playing a character, so to speak. I think that's okay.
Which is funny because out of everyone here, Lister probably is the one person who has a voice that sounds exactly like 1-to-1 how he talks in videos. Lister's
He's Canadian, so it's possible that he's French and English could be a second language. So he's trying to like force himself to speak in a clear fashion. I can't fault someone for speaking clearly like that, you know.
Yeah, I shouldn't. My logic was if we're critiquing bad microphones, we could also critique impressions. But no, I think that's probably just not the right way to look about it.
I don't think he's literally trying to replicate Solid Snake. I think it's just like more like a funny observation.
You guys keep talking.
Like when I watch, like you know, Down the Rabbit Hole, you know that guy?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Frederick.
Like he very clearly is putting on a voice to sound more like for lack of a better word, like creepy, I guess, like more mysterious. But that, you know, that's the point. It's supposed to be like a deep dive. So of course he's going to put on a video like that just to add to it. So I see this in the same way. Like I feel like that video was very clearly meant to be sort of like soothing and like a relaxing, casual, introspective video. And so the video or the voice only added to that, I think.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, you just got to remember I'm a heartless prick, so that's why I was.
And you're British, so who are you to speak?
There is that as well.
I still this video and the Apocalypse are probably like our top two, and they're neck and neck for me. This video has a similar like my only criticism to this video is the same almost as my criticism with the other one, which is that there's a middle part of the video where this one's more toward the beginning, where he's going through footage of Hammer, and there is not enough visual variety in my opinion. Where there absolutely could be if there was more attention being given to the editing in that part, because the editing throughout is phenomenal, except in this part in the like toward the end of the first third, where it's basically just footage of Hammer for like 3 to 5 minutes. That is not to say there's so much harmony. The last outro of the video is what elevates it from like a good TF2 video to something truly special, because for lack of a better word, your understanding of what makes not just TF2 but art in general so special is very, very strong, and it carries a lot of the weight of the video very well. That's definitely neck and neck with me for that. Favorite Raven was the maker of that video. Excuse me, thank you, chat. Favorite Raven made that video. It's also I think the best performing video out of the ones that are in round 2. It has I think 40,000 views, and it deserves at least 10 times that. But that's still exceptional on a channel with like 2K, 3K. So yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
If we can have a favorite Raven, though, then surely we can have a favorite Pigeon. Surely it can happen, Lucid.
The birds were killing this contest. All the birds making good TF2 videos, following in Great Blue's footsteps. All the birds doing a great job.
I'd also like to point out in that Raven video, I think a lot of heavy work and lifting was put into a script, because despite the actual subject being very complex, he seemingly very purposely knew what like nitpicky details to include and which one just to kind of like gloss over. And it feels like he also, again, kind of like purposely scattered in somewhat evenly throughout the video all these little like, I don't know what to call it, but like things like the pointing out the patches on the ground under health and ammo, having a purpose, a function of letting players know that health will respawn. Just like stuff like that, where it's like it makes total sense, but you'd never stop to even think about that, even consider that, unless you were sitting down to actually make a map from scratch. Like I noticed very consistently every few minutes he would drop like a little fact like that, which I think went a long way to, despite the video being very low energy, being engaging at the same time. Because even if you didn't have much intro or much interest in specifically making a map, just by nature of being a TF2 player and playing on maps, there's still a lot you could like enjoy and appreciate from that video.
Absolutely, 100%. And like when me and
That's cool.
When me and Zesty watched the video, we also walked away with like the map that he made is one that could get put in the game tomorrow, and it would be one of the best maps to be released in like the past six
That too. I mean, the fact that
yeah.
he went in seemingly blind and made such a good-looking map that only adds to it. Because if he like was doing all this like humming and hawing and talking about his introspection, but then the map turned out shit, it'd kind of sour the whole thing. Because like, oh, okay, this guy doesn't really know what he's talking about. But no, he clearly does, because he made an excellent-looking map. Which only elevates it further.
Absolutely, 100%.
And the fact that it was his first map is like even more astounding.
It would have been funny though if at the end the map was like complete dog crap. Thank you for enjoying my map.
Dude, he outperformed
teams,
like what many people consider to be the best map makers in the TF2 sphere that have their content added into the game. That's like this is like very eye-opening in more ways than one. Like it just goes to show. Like,
well, I have a theory on that, Zesty, of why that is.
Why?
I think because he's an outsider, in order for him to like learn the ropes, he had to go back to step one and learn and look at basic Valve maps, as opposed to looking at what got in last year and trying to, replicate that.
No, exactly. Yes, that's a massive factor as to why the quality of maps being added has just gone.
And not to mention, he's not he also, part of being an outsider, he's not beholden to any sort of interpersonal group politics or discourse about the game, or what the fuck, I had a third thought, or there's not any way that there could be too many cooks in the kitchen, too many people with conflicting ideas about what the map should look like. It's because it's just him. He has to take on a lot more. He has more potential for failure, but he also has a bigger potential for success to knock it out of the park, because he's just one guy. There's a lot less he has to deal with in certain aspects and a lot more in others.
Astounding video.
Yes. Next up, we have a hand-drawn piece of animation called Spy Gone Awry by Duck Animates. This one I very much like, and I'm very excited to show it to you guys. Are you ready? Are your butts clenched?
Yes.
Oh, so tight.
No.
What the hell?
Okay, Lonk is apparently.
Okay. What were you going to say, Zesty?
Why are we talking about butts?
Why not?
Something to say?
Shall we? No! Oh! Oof. Oh! Ah! Ah! abomination? Roddy! Yeah!
That was really smooth.
Wow, look at all those.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to point out very first and foremost, if you're viewing that purely from just like the animation, keep in mind that was not done digitally where you have like programs for like tweening and automating things. That was entirely hand drawn.
Yeah.
And yet it was still extremely smooth as if it was done like through a program. Like that is incredible amount of skill to do that.
Yes. It when I first watched this, I felt like a kid seeing like a magician perform magic for the first time, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, it's so cool!" Look at like the fucking thing where he went invisible and he turned the paper over, and it was like, "Nah, I'm not here." That was shit. Was like almost like, yeah, it's so cool. Oh, it's so cool. Oh fuck! I mean,
very good understanding of old like cartoons as well. Just like the pyro designs at the end, that sort of unhinged, long, stringily bodies you tend to find a lot of in old cartoons. I really like that. That was quite special.
I agree. Hold on one second.
This felt very like college project-esque, where the entire point is just kind of like to flex, basically. Like it felt like we were watching a bunch of tech demos of like, oh, this thing that's really hard to animate, boom, there, it did it perfectly. Like with the flames, like that was really impressive.
Yeah.
Or like the part where it's like the spy in the like a funhouse mirror with him like stretching and squashing. That also felt like just like a total flex of like, yep, I can do this too. Though I will say that makes it really hard to judge this, because this is something to judge 100% based off of the animation, which at least so far no other video has been like. It's been a combination of like animation aspects, but also humor and editing and plot if there is one, you know. Really hard to compare.
Duck wanted me to read this in the description for his video. This was a solo traditional animation project done for the first TF2 video contest hosted by UFR. Animation was completed in 10 days. Thank you for watching, and good luck to all. The inspiration for the cartoon comes from Duck Amuck by Chuck Jones, spy character in TF2, belonged to Valve, and a bunch of other stuff. But yeah. Yeah. I just the fact that this was done in 10 days is crazy. Like even that part of it is nuts. That doesn't really play a role I don't think it should in judging it as a video, but it's exceptional. My only real critique of it as a video to watch on YouTube is that there wasn't really a plot. There wasn't really an A to B to C narrative, which I understand that a lot of older cartoons didn't have a semblance of plot. It was more to see how the characters could interact with their environment. And I get that it's mostly an animator versus animation kind of thing. However, I think that having a more concrete plot would make it a better overall video. But that's like, realistically, that's a nitpick in the grand scheme of things, because the actual quality of what was pulled off here is exceptional and deserves to be.
Yeah, Duck in chat said what I said, that it was more of like a tech demo.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it makes sense that it wasn't really I mean, the fact that he had like a little string of a plot with like the animator versus animation thing is cool.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it deserves to be here for sure, and in my opinion, it's also a very strong contender because of just how much technical skill and creativity,
sheer skill, yeah.
Not to mention creativity in that skill. It wasn't just like, look how smooth my frames are. It was also like funny, and like the jokes were really like charming and made me actively happy, which like you can't say that for every video here. So yeah, that's very good. Also, chat, we have 9 videos left. I don't think any of them are nearly as long as Favorite Ravens. I'm pretty sure the next longest video is like 11 minutes. So don't you worry. We're gonna be cruising. Yeah, longer videos did worse in the contest generally, which is kind of interesting. I think it takes more effort and more skill to hold a solid, consistent level of expertise throughout a longer time code. And that's part of the reason why. But yeah, good job, Duck Animates. You deserve all the love in the world. We're going to move on to another animation. This is Left for Team Fortress 2 by Procyon D. Are you guys ready? Are you guys prepared?
Great start.
Report unusual behavior.
What? What the hell was that crap? Guys, are you sure? This is left for dead too. Uh-oh.
What now? Oh, excellent. I was left for what? Left with you of all the people. You are as rated as the miss. I might as well shoot my gun at you. Speaking of guns.
Nice.
Heavy is supposed to fight with these guns here. Yes, Heavy. Shall we?
Woohoo!
If you think you're better than me,
Man, your skull's so soft. You're making this easy.
All of you are dead. Yes. Sacre bleu. Pace up, pace, pace, pace off, young pace. Sniper is dead. I know. Move the gear up, lads. Medic! Your precious medic won't save you now! My doctor's still alive! Come, doctor! I love this doctor!
Nice try, pal. Nope, denied.
You killed medic!
And dying ain't nothing.
Oh, it is sad day.
Come on, move your ass.
No, doctor is gone. Range. Oh, now would you look at that? Range. Soldier. Sir, yes, sir. You're still me best mate. I'm still your friend. But I have to do it. No. I'm going to lick you. What? I'm gonna kill you and I'll keep killing you and I'll never, cause you're gonna be dead and I'm gonna kill you. No. But I don't have my gun anymore. Oh, yeah. I love you, man. Stop that, you idiots.
My gun.
Oh, man. What a disaster! Heavy is at rest. The demo man is dead. And now we're left with this idiot. What else do we need? We need a tank! 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 What? Tank!
You're about to have a real bad day.
Skilled a bit.
We need to kill the tank!
Yeah, no way, Chucklehead.
Go! 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 Ah!
Spy!
Oh! Partner?
You know where you ought to hide next time? Back in France.
I am not France.
What? Dude, we do it.
I don't know.
There is no point anymore!
What? Come on, guys, let's win this!
Start praying, boy.
God, give us a track, huh? Yeah! 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 Oh, crap. Nice try, pal.
Wonderful.
I really liked that. I thought it was really good. My favorite part about
I like
this
the sentence mixing.
My favorite part about this video is that all of the characters actually have distinctive traits that bounce off of each other, and they're not super complex or anything. But it usually with videos like this, it's like, oh, look at the funny, the heavy said the thing. Oh my gosh, that was so funny. But they actually like draw a lot of comedy out of the wants and needs of each character.
I had to bounce for that one. What did I miss?
Oh my gosh, you fucking you
play it again.
No, we're not playing it again. No, we're not playing it again.
It's getting that time in the evening. I might have to bounce at some point.
I'm
going to
do something.
You can't beat me to death. I'm a panelist.
But yeah, that was my favorite part. Is that the characters actually had also the twist at the end was very cool, and the actual shot of him of everyone looking at him and then everyone turning to a zombie was so cool. That shit made me happy. I liked it. What do you think, Zesty?
I thought it was cute.
Wow.
Oh, no, it was good. The sentence mixing was probably the best part because that's like good and soulful. They're not using AI.
True.
Or not even bothering with cutting up voice lines. I think that was like the best part. It was good. It's a good handful of really funny moments in there. Fucking soldier trying to open the ice machine for some reason. I don't just like fucking god. And this the scaled up NG as the tank was truly a gem.
I wanted to bring up all of the mercenaries people, all of the people who the mercenaries interacted with were people who in TF2 lore they have a personal connection either because of like game balance, like spy and engineer, they're rivals, but or soldier and demo, they're linked together for being explosive classes. They all had.
Are you there?
Oh, I thought that was just on my end.
I think we lost Lucid.
They got him.
Is he back?
They assassinated him.
This is now Lonqudor stream.
Guys, Pigeon will be the winner. Oh no, he's back.
No. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Basically, I was just saying it was cool because all the characters, medic and heavy, soldier and demo, spy and engineer, those are all characters that have relation to each other for one reason or another in TF2 lore, or because of game balance. And I also really liked that. You could have just picked any two characters to interact, but you chose two that would have a reason to interact, which I think is very cool.
True.
Also, I have something I'm doing, something wild and untapped. I'm doing
That's cool.
doing a
Moving
thing. Fuck, it didn't do the thing. Okay, I was trying to do this, where I put the thing on screen and then it plays the noise. But I fucked it up, so it's fine. I was trying to play the challenger approaching thing, because I wanted to watch a video that I wasn't gonna add, because I think it is a good video, but I think I cut it initially, but because I felt that it has a flaw, but we're gonna watch it anyways because I think it's worth watching and it's not that long. So this is my contest and I do what I want. So we're watching this video now. Also,
so the PayPal went through is what I'm hearing here.
No, the PayPal did not go through. Although this person, this is not relevant. The person did message me and ask like what could I improve upon. That did not influence this choice. It more just was. I more just was like it's probably worth watching. The real thing that made me want to do this is someone in chat quoted the video in reference to the last one, and that made me be like, I can't really move on without mentioning this because.
Wait, so is this part of the contest?
Yes, this was submitted for the contest. This is actually the most recent video in terms of this was the last video chronologically that got submitted that made it into the contest.
Okay.
Or that made it into this round. And though I don't think it'll win, I do think it's worth.
You don't know
watching.
that?
I don't know that. Maybe you guys will love it as much as I did. This is one of my personal favorites, and yeah. Anyways, we're gonna watch it. This is called The Man Della Catalog by Muserino. Let's get started.
Welcome to the Valve Employee Instructional Training Program, or the EITP. Every opinion matters. Maintaining a good relationship with the customers is vital to the success of the company. Involve the community. If you involve the player, they will feel obligated to give you more money. Think about ways to improve the game. Profit.
Oh no, it's server blight.
We developed something called response rules, a system that lets us fine-tune the way the characters speak dialogue. Do we really have to do this shit? Who cares how we made it? They'll take anything we give them. This is stupid. I can't stay here doing this. This game is going to make all of us rich. We're sitting on a gold mine. What are we doing here, guys?
Listen, Robin, we don't even go in there anymore. It's completely automated. I don't remember the last time somebody was in there. There's a really bad smell coming from that office. We don't even go near it much anymore. Everything keeps running.
Make a booking for this fucking bullshit so I can shove a piece of paper up the fucking ass and standing a coin just and say I can drive a car safely instead of this bullshit. And stop getting the cunt off me fucking ass. I'm the cunt to get fucked. Stop harassing me. Stop harassing me, you bastards. It's how you medical review boys to get fucked too.
They were too late.
I've got thoughts.
They were too late. They were too late. They were too.
There he is, folks. If you cheer loud enough, maybe he'll say Pootis. That joke never gets old.
Yeah. Okay, that is kind of funny though.
Don't forget to buy your cases on the way out. Cases brought to you by Valveco.
Not seen it. I've seen a couple of the cosmetics, but not really. Dropped a pretty penny. We bought a bunch of these new cases because they just had the. Not gonna lie. Festivizer. Feel like.
Which is Pyro. Didn't he have a Hawaiian shirt? Not the biggest.
This is not winning. I'm sorry, Lucid.
Yeah, no.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mute myself again. I'm sorry, don't call me a moron. It's okay. And we're gonna pretend like the video stops there. I
So
like.
I-
Wait.
Why are we
Wait.
pretending that?
Okay, let the man cook.
Wait.
Cook.
Okay, I put that video in there. I put that video in there not because I think it's like a super profound statement about the state of the game or anything like that. I put it there because I appreciated a person trying to find a new way to talk about the subject, and also I am an analog horror fan, and the way it parodied that subject was really, really cool, and I really like the idea of trying to portray the neglect of a game as some sort of cursed entity preventing it from functioning right, rather than like developer neglect. So I really liked it. Yeah. Okay, now you guys
I
can
will
rip
say
into it.
that was my takeaway too. I did really like the idea of like the whole reason why Valve isn't touching TF2 isn't because they're lazy necessarily, but because of some like Lethal Company ass lore.
Yeah.
I wish had this video leaned fully into that idea, it would have been a complete 180 for me. That would have been awesome.
That's what
of, like,
I-
Valve
that's
employees
what I
like
s-
getting like killed because they try to work on TF2. Like imagine that.
That's what I suggested when this video came up the first time.
Yeah. This is another like to me like uncut gem scenario for me where it's like the execution I think was very flawed, but the concept itself has like so much potential. So I think if this guy just like went back and hammered things out, this could be like a really cool little project.
Agree.
Yeah, that's what I said as well.
Sort of like both videos that have tackled the same topic have had that issue. I was going to say, just because with this bleeding community, I can't tell what's meant to be a satire, and I genuinely can't. As you said, it was a Mandela catalog parody, so most of it was. But I don't know if editing pictures of Eric's face is going to do anything. I don't think it's going to make...
Yeah, Lonk, I was gonna bring up. I'm gonna post this in the group chat. You tell me if you got similar vibes to this video.
Oh, I have seen this video. Yeah, I think I do actually.
I've never seen that video.
Like specifically from the perspective of like a casual player that isn't necessarily like siding with Valve or being a bootlicker, but just is not tapped into the discourse. From their perspective, if they watch a video like that, they're not going to be persuaded. They're going to be like, "What the fuck is this that I'm watching here?"
There's the part I cut is essentially a slideshow with SFM images. That where he basically says like, I made this as a parody of the thing of the thing that I'm parodying, but also this is like the state of the game's really bad. That's basically what's said. And I think that, and I encouraged him to keep going because specifically the heavy hanging and the announcer talking, that part legitimately made me really, really happy. As a lover of storytelling,
that's the best part.
As a lover of storytelling and imagery, it is so good. And if you can tap into that for an entire, like, I encourage him to like legitimately turn this into a series, or treat this as the blueprint for something like significant. It doesn't even have to be TF2 necessarily, but something significant, because if you can tap into that for a whole series, that is very, very good and very compelling.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Because yeah, that's what I was saying. I couldn't tell how much of it was meant to be artistic representation, how much of it was Eric is a demon, or Robin Walker, or whatever it might be. And I know damn well that TF2 fans will not watch this, will not read the artistic representation, and will just start to like demonize the devs. Which I mean, yeah, that's stupid, but they're human beings.
No, for sure. But I don't. At least with Eric, the thing about the conversation about no one being in the dev rooms, as well as combined with the picture of Eric, I don't think that the point is that Eric is bad. I think the point is that they have the text of it is too late, and the point is like he's done all he could. This is also me knowing the context of what he's parodying though, so that you might be correct under the if you're watching it from a completely unknown, you don't know what the context is perspective. I just wanted to highlight it, not because it made it, just because I really like it, and I'm allowed. I get the chance.
Really damn creative.
That was my like. I just wanted to show people this more so than I think this should be in the contest because it has a chance of winning. Just to be clear. But yeah. Anyways, bloops, not bloopander. Shout out to bloopander, not bloopander. Bloops. This video is very good, and I'm excited about it.
This video is awesome.
Yeah.
Meetings from the middle of an active war zone. Don't worry about me, I glitched myself behind
We can
the
watch
safe
Pigeon
piece of
later.
map geometry. I'm also technically on Team Spectator, so...
Wait,
who
hang on, this is a
cares?
Brit.
What? It's a Brit?
It sounds like it.
Okay, and?
That's good.
He's just saying.
Brit spotted.
I'm tired
Jeez,
of being
Lucid,
a
lay off.
higher for
Why,
this panel.
why did he say? Why did he say? Just wait.
He can't.
So, as I
No
said,
one
I'm
noticed,
tired of
by the
just
way,
being
until you said it.
representation here. Good stuff.
From the middle of an active war zone. Don't worry about me, I glitched myself behind a safe piece of the map geometry. I'm also technically on Team Spectator, so who cares? One of my favourite things to do in video games is squeeze myself into every little crevice I can to glitch out of bounds, whether it's to
amazing.
find
Pretty good.
Easter eggs or just see
Yeah,
how a game is pieced
did he make a
together.
model of himself?
He must have
love
made a
doing it
model
so
of
much
himself,
that
right?
Can we go back
already
and pause? I'd like to see actually. He has.
I think he did. Yeah, look at that. That's insane.
incredible.
That's awesome.
Whoa.
is pieced together. I love doing it.
Guess we're paused again.
So, yeah, what's...
Phone keeps
I was
breaking.
gonna say,
I
even
hate
with,
my microphone
plug
keeps
the mic
breaking.
in.
I'm sorry, Chad.
Interesting mic and camera quality. His
So
concept
much.
is already being executed really well.
Yeah.
That I've already dedicated a video to this whole concept through several different games already, but there's one I neglected to mention. Team Fortress 2 is a game I don't really talk about a lot in videos because, frankly, I'm spending all of that time playing the game, but I did have a short run on my second channel where I made a few videos about niche strategies that I really enjoy playing with, but these were very short, casual. I filmed one of them literally sitting on the toilet.
Sweden, but if you're playing a spy, you can go invisible.
But one thing I love in particular is the pastime game mode, and not just for the mode itself, but for the sake of all the secrets hidden in its maps.
Previously, I talked about what I
Jesus.
believe to
It
be
was
the
so loud.
trap teleporter in TF.
So unreasonably loud.
He fucking died. What do you mean unreasonable?
But for the
Nah,
sake
this
of
guy
all the
jumps,
secrets
guys woke
hidden in
up.
its maps.
Previously, I talked about what I believe to
I
be
think it's
the
good.
last trap teleporter in TF2.
It could have been less
And
than.
that went down
Also,
well,
yeah,
despite the
Lonq, the shit mic quality was like intentional because he's on voice chat.
Yeah.
Oh.
Pussy.
That's why it's suddenly
Whoa.
better.
Kiss your mother with that
Bitch.
mouth.
fact, I felt like Satan incarnate for releasing it. But one comment stood out to me quite a bit, said,
In 10 years of playing this game, I have never seen this map.
yeah, let's talk about that now. So, welcome to District. This is a map in the pastime game mode. I wouldn't blame you for missing it because it's literally at the bottom of Casual's quick play list. But let me tell you, one thing, because there's a lot to say about this game mode and this map in particular. But let me lure you in with the juiciest thing first. Now, TF2 is a versus game, so there's
transition.
very few spots off their beaten path, at least when it comes to the official maps. The only kind of Easter eggy area I can think of would be on Sweden. There's distant islands you can fly to, and even then the collision's a bit inconsistent on the further back ones. But on an official map, you're basically going to not find anywhere that lets you escape from the main conflict, basically. Then District is a part of Pastime, which, by the way, is a mode created by
J.J. Abrams. I don't know why. But yes, there's quite a few interesting quirks about every pastime map, mostly in terms of weird areas you can get to for either building or playing a sniper, but none of them are exactly secret, well, except for one in Brickyard. However, that's got an achievement linked to it though, so it's not like the most secret, whereas the District, mad one, right? Because on District, there are 2 spots which contribute nothing to the game, have no achievement linked with them, there's no real reason for these to be here, and yet they are, and I really like these spots. The first is actually right next to the Jape teleporter. If you look where the teleporter would be, head into the train tracks, and the closest train to you, if you keep walking forward towards essentially the end of the collision, you can turn right into a little room. It's pointless, but it's just a fun, nice detail. And this one actually does kind of help with gameplay a fair bit, because if you hide and then wait for the train to go back out, you can run out from behind it to really catch people off guard. That's the more known one and the much easier one to access. Just make sure if you're trying to get to it, you don't get twatted by the train on the way in. But the more secret spot is on Blue side. It's not quite in the train station, although it is directly outside of it. There's a window with a small room inside of there, and with some basic-ish parkour. You need a class with like slightly more mobility than like the regular jump, but any class that has anything more than that can get in, and it's just another room. There's some sort of strategic advantage to maybe like sitting in there and prodding like your face out the window and shooting down, but I find way less people tend to pass here than the train station. Not to mention, there is a push box right on the edge of the window which will like force you back out of the room, so it's not the best spot to camp. But yeah, Scout can usually get in, using like the pyro with the scorch shot or the detonator to jump in. You could obviously rocket jump. Engineer can jump in with a sentry, but you can't build in there. This applies to both secret rooms. You can't build there, so you can't set a teleporter up as like a really sneaky way to get way closer to the enemy's backline. But yeah, those are what I thoroughly believe to be like the most secret spots in Team Fortress 2, because they're on one of the least played maps in the game, and like, how are you gonna get to them? Why would anyone know they're here?
Help! But nobody ever came back for the poor engineer, so I'm leaving it up to you to find secret spots like this in all your favorite games and just bring life to them again. I'm not claiming to be the first person to find these ones in Team Fortress 2, but I'm very proud that I did discover them on my own terms. Anyway, thank you for being here. If you'd like to rendezvous with some of the older TF2 stuff I made, there's a playlist, or if you'd like to go further out of bounds with me, there's a video. Thank you for being here, and subscribe, 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 subscribe,
Like and comment.
subscribe, subscribe, subscribe.
Okay, well, when you put it that way, I think I kind of have to.
Yeah.
Just a really
That was
good,
fun.
really good.
Did you say that was fine, Lister?
No, I said it's fun.
Okay, I was about to hate on you hard. I was about to swing on you.
Fun.
I thought you were like, yeah, that was like whatever. Like it wasn't like crazy or anything. It wasn't like super high effort, and managed to make something incredibly niche, somehow the most interesting thing I've ever seen.
It was fun.
It was great. It was excellent.
A really good video.
Yeah, it was.
The start was definitely the best, with the him walking around on maps, and especially him making the model of himself. That's like a 10 out of 10 bit. That was incredible.
Yeah. The only criticism I have is that the editing becomes very clip based for like 2 minutes in the middle of the video, but that's like it. Everything else is great, and your delivery carried that part anyways, so you can't even really hate on it, because his delivery was delivery was really strong.
I also do appreciate the fact that it didn't overstay its welcome at all.
Yeah.
Like I even for me, I'll often get an urge to like make a video on a topic, but I recognize, oh, there's like no way this is gonna be more than like 6 minutes. How am I gonna like stretch this out? Should I add more on top? But no, he just said, yep, this is a 6-minute video because that's all it has to be. And I really appreciate that.
Yep.
I think that's very hard to do because there's so much pressure to like make like a big, lengthy like statement, I guess. But it's totally fine to have like a nice, simple, fun video.
Yeah, I would not have done that. Good job.
I forgot. Zesty, what do you think?
I fucking adore that little short video so much. I think the editing is immaculate. Incredibly engaging. The way a big problem a lot of people have when it comes to reading their scripts is they don't articulate their thoughts in a very clear and pleasing way to listen to. You're a good speaker, is what I'm trying to say. You're a very good speaker. So many people write a script and the script can be really good, but if they're talking like this and then they just move on to the next thing and they say the next thing and they bring the next thing on the screen and that it just makes it so much better when you actually like can speak as if though you're speaking to someone right in front of you. It's very good.
Yes.
Yeah, I really like that video. It is a hard video to not want to have it at least be top 3 for me. But I also know
honestly
that we still have some bangers left that are also I feel very similarly about. I'm gonna be in a blender trying to figure out the top 3 for this. I was thinking about it while that video was playing. I'm gonna be in a complete blender. Next we have this. It's a Minecraft animation. It is the Team Fortress 2 Gravel Wars Minecraft animation. Let's get it. I'm going to... I don't know if I should do this. Actually, no, we'll watch the whole thing. It starts with the trailer, and I kind of want to skip it because I think it's better to show the animation pilot part by itself, but I feel like the creator would not like if I did that, so I'm going to play all of it in its entirety. It's very good. This is Ryan CR3000, by the way, and yeah.
the like OCs are great.
Agreed.
Is the remix original to the video?
I don't know.
I was also thinking that.
I legit have no idea. Knowing this creator, it probably is. This also for context, this was all made without being uploaded over the course of like 4 months, and then for the contest he polished it and finished it. Essentially, is what I understand. Oh, so it was by that guy. Whoever that is, it was by that guy.
Yeah.
This is all in game, by the way, which is crazy to me.
Hey there, buddy. Welcome to Two Fort. Now, down here in this heated part of New Mexico, things tend to get real busy. My name's Dale Conacher, and my team just calls me Engineer, or Denny.
Attention! Mission begins in 60 seconds.
See, I come from a long line of engineers and inventors who knew their way around machines. When it comes to this whole family feud, though, it's my job to make sure my team comes on top. Stop drinking and get moving, you drunken train wreck. Haro! Get him moving!
Hey, Haro!
Oh, shut up! I need to get my blood pumping!
Scout, your heart is already pumping your blood constantly. Running on this one.
Get going, Engie!
Engineer!
What took you so long?
Had to tell Demo to move his drunk behind into position.
Mission begins in 10 seconds.
This whole gravel war didn't just start a few days ago. No, sir. It's been going on ever since the 1850s, when the Mann brothers, Redmond and Plutarch, first squabbled over their daddy's gravel empire. Now, you'd think a couple of old-timers would have settled their differences, or admit defeat by now. But they've been using machines designed by my grandfather to keep on going. As long as they are, this war will keep on going.
He's fucking dead.
Prepare to capture the enemy's intelligence. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin!
Go, go, go! Doctor! Ah, magic!
Jawohl!
Now, you'd think the cost of running such a long war would be astronomical, especially considering the amount of manpower you'd need to run such a war. But these old bolt heads thought of that, and made my grandpops make yet another grand old machine. A respawn beacon. Well, multiple. Which means, no matter how many times we get knocked down.
Oh, crap.
We'll always come back.
Oh.
but so will they.
Oh, come on, man!
Both brothers seem to mix in a bunch of non-compatible mercenaries for extra firepower. But if you ask me, it's because they won't need to pay them if they're dead. Now, you might be wondering why a fella like myself will get mixed up in a mess like this. Truth is, just like the rest of my team, I might have a few screws loose. When you've got a mind like mine, you tend to attract all sorts of offers. Well, some better than others. But this gravel war, well, let's just say the paycheck ain't too shabby. Sure, Redmond might be cheap when it comes to everything else. He ain't paying for our equipment, our medical bills, heck, not even for a solid base.
Bloody floorboards!
But he knows the values of good engineering. Besides, what's a little mayhem when you're getting paid to do what you love? Another thing, I fight for Red, not because I believe in their cause. Hell, I don't believe in Blue's cause either.
Damn spy is sapping my sentry!
I'm in this war for the experience. If I'd joined Blue, everything would have been handed to me on a silver platter. If you ask me, that'd be no fun. I've always believed that the best way to learn is by doing. Red gives me the chance to do just that. When you're working with almost nothing, every day's a new challenge, a new problem to solve. It keeps me sharp as it keeps me thinking. So yeah, I could have gone with Blue and had it easy, but that ain't my style.
Yeah, man. I heard rumors they came from another company called Richter. Some shady stuff.
Okay, Demo, you're up. Demo? Oh. Well, we attack anyway! Kablam!
This team of, let's be honest, might be a few sandwiches short of a picnic, but that's part of the experience. Really, it keeps me on my toes and makes victories that much sweeter. Even when I'm scratching my head trying to figure out how to patch up their latest mess.
Yay! I teleported bread! But why though? Oh!
Damn it, soldier! What did I tell you about teleporting bread? So yeah, I'm on Raid because it pushes me, makes me better at what I do, and gives me a front row seat to the wildest ride in the gravel business. Or in the same hell!
Engineer, no!
Heavy, help me!
Just because we got defeated once doesn't mean we lost. It's just a new challenge to overcome.
Oh, shucks.
Oh, hey, NG, back already?
Yep.
What was that? How could this happen?
Now, Heavy. It's not the first time we died. I'll make you a sandwich, yeah?
Thank you, Doctor.
Looks like Blue just got a new teammate.
Oh. Apologies. I failed.
That new big guy?
No, it was another one. I didn't even see him.
Oh, someone snuck up on you? Wow, Spy, you got outplayed in your own spying.
Oh, please. With no respect, Scout, you fared no better.
Oh, yeah, keep telling yourself that, Fancy Pants.
What? Goddamn, even the sewer team? Did the big skull guy kill you?
What? No! We got patriotically killed by...
Wait. Oh, right. I got killed by some stabby guy.
Another one? Did they replace their whole team again?
Нет, the trapper is the same.
Well, I got turned into a sponge by the usual engineer's turret I forgot about. Aw, crap. Did I say that last part out loud?
Maybe it's a new uniform?
What? Nah, it was some smarty pants looking commie.
Wait, where's Pyro? It's alright, son. We were caught with our overalls down. Well, fellas, looks like today didn't go the way we thought it would. But we gave it everything we had. And, well, sometimes that's just how it shakes out. But remember, we're more than just mercs with tools and guns. We're a team. One that can adapt, learn, and come back stronger. We'll hit the reset button, take a breather, and give it another shot tomorrow, the day after, or even in a week. We've got the grit, the know-how, and the will to turn this around. So let's hit the sack, get ready to show them new blues what we're made of. Tomorrow's a new day, and we're not done yet. Now come on, let's clean up and head to bed.
Amazing, camarade!
Hey, NG.
Yeah, Sniper.
One of the floorboards broke again. Think you can fix it?
Alright. Mind staying on watch while I do? I'd like to not lose my head as I'm working.
Sure thing, mate.
Yeah, good night, Irene.
Everything alright, mate?
Yeah, another plank broke. You'd think Redmond would at least get us some quality wood. But nah, cheap, frail wood it is.
Hey, NG. Heads up.
Damn it, what now?
Team Fortress, got some new recruits for you.
She was my brightest light.
I'm pretty sure that the rest is just credits or background stuff. I can't exactly remember. Yeah, it's just
but it's a custom song. I feel like we have to play it.
Oh, okay. I'll let it play
with lyrics. I mean, you maybe play in the background and we can talk about our thoughts.
Sure. Go for it.
I like Minecraft.
Thank you.
For what it was,
I liked the voice acting. I think that was pretty good.
Yeah, for what it was fine. Quality-wise, good. Animations, good. Voice acting, good. Maybe it's just my my.
Do you want to mention
overall...
our discussion?
Huh?
Do you want to mention the discussion that was happening in chat?
No. I think my overall problem with the video is that it was very hard to keep my attention. It's obviously not something that's made for me, a 32-year-old man, but I'm sure the right audience would like it.
Well, yeah, because we kept talking about hentai in the chat the whole time.
Yeah.
Probably didn't help.
No, I really like the writing, and I think that Framing Engineer as the leader in a TF2 style sitcom about the things that happen to them is very interesting. The main criticism I have is mostly due to audio balancing, as well as like the pacing of the plot. Especially at the beginning, for whatever reason, this changes over time, but at the beginning you can barely hear Engineer, and I don't know why. I think the engineer's microphone, whoever voice acted for them, The engineer's microphone is worse than everyone else's, which if he's going to be the main character needs to be changed. Also, I think that the video could have done with more, like, I don't know how to put it, but dynamic dialogue. The dialogue is very plot heavy. There's a lot of the pretty much all of the dialogue chooses to service the plot. There is some character stuff, but it's not nearly as much as there could be, and probably would need to be in order to get someone invested in these characters as characters. So that would be my thing. I liked a lot of the action though. The action, especially the Frontier Justice crit part. That was my favorite part of the whole thing. I really liked that part.
I agree. I would ask.
Yeah.
Why were there 2 intros?
Yeah, that was a
little bit jarring. I had just like
3.5 minutes to get into it.
Yeah, that was his choice. He specifically did not want to release. He released this version with the trailer for the contest specifically. I'm not sure why. I think it's because he made the trailer and he was really proud of it, but also was really proud of the video and he didn't want them both to go. But as like a total package, it's strange because you watch a trailer for something and then you watch the thing, and then it's like, well, what's the trailer's supposed to be for people who don't know if they want to watch the thing, but if they're clicking on it, they want to watch the thing. So
yeah.
Yeah, and for someone like me who doesn't necessarily like original characters being implanted into other IPs, I mean, the creativity here can't be faulted, especially with the original voice acting as well.
Mm-hmm.
And the models, they all look pretty good.
Yeah, and
yeah,
doing this in Minecraft is also crazy because this was all done like in engine, of course with a mod, but like this was all done in game, which is absolutely nuts. That presumably means that you built all of the sets yourself manually, which is an insane amount of effort that needs to be commended. I do want to address the time thing because if we run this contest next year, right? The thing with, he told me in chat and candidly, he said, I spent 4 months working on this and I was keeping it to myself while I worked on the rest of the series because he wants to make it a full TV show that releases on a schedule. So he was making all the videos in advance and then saw the contest and decided to finish it so that he could release it and put together the trailer, I think. But that's really hard to judge because the spirit of the contest is that you make the thing relatively close to the deadline of the contest and within the period that people know it exists. Now, the problem with that is that you can't really judge if someone has done that. You can't judge that at all. Someone could hear what I'm saying right now and think, oh shit, I've got a year to make the video for the contest that happens next year, and then release that and be like, I made it. And they spent a year on their 25-minute highly edited animated video essay about how the fucking engineer's ballsack is the exact circumference of the sun, and that might win next year. But they had a long time. So I don't know how to handle that. I feel like if it is obvious, because the mapping video also falls under this category. It's very obvious that the map was being developed before the contest happened. Favorite Raven released the video relatively in the middle of the deadline, and given that he spent like 211 hours on the map alone, and God knows how long on the video itself, who knows, right? It's more likely than not he was working on the video in advance and then saw the contest and was like, oh shit, well, you know. But I think if we do know that that is the case, or we can intuit that that is the case, it is fair to hold it against hold it against the creator when comparing it to other videos that did make it within the point of within the point that the contest was being actually run. I think that's fair. Maybe for next year we'll be more specific about the things. There are a lot of people who did things that skirted the rules or the stated guidelines. I throw back to the other person who advertised their mobile game in the middle of their video. That's not. We didn't say you couldn't. We didn't say you couldn't do that, but maybe not really in the spirit of what we were doing here. So I think it's fair to, if we can intuit it or we know that it's the case, it is fair to hold it against the person. But also, if not, then whatever. If we got at the person who wins this contest is like, fuck you, I actually wrote this 3 years ago and I've been refining it meticulously ever since. Fuck it, whatever. We got. That's how the cookie crumbles.
Lucid, I've got to say, I've got to bounce for at least like an hour and a half, maybe just an hour, and I highly doubt you guys will still be going by then. I'm going to drop my list of top to bottom in terms of favorites to least favorites in case that might be of any use.
Okay.
But there's a chance I could be back. Don't bank on it. If I am not back, good luck to all of the peoples. I have thoroughly enjoyed the creativity, and well done to all.
Yeah.
But yes.
Also, yes, sorry, it was a Steam game chat. My bad. Also, yeah, thank you for being here, Lonqudor. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I will catch you later, slimes.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Peace.
Do you guys think I handled that adequately? I think I put it.
Yeah, that's the best we can do to address the issue of timing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's probably also worth pointing out that we were giving glowing reviews to the Hidden Rooms one, and I'm not saying that video was low effort because what was there was really good, but it's only 6 minutes long. So I think it's okay because even if people didn't really start production on their video until the announcement of the contest, they still had the power within them to, pick a project that they knew they could hammer out and make really good within that time frame.
Yeah, the length of the video in and of itself is not really taken into account that much as long as it's over the minimum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Long video, not necessarily better.
I agree. This next one is Why Do I Love TF2 by Wapak. Also, we have 7 videos left, we have 6 videos left counting this one, so we are almost done.
Why do I love TF2? To answer that, I need to go back to the dawn of time and explain what a video game is. But first, a word from our sponsor.
This is the God's most French YouTuber. I'm sorry, someone's got to say it. There's nothing wrong with it, but I just thought someone should say it.
Top 10 best Alan moments. Top 2 best Alan moments. What the hell? It's random.
And like and subscribe twice, so you're sure it works.
This is a good bit, by the way.
TF2 is a game. I remember when I was introduced to Team Fortress 2, it was back in the 1870, 1492. It was at the dawn of time. Okay, my granddad was playing on his rock TV. While I watched him, he said to me, "Look, you can play as Germa or even pyrocynical." I didn't know what the hell.
Lister, since you weren't here for the judging, I want to let you know, I think that the pyrocynical clip came up 5 times across all of the videos.
Oh, I'm sure.
I just wanted to let you know that we kept
It's
track.
very funny and silly and makes me go hee hee.
I started to become fascinated with this game. I started playing back in 2016 when my cousin wanted me to play with him, and I didn't really like the game.
You suck.
But why, you may ask? Because for some reason we only play some shitty SCP game mode. So if you don't know what SCP is, let me explain. SCP stands for stupid, clueless people, because that's what that was when I played this shitty Slenderman SCP parody game mode. I don't know, dude. I played this game mode for like a freaking month. My cousin lost interest in the game, and I was left alone. So I started playing the game normally after that, and it was incredible. What do you mean there's a guy that insta-kill anyone by stabbing them in the back? And he can turn invisible? And he can disguise himself as the other team? He must be the best character in the freaking game. Oh well. Fun fact, my favorite character in TF2 is Engineer. Engineer is so cool because you can go on your jackhammer and run really fast. Anyway, do you want to know how it feels to play TF2?
I need to let you guys know, this whole time my girlfriend has been in my peripheral vision making the Italian hand gesture and like mimicking him talking, which is he's not Italian. So it's killing me, and I'm desperately trying to pay attention, but it is absolutely destroying my perspective, and I need everyone to know, because holy shit, I cannot do my job.
That's racist.
Yeah, Marcel.
He's not Italian. He's a stinky, slimy Frenchie.
Yeah. Yeah. I know
And
there's a delay.
smelly.
Yeah, but you'll hear it eventually. I love
Just kidding. He's only 2 of those things.
He's slimy and smelly. He's not French. He's Italian.
Yeah.
Also, this is a really good montage, by the way. I'm sorry, we were talking over it.
Yeah, I mean, this game is hard. What the fuck? But don't worry, okay? This game is so good. It's so great. It's so good and great and good. There's a tutorial for like 4 characters. Whatever, dude. Who need to learn how to play Pyro? It's like W plus M1, right, guys? Right? But yeah, to learn the game, you need to get stomped and stomped and stomped again. Then you watch a tutorial to make the game not suck. Like, what the fuck, Valve? Why is the FOV 70? And why don't the weapon rotate properly by default? Do you want me to run away, Valve? Answer me, Gaben! Answer me now! Anyway. Then you watch 12 hours of Uncle Dane, the Wall How It Feels series from Lazy Purple, learn the meta, learn how to streak stab, learn how to cook the sandwich in real life. It's very good, I recommend. You watch some MLG, YTP, SFM, and some other things. What the fuck was that? Then you get lost in some slop drama about MVM or something, I don't know, I sleep. And when you come back to the game, oh boy, when you come back to the game,
I don't know, I sleep.
But you improve.
You are going to die. You, yes, you.
Oh no.
Will die. And there is nothing you can do to stop it.
I do believe I'm on fire.
Oh le triple! Oh la triplette! LOL. Yo-ho! Yo-ho! Cheeky spot! Cheeky spot, baby! Cheeky spot, baby! Cheeky spot! Cheeky! Love ya, medic. Spider. Passe dans les bacs. Boum. Personne me cache dans ce design. Ah yeah, maybe we'll finish that. Je détruis tout le monde. Avec ça. insane about this game is that every character has multiple weapons that can be swapped from different ones with different effects. I did the math, and the probability of someone having the exact same loadout as you is like 1 in infinity. So there is weapons that are good, weapons that combo well with other weapons, and you just win. For example, as a spy main, bonjour, I play the Diamondback because you get free crits just for doing your freaking job, like backstabbing people or sapping stupid engineer building. God, how I hate them. Another example, there's a pyro hacks. Shit. Oh, its name again?
The sharpened volcano fragment. Tee-hee, I'm back.
It made victims burn. Wait, but Pyro already burns people with his way better flamethrower. So why would I use an axe that deals less damage, has less range, and whose only effect is something my primary weapon already does? What secret did Valve put into this weapon? Tell me your secret, little axe. I understand now. This is the best weapon in the game! Hey! Come here, you... Come here! Come here, yes! 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 Yeah! Yes! Fun fact, my favorite weapon is
The
the
sharpened volcano fragment. Tee-hee-hee. LMAO.
I know how I can kill anyone now.
That was amazing. Wait, can we replay that, please?
Yes, of course we could play it.
That bit was executed perfectly. I could not improve upon it if I even tried.
Fun fact, my favorite weapon is
The
the diamond.
sharpened volcano fragment. Tee-hee-hee. LMAO.
I love how I can kill anyone now. I'm the GOAT now. And you're going down. Oh, poor little.
Oh, merde.
I think you got him.
No, he's dead,
Anyway,
Ringer.
let's talk about something I hate.
Love.
I hate
Love.
friendlies. On one hand, I get it. I don't know many games where people actually hesitate to destroy you if you're just like chilling somewhere. On the other hand, I have a gun. And I must use it.
Damn. You,
So friendlies, I put them in the B tier. Yeah, it's a tier list now. Now let's talk about why I love this game.
This is my
But
favorite.
first, the sponsor gambling. Use your money,
No.
stupid idiot.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, gambling. Yes, the cases. Because I love me some gambling in my free game.
Your name.
This fucking video kills me, dude.
Let's open the case.
He made he got a fucking video of whatever. It's fine. I'm sorry. I can't.
Yeah, sorry chat. I don't gamble. We're on a Christian TF2 server. I can't, I'm sorry. Lord Delphi, please forgive me, for I have sinned.
The lords
I
of
didn't
gambling.
put it in the description. I'm sorry. But now, the moment you've been waiting for. But first, a word from Are you bad at gaming? Do you want to win without even playing? Call us at 555 555 55 555 555 555 555 555 555 Guys, do you know what's Man versus Machine? It's like a side game mode where you kill robots, and it's pretty nice actually. I actually like it. It's very cool. Though I didn't quite understand why Valve made this game mode the main one for like 3 years. But hey, I just changed my meta during that time. I present to you the Shield AV. It's just gloves. Yeah, they just block headshots. Okay, this was not the best period to play the game, but Valve removed the update one day for some reason. Fun fact, my favorite TF2 map is Jaguar Falls. So, why do I love this game? Maybe it's because I love stabbing people as a Frenchman. Maybe it's because I love putting a sentry in the worst spot possible. Maybe it's because I love rocket jumping. Maybe it's the amazing community.
Where's Lister? Where the fuck? Wait, no, wait. Where's Lister? Is Lister here?
Yeah, what the fuck?
What the fuck? This can't go on.
This video fucking sucks,
This video
dude.
sucks. You put Voraby there, but you didn't put Lister? You put Wheezy TF2 there, you didn't put Lister? What the hell? This is crazy, dude. This is actually wild. You put me there, you didn't put Lister?
Video sucks.
What the fuck? I'm next to Banny.
Nah, I just like stabbing people.
This video fills me with so much glee. This is the I love this video so much. My only real my only real critique of this video, like on a aside from like I already talked about it in when I went over it on first round, but editing could be a little bit tighter in places. Sometimes the readability of your video is a little bit lost because of how chaotic everything is. But the main thing is like that montage in the middle goes on for entirely too long. It loses steam after.
Yeah.
It needs to be like 30% long, as long as it is. But like that's if that were this would be my favorite fucking video. If you just trim that one montage down by like 60%, this video is so good. Someone in chat, Caucasian preset said this is like watching every TF2 video at once, and that is the most accurate description I've ever heard of why this video works so well.
Yes.
Yes.
It's very high energy in a way that's charming and not like annoying or try hard.
Yeah. You can tell the person like cares.
It's joy and whimsy.
I love this video so much, dude. Like you're probably not winning, but like also like I want you to know this video fills me with so much joy.
That.
No,
know this.
I'm just being real, okay? I'm just being real about shit. You know, that's why they pay me. That's why I'm here, is to be real. And like I just want them to know that this video filled me with glee. This video made my life better. This video, I think this video gave me a 401k I didn't even know I like had. I think I'm gonna retire happier now because of that video. Anyways, Wallet, no, your video did not get pushed around to. I'm sorry. It was one of the harder cuts to make, but yeah. Oh, I didn't say. This is TF2's overwhelmingly overpowered melee by Andrade 100. Also, welcome back, Zesty.
Hi.
Hello. Do you think Richter's ever showing up? What the fuck happened to him?
No, he's asleep.
Dude, what the fuck? This guy.
I eated him.
This
He's
fucking
in my big
bitch.
Richter-shaped belly right now.
This man reassured me like 3 times. He's like, "No, dude, I got you. No, dude, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be. You be your own people, dog."
I can put my microphone to my big Richter-shaped belly if you want,
no,
and just like poke at him, and he lets out like a little Richter giggle, like hee hee, that tickles.
Lister, I think your ability to gauge when to speak is lost. I'm thinking you learn when to keep your mouth shut.
I'm just saying what we're all thinking, man.
I know that sounds like projection, sir.
Richter overtime drama. I don't know. I sleep.
Every class in TF2 has their own strengths and weaknesses. For example, there's the Heavy, a very tanky class capable of bullet sponging and taking space for a team, but is quite slow and an easily singled out target. Or the Spy, who can sneakily pick up enemies from behind, but also explodes from pretty much everything that looks in his general vicinity. And then there's the Sniper, whose whole thing is, well, sniping people. This means he uses weapons that are much stronger when you can put, let's say, this amount of distance between you and your opponent, so you can deal massive headshot damage with little to stop you. But when enemies are able to get too close, those same weapons can't really compete. And this makes sense. Having the range class bad at...
Alan, you there?
Virtually.
Damn it.
I know where he is, but you probably don't want to know.
Just don't say it. Don't say it.
I didn't know you and Alan went to the red light district together.
Close encounters is a clear and sensible weakness. Oh yeah, unless they got that one weapon. For some horrifyingly unknown reason, Sniper owns a weapon that, unlike any other class, lets him flip his one true weakness, and go from being just a straightforward sharpshooter to a dangerous battlefield brawler. And so I introduce to you the... Alright, let's break it down. No, I mean break down the stats, yes. The Bushwhacker is a balance-destroying knife built around the gimmick of converting mini-crits, otherwise known as an attack externally given a 35% damage bonus, into a full crit, which is also otherwise known as instant disintegration. So any instance that involves inflicting mini-crits, like an enemy hit by Girardi, now become full crits. You get a buff from a friendly player, that can also crit. If an enemy gets tagged, yup, a soldier trying to flee, that works. Zombies chasing you? Sure, I guess. Bird watching? What? Giant pit of death? Well, I mean, that still counts as a win. With the Bushwhacker equipped, the class all about range has the ability to do 195 damage in one melee swing. For quick reference, that one-shots 7 out of the 9 classes in the game, and leaves soldiers so low, it's basically within flicking range. And this is supposedly meant to be balanced by the low cost of no random crits, and a damage vulnerability when active. But like, you can
That's honestly a really clever way to show like damage thresholds against all the classes. It just to line them all up and show like the remaining health. That's really, I like that. That is all. Oh, so I'm the one that talks too much, and then you say that. Okay.
Lister,
okay?
Lister, why the fuck? Well, Lister, why are you yelling at me, dude? I said something completely like normal, and the chat didn't even hear it. It was really insightful because my mic was muted. And now you're yelling at me, dude. That's crazy.
Chat's mad at you.
Chat's only mad at me because they didn't get to hear what insightful thing I said to you. Now you're just yelling at me. That's really crazy.
Wait, were you actually muted?
Yeah, I was muted. That's what. So chat didn't hear the commentary I had.
Okay, chat. You'll never know what he said.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but he said something. He said something a little unhinged.
Chat, I will. I should. Never mind. I was gonna say, chat. If anyone in chat can guess what I said, like accurately or like 90% accurately, I will pin your comment.
Everything quickly anyway, so it's not really that big of a deal. Oh, 195 per hit though is assuming the weapon actually has mini crits to convert. And while outer sources like coordinating with a buff banner teammates can work in theory, it's not realistic in an actual round. Hey soldier, you want to try running a combo with me? Luckily though, Sniper owns his own mini-crit weapons to choose from, those being the Girardi, as I mentioned before, the Cleaner's Carbine, and the Sydney Sleeper. Now if you want the simplest combo, then your answer is the Girardi. You toss it on an enemy or two, and then start swinging for the fences. Sure, it's got a fairly decent cooldown after the fact, but it's easy, as long as you're not playing the game with a steering wheel, and your monitor's turned on. The Cleaner's Carbine, on the other hand, requires a bit more patience. You first have to take the time filling its meter by doing 100 damage with the weapon. Then, when it seems right, you can activate 8 seconds of guaranteed mini-crits, which with the Bushwhacker has potential to clear small groups of enemies, or you could just pick off one and then the entire enemy team disappears for the other 7 seconds. Then there's the Sydney Sleeper, which is really just awful. When used correctly, can be absolutely useless. Does have its specific use case since there's no cooldown or downtime. You can shoot a short draw
can't. I was trying so hard. I'm so sorry, Johnny. I was trying so hard to.
What does that mean?
Fuck. That's not what I said, but that's so funny. That's the funniest shit I've ever read in my life.
What the fuck?
How did you know? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't pull it together.
Oh Lord, help us.
Oh fuck. Okay, I'm gonna move on.
8
God give me
seconds of
strength.
guaranteed mini crits, which with the Bushwhacker has potential to clear small groups of enemies, or you could just pick off one and then the entire enemy team disappears for the other 7 seconds. Then there's Sydney Sleeper, which is really just awful. When used correctly, can be absolutely useless. It does have its specific use case since there's no cooldown or downtime. You can shoot a short Girardi effect onto anyone coming at you and even from behind them, which while I do prefer the effectiveness of the other combos, it still works all the same for shipping enemies back to the spawn room. So yes, in the right conditions and with the right weapons equipped, the Bushwhacker is a melee weapon that can do a lot of damage. But why does Sniper need that, you might be wondering, since it's true that just going for headshots instead can do a lot of damage too. Well, unless you're hacking or your dad works in the Valve offices, sniping isn't always easy. So there are absolutely going to be both defensive and offensive situations where headshots may not be the play. What is that? Let's say you're in a game and you're fully in the zone, making some important picks for your team from an effective sniping spot and just being an overall nuisance. But then you feel a disturbance when this absolute goober approaches to try ruining your moment. Now, firstly, you could attempt a snipe here, but the main reason Sniper is considered bad at close range is how much harder it is to accurately scope in and track an enemy if they're in your face, compared to if they were far away. Like, I can confidently hit a strafing spy down there, but from right in front of me, yeah, I'm probably not landing any headshots. Okay, well, you see, that scout was far away. Another option is maybe plan for this and run the Razorback to block potential stabs. You see that right there, that thing Spy's holding? Yeah, he has one of those. And then there's option 3, you bring out the Bushwhacker. Most enemies, even aside from spies who become aware of your existence, will want to challenge you from up close, since that's where Sniper is meant to be weak. And that 195 damage may just be what you need during these defensive one-on-ones. In terms of offense, you can use it to take space by mowing down single targets on your way to the next sniping spot, or maybe even in the next sniping spot, and it lets you look for valuable opportunities to take fights without worrying about close-range sniping. Like this instance where I randomly decide that I should check the flank, and was able to quickly catch a lurking soldier, or this unsuspecting medic combo making their way to me, that the Bushwhacker bolted through before they could activate their charge. And there's lots of examples like this, where you ask yourself, why would I risk going for a headshot in these kinds of fights, when swinging at them with the Bushwhacker is so much easier? And now that I think about it, do I really need a sniper rifle at this point? Sure, this heavy probably wouldn't be too hard to headshot, but what if I just didn't do that? Like, this weapon lets you get away with everything, so why would I use anything else? Hey everyone, welcome to my new Dancing in the Corner Let's Play. In this installment, we're gonna be looking for pyros. Yeah, that's right. Oh, and would you look at that, right on cue. Look at this, nobody's gonna expect a one-shotting sniper around the corner. Like this, you see what I mean? Melee only is broken. What? How have we not won yet? I feel like I've been destroying this whole game. Oh. Right, no, yeah, that explains it. Now, as enticing as trying to brute strength with melee crits is, even the Bushwhacker has its own limitations. Sure, you could hide in corners or run at people like a maniac with it, but you're not gonna get far. Trust me, I've tried. And that's mainly because A, Sniper is not a very sneaky or fast class by any means, and B, the weapon does have that previously mentioned damage vulnerability nerf that can very much come into play if you're carelessly bringing it out. So in reality, the actual most effective way of using this weapon is to put it away and use your sniper rifle. I know, that probably doesn't make sense, but think about it this way. Your sniper rifle, no matter what, is the main event of your loadout. Nothing Sniper can do beats being able to one-shot anything at any distance, so getting the most out of that as much as possible plays into your strengths of being the single best range class in the entire game. Then you have the Bushwhacker there specifically as a backup tool. It's the weapon you only bring out for the fights or opportunities that snipes properly probably won't win. And if you use it sparingly and only in the right moments, it minimizes the weaknesses of the weapon by avoiding spending unnecessary time with the damage vulnerability active, and of the class itself. By having access to a reliable way of attacking enemies conditioned to approach you, instead of relying on a smaller damage sidearm or flailing your mouse around so that maybe one of your clicks will be on their head. So moral of the story is, while you can take sniping from a sniper, you can't take the sniper from sniping. Get that quote written somewhere, put it in the Hall of Fame, whatever, because that's a keeper. What you can do, however, is improve on the class's existing formula, and become that dangerous battlefield brawler by having a good weapon for any type of encounter, which is exactly what the Bushwhacker is all about. When used in its moments, it's not only a class-defining weapon from how it lets you instantly flip the script, but it is also by far one of the best melee weapons in TF2. And that concludes my rant about the Bushwhacker, and I appreciate you all for sticking around until the end. If you want to see more content like this, feel free to let me know in the comments below, and also feel free to add what your favorite TF2 melee weapon is. There's a lot of good options out there, and it's always cool to see other people's opinions, but again, it's entirely up to you if you want to share one. Either way though, thank you again.
Good for you.
Okay.
Again,
like
for
the
all the
fish.
recent support. I
Oh,
really do
okay.
appreciate
Oh,
it.
Alan, you're here. Can I ask? Alan, I have a question to ask you.
I like the fish.
No, it's not related to that, Alan. I have a different question to ask you.
Okay.
Are you going to drive me to the airport tomorrow?
I don't know, probably not. It costs 6,000 yen.
What? I'll pay it.
Maybe.
Please.
Yeah. I don't know. 80%.
80% yes, 80% no?
80% yes.
Okay.
But like, have a backup plan.
My backup plan is to to cry because I don't want to have to.
Okay, have a backup plan that gets you to the airport.
I'll be crying on the train as I lug
Okay.
my luggage around.
That's okay. As long as you're on the train.
it, and I will see you all in the next silly little video I make. Bye-bye.
So yeah, that was a good video. That was like, what if a video was good and then they made it?
Yeah, I agree.
It was good.
It was like the just like good. There's really not, the only criticism you can really levy is that you didn't say anything that hasn't been said, which is a criticism, but it's difficult because everything else was as good as it should be.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only flaw is it doesn't take like a huge swing, but the little swing that it does do, it was executed perfectly. Like, can't be improved upon. I got major. I'm assuming this was an inspiration. I got major Lazy Purple vibes in terms of like the pacing and the humor.
I agree.
So if I'm comparing your video to one of the most beloved and famous content creators in the entire sphere, you're probably doing something right.
Definitely one of the best, one of the contenders of all time. Yeah, that's my perspective as well. Is that if it took a bigger swing, he definitely has the talent to put something together about something more complicated than just the Bushwhacker. But yeah, next we have Table Croissants, The Violent Reality of Sniper Duels, a TF2 mini documentary. We have 4 videos left, and I think the longest one is 11 minutes. So we're gonna speed through these. Let's get it. I really hope Jontohil shows up for the next video that's after this one. Although I'm hedging my bets on that. I don't know what happened to them. The judges, they said they'd be here. I'm crying in the corner right now.
I mean, I know, but I don't think you want to hear.
Mm-hmm. Same place.
Power through.
Same place Alan was.
What?
Yeah.
It's lads like you that give war a bad name.
Sorry, mate. It's like Christmas morning. Cheating only gets you so far. Incoming. Incoming! Nothing personal, mate. I'm just better. If your strategy is to build me confidence, it's working. I see you, mate.
One sniper to another, mate. Give!
Hello, my name is Andy. I'm a behavioral ecologist here studying in the Badlands. I'm currently
it's a
studying
documentary.
how these species of mercs or
Like literally, okay, I get it.
It's literally a
interact with
documentary.
one another on a day-to-day
Okay,
basis.
I'm
The most
locked in.
fascinating part of our research here is actually the subspecies we call snipers, more specifically how they combat each other. Unfortunately for the snipers and the rest of the mercs, bread crab infection is common. Bread crabs are bread spawn that develop these dark green chloroma tumors and affect other beings by jumping onto the head of an unsuspecting target.
Why is that animation
within
so
seconds,
incredible?
That's what I was just wondering. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's so good.
Completely taking over the host to do its bidding. We've yet to be able to understand the purpose of the new host, but with how fast research has been developing, answers can be found at any moment. However, we have discovered a way to manipulate infected hosts to capture POV footage to enhance our research, which has given a huge boost to it despite what our detractors say.
I do hope these detractors come into play later.
While snipers typically engage with other subspecies from a distance, when two snipers meet, the results are just fascinating. When these duels occur, they typically involve the sniper rifle, their primary defensive weapon. The sniper rifle comes in many forms, but for the most part, they all provide a powerful quick strike to the head for an instant kill. However, as one can anticipate, strategy has developed among more mature snipers to gain an advantage over the young snipers who try to stake a claim in opposing territory. The most commonly observed tactic is second scoping. The second scoping is a deceptive tactic to trick less experienced snipers. For the one trying to do the technique, they first have to scope in with the rifle. This triggers a response from the opposing sniper to scope in and try to take a shot. Younger snipers typically think that because the opponent is standing still, scoped in, it will be an easier shot. However, the first sniper then unscopes quickly without firing to dodge the young sniper's shot. This leaves the young one exposed and scared, knowing that his fate is here. The trick is quite brilliant, to say the least, as the mind games can expand from this simple trick to a multitude of scenarios just like a chess game. However, caution arises. Second scoping can sometimes lead to devastating results if done incorrectly. Another way advanced snipers secure prey is through pure skill, a quick, decisive quickscope. The scariest trait a sniper can have is being able to quickscope his opponent consistently. Being able to consistently quickscope causes fear, doubt, and anxiety in those who ever come across this predator.
Because of the fear this specific phenotype causes, most snipers attempt to avoid him at all costs. Most of the map stays barren, which leads this sniper to search. He hasn't eaten in days. However, he's not the only one who is hungry.
The alpha snipers may rule when it comes to direct engagement, but these younger snipers are scrappy and can find unique ways to feed their ego. The most common way is through weird, unorthodox angles. When a sniper recognizes a superior sniper on the opposing side, understanding the common spots of the opponent and finding unorthodox angles to kill them is an effective counter to the raw skill these predators have. If these young snipers per se were able to do this effectively and consistently, suddenly the predator becomes the prey. These predators are smart, don't get me wrong, but these young snipers have innovated and found ways to blend into unsuspecting spots. Let's take a look at a dominant sniper's POV to see if you can spot things better than he can. In a common aggressive spot for deadly snipers here on Thunder Mountain, can you find the 3 red snipers? Of course, you have the one on the far right and the 2 on the bridge, and that seems pretty simple. However, nature is just brutal. There's actually a 4 sniper.
That's some shonky business right there.
All the way in the back. Essentially a ghost. Camouflaged, undetectable. This can happen all the time. You don't even have to be in sight of the sniper. He could be in such weird places. It's brutal.
When a sniper engages with another, distance is the common denominator. However, 2 brave snipers have closed the margins and engage in a proper tussle. This is personal. A sniper is a weak physical being. He cannot sustain himself long in this type of encounter. As one gets hit, he finds himself retreating, with the other following in suit. However, in the wild, you will use anything to survive. Even if that means piss. The roles reverse as the aggressor attempts to retreat. However, he must pay for his insolence.
Sniper close quarter engagements are truly a rare sight to behold. Since these creatures lurk behind most brawls, physical combat is rare. But when the opportunity presents itself, they do not hesitate to fight back. Melee combat is the most personal and exciting way they take on their opponent. Sometimes, they use their sniper rifle and no-scope them to injure them and gain an advantage over their opponent. This will either force a retreat in which the aggressor will continue to pester his opponent until the weak perishes, or engage the aggressor quickly in hopes the no-scope will miss, leaving the tactician a failure to his own scheme. Another way they engage within distance is what was viewed mere moments ago. Snipers produce this strange substance that we've yet to be able to study. When afflicted by the contents, the victim is more susceptible to oncoming damage. While this vulnerability can push the odds of a sniper's favor in combat, there is a specific technique in Ars Moriendi that will push the advantage to whoever decides to engage in this dreaded technique. This looked down upon technique is the practice of throwing this yellow liquid on prey and using a specific knife that will instantly kill whoever is plagued with the vulnerability. Studies show that within groups of snipers, those who engage in this dreaded technique are often shunned or even kicked out entirely, as partaking in this technique is seen as an act of cowardice. Snipers feed off ego. Using close quarters combat to replicate their more traditional art of violence is the suspected reason why they retaliate in the ways that they do. Barbaric, really, but mystery liquid and interpersonal politics aside, an uncommon but still effective method snipers commit to duels is by using an SMG to whittle away the health of any adversary. Like commented previously, it's an uncommon choice as snipers tend to not be accurate enough with it to be appetizing over defensive utilities against other predators or even that strange liquid that they produce. It sounds weird to say that a sniper isn't accurate enough, but I guess the accuracy required is different. Snipers are specialized beasts that have adapted and evolved in order to survive the complexities of the Badlands. But in times of dynamic combat, they are highly vulnerable. And it seems they are more on edge and defensive than ever. I better leave before I come food to them.
It takes years for snipers to develop into competent shots, to survive these Badlands. As time passes, there may be even more challenges to come. But to be a sniper partaking in Ars Moriendi, a challenge is all that you ask for.
Whoa. That was that video. What do you guys think?
It was awesome. I love that one.
Yeah, my only real critique is that I think the video could have done with a little bit more of a narrative structure, traditional of that, of more of real animal life documentaries. Usually they follow like one specific lion and their and her cubs or whatever, or like a specific animal, and then they branch off from there into little things. And I feel like that structure would have benefited your both the theme of your video as an animal documentary, but also just like the flow of it would have been better, I think, because that opening animation, aside from it being a sniper duel, doesn't really tie to anything in regards to the theme, and I feel like it could have. You guys definitely have the talent to make that happen.
I agree. It could have been. You could make like an inverse of what's it, Tears Zoo, the guy that like talks about nature, but then his twist is he uses video game terms.
Yeah.
So it'd be funny to see like an inverse where you're talking about a video game but using purely like nature styles and terms. So I agree. I think this was really good already. but could have been just like the cherry on top would be to lean fully into that gimmick of like the nature documentary. So like Lucid said, yeah, they always have some sort of little story of following one particular animal. So that could have been fun.
Zesty?
I like that there's someone in the chat saying that it'd be better if he was British.
Someone was making fun of their accent. A lot of people in chat were making fun of their voice. I thought their voice was fine.
I thought the voice was fine too.
I guess it wasn't very nature documentary-y, but you like how are you gonna hire Neil deGrasse Tyson to speak for your shit?
I have a similar criticism with the opening of the video where it takes a bit for it to kind of hook the person in as to what the video is supposed to be, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's self-explanatory in the title, it's like if you're doing the nature documentary, you're like watch some nature documentaries to see how they usually start, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very brief cinematic shot, and then immediately the narrator comes in with something like "Snipers are Australian," you know, something like that to like ease the viewer into like, oh, that's what this is, you know.
Yeah, I feel like you even now that you mentioned it, I feel like there could have been more jokes about the sniper as a character being native to Australia and having to adapt to the climate of such a place, and there were a lot more jokes that you could have done. But with what you had, you did very, very well. So we're not trying to say it's bad by any means. It was excellent. It's a great video. We're just offering ways in which you could have taken it that next extra step to really propel it.
For the next episode of this nature documentary series, do that.
Let's go, Zesty. That was really smart of you. That's the smartest thing you've ever said, I think.
You know what? It took every brain cell to squirt that sentence out.
Why do you even script your videos? You should just like talk.
I do a lot. It gets me
I
nowhere.
think that's called a stream.
I've heard Zesty's on stream. Zesty doesn't sound that smart. What the hell? Have you heard?
No,
have you seen a Zesty stream, Lister?
My big Dumbo switch goes on whenever I stream. Yeah, I get it. It's hard to listen to. I know.
Kidding.
It's hard to listen to.
I'm kidding.
The sheer volume of vulgarity flying across my lips and teeth cannot be matched by anyone.
The trick to the Zesty stream is to wait till the VOD comes out and then play it on 2x speed and then watch him just go berserk and the little Kim in the corner.
Bro, Zesty talk that happened in a different video. Someone put Zesty talking fast in their video and it killed me. I wasn't expecting it. Zesty talking fast for whatever reason is really funny. I don't know what it is.
Because I already talk fast, and then if someone speeds it up, it's worse.
It's also because you're so emphatic and like passionate about what you're saying that it makes it sound even like more ridiculous.
Yes.
Anyways, next we have another one of my favorites, which haven't been hit so far with Lister in particular. Lister and I have very different tastes, evidently. Lister hates everything I like.
No, that was the clone.
Oh, you're right. You're
Fixed.
right. You killed the clone several times. It's like the Mandela catalog. Oh my gosh, it comes full circle. But yeah, this is Pedialski's.
Wait, I didn't like the Mandela catalog.
Yeah, but your clone. Oh,
yeah, you really didn't see that coming.
Sorry, he got out of the basement again.
That was the same one. That's crazy.
It's the same one, yeah.
There's only
keep
two.
him around. It's a rotation.
That's good. I really like this video, and I can't wait to play it. Pedialski's Pick Your Prick,
then play it.
A knife tier list. I was reading the fuck.
When's the next upload?
What? I don't know.
You have to upload. It's been like 4 years.
What?
Stock splat.
You know, Spy's knives are kind of cool. Each of TF2's classes have...
Wait, so is this guy actually coming out of a 4-year hiatus? Or was that just over-exaggeration?
I actually don't know. Hold on, let me look. Let's investigate. I actually did not.
Oh my god, it actually is.
I did not think,
wow.
I did not think to even check that.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
oh my gosh, you're right.
It was 4 years ago.
Wow. Congratulations, Pediolski. I'm completely. I feel stupid now.
Welcome back.
I didn't even think to check that. That's why we have Lister here. That's why Lister's so much better than his clone.
Their own most optimal primary. For example, the Crusader's crossbow or the original. Both of these weapons either have something that makes them just, objectively better than stock, or make a slight change that makes them a bit more reliable if you're actually trying to win a game of Team Fortress 2.
What the fuck was that?
Wheezy spotted.
Why does anyone use this thing? So out of all Spy's knives, I don't think...
Why'd you say Wheezy spotted? Did I miss something?
Because the enemy soldier had the banana hat.
Ah, that's what it was. I was like, is he here?
Why does anyone use this thing? So out of all Spy's knives, I don't think there's one knife in the game that truly covers more situations than another.
Well, actually the stock knife thrives in almost any situation.
Yeah, if your situation is boring, just look at this thing. It's completely grey, devoid of all life. It just makes you play the game the way Valve intended, which is sitting in a bush with the cloak and dagger for half the game until you're so deprived of dopamine you would rather play medic. Alright, look, let me give an example. You're on the enemy payload, you get one stab. What do you do? Kunai trick stab. If you can. Big earner, dude, you're out of there. Eternal reward.
Hey, thanks.
I mean, unless they turn around. Stock? Nothing! What are you supposed to do?
Okay, enough. Stop. We gotta keep this moving. Your 3 whole viewers are losing attention.
Okay, let's just see what else we got. Oh, it's just this thing. How about this? Even with its crippling 70 health it spawns you with, the kunai is honestly more of an upgrade than a side grade, because it takes the idea of Spy as a class, spits on it, and does whatever it wants to, as after you get just one stab, you turn yourself from a glass cannon into a 40-ton, 890 caliber Russian sergeant. And now you may be thinking,
actually, due to the fact that you need to secure a backstab before being able to use the knife to its full potential, the kunai is only good against inexperienced players, rendering it useless against competitive teams.
Alright, first of all, do I look like I play competitive? And second, you get to... You heard it from me, folks. Spy can rocket jump. You know that whole thing about prediction and movement types that these guys talk about?
You like how I really like how he grabbed the boom mic.
Yeah, and like the camera keeps unfocusing.
Yeah,
it's a really great detail. Is that supposed to be 1 ounce mouse?
The detail.
Little doodle.
I don't know. The detail of the camera unfocusing becomes better by the end of the video.
You know that whole thing about prediction and movement types that these guys talk about? Yeah, fuck that. Just go over their heads. Hell, you don't even have to be good. You could just brute force your way into everyone's back. Okay, just look at this clip. I've already stabbed one person, and I find myself facing a demo knight, but oh shit, his friend is here too. By now I've taken 130 damage, and I've finally managed to sub one of the demos before taking 2 more hits, leading the other demo into a corner and killing him. And at this point, I have taken 260 damage. If I was using any other knife, I'd be fucking dead. Twice. And that's what makes this weapon so great. You can just be as bad as you want at the game and still get out of the clip alive. It's just
to make a weeb joke.
What? No. What am I, fucking Soundsmith?
We're down to 2 viewers. Do you want to be famous or not?
And if you use this thing, you definitely watch anime.
It's funny because it's making fun of someone else's interests.
Andrew, no!
The fucking monkey soldier.
You can't shoot people for the bit. That's not how a bit works. Oh, dude, I'm calling it out.
No, don't call fucking he's dead. He's already dead.
I'm calling an ambulance.
No, dude, I don't have the filming permits for this.
Family Guy death pose.
Dude, I don't care. He's bleeding out of the floor.
Go to jail. I'm gonna go to fucking jail.
I'm the cameraman.
Fuck. That's my favorite. That's maybe my favorite joke anyone has made in the whole contest. Is that joke? Because, like, you know, if you're paying attention, you'll realize through the animation that it's a real person, or it's supposed to be a real person holding the camera with, like, the camera focusing and unfocusing. And the payoff just being him being like, "Hi, I'm the cameraman." It's so funny.
Stupid.
I don't have the filming permits for this place.
I don't care!
What? Dude!
I
no,
don't care!
dude,
He's
I'm
bleeding out of the
gonna go to jail. I'm gonna go to fucking jail.
Don't
I'm the
shoot my
cameraman.
So dumb.
These walls are the only thing I know. The days blur together here. It's been months since I've seen the sky in its entirety.
Oh, hey, are you Pity Oscar?
Oh, yeah, that's me. Yeah, I'm Pity Oscar. I'm famous out there, right?
No, I was the other audience member when you killed that guy.
Oh. You want an autograph?
Fuck off.
Look, listen, it's hard being a TF2ber, okay? This game is 20 years old. There's nothing left to talk about.
Dude, you're not a YouTuber. That wasn't even a tier list. You didn't
Yeah,
rank
but-
anything. You just
Or
worked a
True.
video for 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, at least I tried. Okay? Look where that got me.
Dude, this is a jailbreak server.
Stupid fucking goddamn
Fucking
shit. They want a video. They want a video. They're gonna get a fucking video. It's gonna be the best fucking video they've ever seen.
That was
very good.
That was something. Yeah.
That
was very well done. That was very funny.
That is, I love that video so much. That's.
I guess was like sort of like the point to be sort of like subversive, because like half the video was like the SFM bits, but the first half was like the more standard video, like the weapon review.
Well, yeah. The point is like he attempts to do a tier list where he talks about everything, but then he gets fed up and gives up because he can't figure out how to be entertaining, and he keeps losing view. Like, the premise is that he wants to be a TF-tuber, but he sucks at it, so he just gives up by the end of the video. It's really, really clever. It's
That's
really good.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
I really like this video. You guys, I know I said this several times but I want to reiterate. You guys put in so much work, especially considering there's some high quality shit that's not even here, that we're not even watching today. You guys tried your ass off to make some actual, like, insane quality shit, and I cannot be more proud of everybody who submitted. This shit is awesome. It's so good. It's so peak. But yeah.
Also, I wanted to point out in that last video, he did something interesting I don't think I've seen before, but like when he has his spy character talking over gameplay, he puts a shadow over it. So it's like he's giving a presentation,
yeah,
which is cool. Like usually when YouTubers do that, it's like, oh, my character's actually in here in the game, and this guy did that too. But he'd also like put the shadow to differentiate. Like, okay, here's like my character actually in the game, and then put a shadow to say, okay, here's my character just like talking over this other gameplay.
Yeah,
like, fun little detail.
Yeah. Drop shadows are really cool. I like drop shadows.
Me too.
This is really cool.
Gentlemen? Maggots! Roger that! You are a spineless worm! Oh, merde. You suck. Damn it! Spy in our midst, men! Booyah! I'm back! Magnificent. Gotcha, crouton! Help! No! Oh no. Oh! I did all I could. Hit the showers, Frenchie. Kiss me. Let's do this! Come on! Let's do it! Get going! Don't fret, boyo. I'll be gentle. Let this be a lesson for you. Oh, that spice. Kabim! Cheers, Nick! No! Ah! Good eye! Woo! Woo-hoo-hoo! That's what I'm talking about! No. I'm a freaking blur here. Sweet. Get ready. Oh! Sporo! This sucks on ice. Snipe that, you freaking coward! What the hell was that crap? That's some shonky business right there. This did not just happen.
Hello, I'm Gabe Newell. Hopefully, I'm worth the wait. Goodness. You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
Thanks, mate.
Just Alt F4.
Peace.
That was, as they say, wicked sick. Thanks, and have fun.
What do you guys think?
For what it was, that was fun. It was very well made, really solid editing with all the stuff they had to do to like recreate Pokemon battles. Very good.
Yeah, I really like. I really liked the attention to detail. A lot of the translations of TF2 to Pokemon were really creative and unique. And my only critique of this is really the same critique I have of Pokemon, which is that the fight takes way too fucking long. But that's also
that's what I said or was gonna say too. With like the health bar going down painfully slow, while accurate, probably isn't best for video.
Yeah, I agree. It is very impressive though. It was so convincing that I initially thought they made a game and was just recording it until we got to the battle part, because of how accurate it is. But yeah, thank you for submitting. We have one video left. The last video.
Oh shit! Wait, oh damn it! I already watched this one and I didn't even know it was for the contest. Damn it. Okay, well I'll watch it again because I really liked it.
Yeah, this is the flamethrower versus the last one was made by Smiley Face Trollger TF2, by the way. This is the flamethrower versus the degreaser by Richter.
Is this a reference to something, or is just like its bespoke intro?
It's a Persona 3 reference. This is the intro to Persona 3.
I see. Apologies.
Hey, Rainik here. Have you ever been in a situation where you looked at your pyro loadout and you weren't sure which weapon is better between the degreaser and the flamethrower? I mean, most of the times the question boils down to, well, do I want to sacrifice weapon switch speed for less damage? But then you might again ask yourself, is it really that much slower? What's the real difference between these two? How can it really impact my gameplay? These are some of the questions I aim to answer in this video, where I'll go over the key differences between these weapons, and not only that, I would also like to add in how they feel gameplay-wise beyond their statistics.
John is here.
Hello, Jontohil.
6 in the morning.
Hello, Jontohil. You've come to watch the very last video and give no thoughts on it. We're almost done.
No, he can give his thoughts on this one.
Yeah, he can give his thoughts on this video.
Okay, wait. Let's just go back and rewatch everything.
Yeah.
Now that Jonto's here.
Wait, where's this? Oh god.
Are you good, Jontohil?
Yeah, I just woke up.
Are you?
Where's the bloody link? Watch to get that link. Hold on, where did?
You just scroll up past all the bullshit.
it's in podcast general. So I was looking in the UFR general channel.
Here, I'll post it again. Don't worry.
No, I found it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I am. Pick a username. Donto Lamau. Join the room.
Nice.
I joined right at the end. Wow.
Yeah, this is the last video. This is the last one that we're watching today.
Okay, awesome.
Better late than never.
I guess.
Wait, and now we can put your name in the title because you are here to judge a video.
A video.
It's not clickbait.
That's so true. Oh my gosh.
Hey yo, what you talking about?
I'm talking about the degreaser and the flamethrower, Simon. Can you go? I'm kinda busy over here.
Don't be such an asshole. Besides, you owe me.
What? What are you talking about?
I've been drawing on this channel for years. I also want to be included.
Yeah, whatever. You can also just go fuck yourself.
So mean.
I will be joined by my good old friend Simon. Now, before we get into the flamethrowers themselves, I'd like to explain an important part of what I believe the Pyro himself represents as a class. Pyro is a hybrid class due to the fact that he can take on different roles depending on his arsenal. He can either take on an offensive role or a defensive one. With that out of the way, starting off with the degreaser, this weapon bolsters a quite interesting set of statistics, although I will not mindlessly mull them over, instead opting to show you these in a more practical way. One of the most identifiable traits of the degreaser are its holster and deploy speed. It's told to us that the degreaser holsters 30% faster and deploys 60% faster. That sounds great, but how much does that actually change your gameplay? It changes how you interact with the other weapons in your arsenal immensely. You now gain the ability to complete flare shots with your flare gun much faster, as well as synergize with the other weapons like the panic attack to create what is called a combo pyro. The combo pyro is a subclass which specializes in using your flamethrower along with your secondary and melee weapon to kill other mercenaries. And the degreaser perfectly fits the role because of their added responsiveness when you want to change between weapons because it happens so fast. Here's an example of what the degreaser allows its user to accomplish. Now, here's the price you gotta pay for all that. Your weapon now deals less afterburn damage and you get 2 less air blasts. Now you might think to yourself, alright, well, afterburn ain't really all that, so I'm fine, I'll just use WM1 and the air blast.
Why is there an upgrade station on Gorge?
Less. I can manage.
Don't ask questions.
I have no idea.
Look at the animated pyro with the shadow on the environment.
I didn't even notice the shadow on the environment. I thought you were talking about the tracking. I thought the tracking was good as well.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. I'm still trying to like wake up, and now I've been like blasted by this video, like all this animation. I'm like,
me too, man. I feel you.
Okay.
Also, thanks for the.
Just continue the video.
Thanks for the €1. I appreciate it.
Whatever, that's just 2 less. I can manage. Personally, I'd beg to differ. Statistics such as these convey a poor portrayal of how it is in practice. Imagine that you're playing on Upward as a pyro with your good old degreaser. You get into a fight with a soldier right by the bridge that's near the spawn. You use your 4 air blasts and now damn, you're out of 100 ammo. You might be thinking, whatever, it's just 100 ammo. Got another 100 with me, right? No. You most likely also sprayed the guy with fire. So you're probably around the 80 or 70 range. Now you might think, alright, there's an ammo pack close by just under the spawn. Alright, matches are in static. For all you know, there's a demo man there and you're almost out of ammo. And let's be honest, I'm not gonna generalize here, and I'll say that you have about a 50-50 shot of getting that air blast to kill him, as an average player. Hooray if you got him, now you're out of 50 ammo at least, and now pray there's nobody else coming up behind him. Boo if you died and look like tonight's biggest loser. My point is, the ammo consumption is a big price and a big risk. Nobody wants to be caught with their dick out, not being able to fight back. And after a fuck ton of hours in this game, I have to say, similar situations to these have happened to me in the past where I was looking like a lamb ready for the slaughter just because I didn't have enough ammo. Also, let's not forget about the potential loss of kills due to the smaller damage done by Afterburn. But of course, the upside of the weapon switch speed is what makes the weapon great compared to the flamethrower speed that is comparable to Valve ever releasing the MVM update, or fixing casual mode.
Objection! According to the Tough Break update, the flamethrower has been made a lot faster due to the universal weapon switch speed buffs. And really, the flamethrower has now very similar stats of the weapon switch speed that the old degreaser had, so it's not actually that slow. Now yes, of course the degreaser gained a buff to its speed as well, but let's be honest here. The speed of the flamethrower has been buffed to such a degree that you can combo with it like with the degreaser. The only class that is hard to combo with this, in practice, are the other pyros that might be up against you. Now, let's talk a bit more in depth here. The flamethrower has the ability to use 10 air blasts before completely running out of ammo, and has the full afterburn damage of 4 per tick. Now, due to its slowness compared to the degreaser, which as we've said is negligible, I'd still like to classify this as a more defensive weapon due to the fact of how much ammo it has and that it has a lot more air blasts. With that in mind, I'd say the weapon is able to comfortably fit into a more pyro subclass mindset. But then again, we've just gone over the fact that this weapon is able to combo just as well, did we not? This just shows how flexible pyro is as a class, and how much range of gameplay pyro has as a class. Even compared to the situation mentioned by Rainy, I believe the flamethrower would fare better there with the higher ammo count, as you'd be left with 120 ammo or 100 by the end of that first fight with that soldier. So for the average player, I'd say the flamethrower is a much more reliable and useful weapon due to the fact it's able to output more damage with its flames and afterburn. Now, that's all well and good, but how do these extra air blasts actually make the pyro subclass possible? With the higher ammo count, you are able to reflect more projectiles, extinguish more people on your team without having to worry about your ammo so much, as well as having more ammo to use for those pesky little spies for spy checking. Also, how about the afterburn damage? The stock flamethrower deals 4 damage per tick, compared to the degreaser's only 1 per tick. So stock wins in damage output by itself. Ah!
Yo, dipshit. Remember how I mentioned the big risk? Have you ever heard of the concept of high risk, high reward? Now sure, your flamethrower might be a weapon that can reliably just WM1 through enemies, but let's consider this. TF2 is a game built on the concept of weapons that reward skill in a huge way. The degreaser gives the means for the player to do just that. You've also said it yourself, the degreaser is faster than stock. You're given the ability to resolve fights in so much as 1 flare shot with 4 out of the 9 classes. It's true that it requires skill from the player, but the reward is worth it in my opinion. As my wonderful girlfriend would say, the ability to kill that pesky scout that's been annoying you in 1 quick shot is nothing to scoff at. Also, the lesser afterburn damage argument is irrelevant if you consider the overall damage output that's possible while doing combos with or without the flare gun.
Okay, alright. Combos are great and all, but not everyone is a super pro pyro 69 infinite level player or whatever, and can't just go shooting around combos left and right to kill other enemies. They'll need something more reliable when fight gets tough.
Yeah, or maybe you can get better, loser.
Alright, I have heard enough. My verdict is both of these flamethrowers are good. They both excel in their own areas. Neither can be called worse. It's up to personal choice.
Damn. Alright, well, I guess he's right.
How about we try to cool off, huh?
Well, listen, how about this? Both of the weapons are good, so let's just give them a category when they should be used. The degreaser is an offensive weapon,
while the flamethrower is a great defensive weapon.
Hey, honey. Did you see me beating that guy's ass in court?
Good job, honey.
You didn't beat anyone's ass.
Aw, come on. I had you there for a little bit. It's whatever, though. Let's just drink and chill for now.
Alright.
And that will be all from us. See ya, guys. Bye-bye.
Banger spotted.
That's the best video I saw in this competition. It's also the worst one I saw in this competition.
God.
It's also the only one I saw.
Wow, you heard it here first.
He has passed a judgment.
Wow, Jontohil,
Jontohil,
I need you to say at least 3 sentences about this video right now. Go.
Pyro is the class from Team Fortress 2. The flamethrower, there is a degreaser and it has a fast switch speed. This is mildly interesting to me because I'm making How to Man Pyro. There was a really cool tracking shot with the shadow that I noticed. Oh look, they're fishing at a waterfall. I'm not even kidding. Most of the video, I was like blankly staring at it with my mouth half open. I could physically feel this in my face. I have not fully woken up.
What's happening?
I have not fully woken up. It is, last night I couldn't go to bed any later than 10, and then I woke up 3. I'm like, oh okay, I only a third of the way through. I can get another hour, and then I'm waking up at 6. Okay, and I'll just hop on. You know, I can't be that far through, and it's the last video.
Yeah.
This is time zone nonsense. This is not the worst I've had with a time zone incident either. There was a whole charity Highlander thing that I was really excited for, and then I slept through the alarm.
Oh.
There is a message in chat that puts it really well. Official Jane Doe. John watching this sort of video as soon as he wakes up at 6 a.m. must feel like a sort of fever dream. Yeah. I'm not even sure I'm awake. Oh, okay, you know what? Do you have these videos in a playlist?
Yes. Yeah. I think, yeah.
Can you DM the link to the playlist for me? I don't want to make promises, but I will try and watch all of them over time when I can actually pay my full attention to them.
But we're making the judgment now.
Yeah, you're making the judgment, but a lot of these people probably just want me to see the videos.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, I continue.
Oh, so everyone's just here for you.
Yeah, I can send you the playlist. Someone already made it.
That's not what I meant.
Shout out to Table Croissant. Table Croissant already made a playlist for all of the videos that I used, and I really appreciate them. I will now post it in the chat for those who wanted to see not just the videos we covered, but all of the the shortlisted videos. It's there. Go look at it. Look at it. It's everywhere. And then I'll send it to you, Jontohil.
Yeah. Okay. I see. He's posted it one time in chat.
I posted it exactly once. Yeah.
Yep, exactly once. Okay. Let me just save this playlist. Thank you, Table Croissants. I can now look at this while I work. On the Buddy Pyro video today.
Jonto, I don't mean to spook you or anything, but I just figured you should know you haven't woken up. This is a nightmare. There's bugs in your skin. There's bugs in your skin. There's bugs in your skin. There's bugs in your skin.
How did you make that noise? Turned on a vacuum cleaner.
I have a lot of friends.
All right.
I have a lot of friends.
Okay, so do you guys want to do this discussion about the quality of the videos live, or do you want to do it? Do you want me to like play me and Richter's Minecraft diss track while we go discuss things?
Probably the latter.
Okay. I'm not actually going to play me and Richter's Minecraft diss track, but I will play.
What about Pigeon? Throw up Pigeon.
I feel bad if I throw Pigeon on while we go to.
What if you just leave me alone with the stream because I have no idea?
Yeah.
No, but then
go.
I can't. No, but I can't
And then
record
I'll
you.
beatbox.
I can't record you by
Oh, yeah,
yourself.
true. True.
Play gay poop fucker. No, I'm not playing that. Show us Pigeon. Fine, I will let you guys watch Pigeon's video since Pigeon seems okay with it in chat. I will let you guys watch Pigeon's video while
I'm gonna deafen from this call, and I'm just gonna pay full attention to the Pigeon video. If I lose attention, I'll undeafen in the call.
Okay.
How long is Pigeon's video?
Pigeon's video is 18 minutes. We will probably it will probably not finish.
I have no idea what to expect.
This was not one of the videos we reviewed. This was one of chat's favorite videos.
This is the most honorable mention.
Okay, let's see if I can. I think I can just deafen and then mute. Okay.
I'm coming off the plan on the fly here.
Jontohil is
Oh wait,
definitely manually.
Well, I put my top 3.
I need to mute.
I'm
this.
kind of working through
Team
mine.
Fortress 2 is a class-based
They
first-person
can
shooter
hear-
released in
no,
2007.
dude, you fucking-
In this video, I decided to see which
Yeah.
class I'm very best at. Now, how am I going to do this, you may be asking? Well, I play 2 rounds
No,
of King
you-
of the Hill with each and every
They
single
can hear
class,
us on
and at the
stream,
very
but
end
not
of the
you,
video,
because you-
I'm going to tell.
Yeah, you fucking.
So this is the part where we all collude to.
I'm so stupid.
Pick the winner.
He was saying some crazy stuff. He knew he was muted. I think.
No,
He was
no.
just doing it again.
No, I don't know how to do. I don't think I can do this the way that.
You can't mute your mic through OBS?
No, I can, but I can't mute you guys as well,
Don't you have
and
a-
also hear
Don't
you.
you have a mixer that separates what
Mute
gets to stream and what gets to your headphones?
Yes, but that mixer only includes like it includes all of the desktop audio as one thing, which includes your guys' voices.
That's rough.
So
Well, that sounds like a you problem.
I
Just mute your
guess.
desktop audio.
Yeah, mute the desktop and then.
But then they can't hear.
just-
Then they can't hear anything.
Window with YouTube video.
I guess you guys get nothing. Fuck you. I guess you guys get. You guys can have the visual of Pigeon's video with no audio. I guess because there's
You
no
just need
other
the
way to do
visual
this.
stimuli.
Yeah.
You need some sort of visual stimuli. What's
Yeah, put
good
subtitles on.
visuals?
Oh, I'll put subtitles. Yeah, thank you.
Have a silent movie.
Where's Cat?
Put on Big Buck Bunny.
I'm not putting on. No, this is better than Big Buck Bunny.
It has no dialogue. What the fuck do you mean?
Okay,
if there's ever a time to
muting.
put on Big Buck Bunny, Lucid,
Hello. Oh, yeah, that cough wasn't staged.
We have come to a decision. We know who is receiving. We know who is going to go on and be given millions of cents. I don't actually know if that's true. I didn't do the math on that.
Asterisks.
Math. I have like a cat.
We know who's going to be given money. And we've come to the correct conclusion. I think we're all pretty much in agreement on who the top 3 are. Do you want to give like the 2 main honorable mentions that we have?
Yes.
For like 5th and 4th place, we went back and forth on 3rd. We'll go chronologically. 5th and 4th place, in whatever order, are Bombish Fuse's spy frag video and Bloop's pastime rooms video. Those are 5 and 4. Also, we didn't actually like talk about it, but honorary 6 might go to Gabby's video as well. Those 3 to me are the and to most of us are the very they're just outside of the top 3. And to be clear, I think we can all agree it was a game of inches between all of these videos.
We're not talking like a very wide spread here. It's all very close with these, especially like the bottom 4. You know.
Yeah. It was very hard. But yeah, number 3.
And I want to give one more honorable mention to Duke Animates. Your traditional animation that was all hand drawn was badass and really good. Please keep doing that. It's fucking amazing.
Number 3 goes to Pidialski's spy tier list video. We were all very charmed by the premise. The skit was incredibly creative, and the execution of a disgruntled YouTuber coming back and after years of not making a video and trying to get back into it, but not really finding success is incredibly engaging and even perhaps maybe on some level relatable to at least 4/5 of the panel. Maybe on some level, but it was incredibly well made, and the animation especially was. And the comedy,
the comedic timing.
Yeah, the comedy was over the top nuts. It was great. And also Jontohil, I assume you wanted to say something.
Oh yeah. I also have something to say about that. I actually have already seen that video. I secretly did. Whenever in the weeks leading up to this, when I started seeing like TF2 videos uploaded, I would stop watching once I realized they were entry for this competition. A couple of them actually have my watch time on it a little bit, like you shouldn't have a main. But then I stopped watching once I realized. That one I did end up watching all the way through because it never occurred to me. I liked it. It was good. I was suspicious that it was a UFR contest, so I avoided commenting on it. But yeah, I already did. And I can relate to having a video that you work really hard on and it getting less than 100 views in its first day. That's what happened to the first episode of Spy Psychology, because that was before I was a YouTuber, big YouTuber. Like, that video has like hundreds of thousands of views now, but when I first uploaded it, it was like less than 100 views in 24 hours. Which, yeah, it sort of sounds insane, but yeah, that's how it worked. So yeah, that's how it happens. That's how it starts.
But yeah, congratulations, Pidialski. For you know, we'll work out all of the prize delivery off camera. I think Zesty is going to handle the majority of that, so we'll figure that out. But second and first place, as I'm sure you know what most of you probably figured out what second and first place are, and picking between them was very difficult for the panel. We kind of knew the order, but once again, this is easily like the closest. It is literally 2 videos that both have incredibly difficult concepts to execute on and manage somehow to do something incredibly special, and not just special but memorable. Videos that will probably live on in my mind at the very least as definitive TF2 videos on their respective subjects. That being said, we do have to choose. So in second place, we will award the prize money to Favorite Ravens map video. Lister, do you want? Yeah, applause. It deserved. Lister, you can handle this one, I think. In talking about it.
The Raven video.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So I feel like it executed its goal pretty much perfectly. We had very few like real non-subjective criticisms. I think the main one was just at certain points he could have like had more variety to the visuals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's one part where it's like a extended cut of him just sped up footage of Hammer. But otherwise it was done really well. I especially liked as I said when we first watched the video, I think the script was put together really cleverly, just in a way that takes what should have been a pretty dry and complex topic of making a map for a 20-year-old game. He managed to still get in a few jabs at how like annoying and buggy it was without getting lost in the weeds of like fully explaining all of it and losing our interest and keeping it interesting. So just all around really, really solid.
Yeah, and also bonus points for the ending the outro about creation and how art connects us to both our past and who we are as people, and how we can pay that connection, that respect back to the thing that back to the art itself by pouring ourselves into it, making things about that art, and showing our appreciation for it. That's kind of what the whole contest is about, and works really well as a thesis statement for the contest itself. So it resonated with me on a personal level to hear that be articulated. And of course, finally, I'm sure that there's nothing really more to say. First place of the first, potentially only, maybe not, UFR video contest is Emoticon Man's TF2 in the Post-Apocalypse, which is a video, I'll let Zesty talk in a second, but it's a video that sincerely blew us away upon hearing about it and upon listening to it. At the very least, it blew me away. Once I realized the level of absolute effort and research that went into it, on top of it all being done within a very short time span, which is not really relevant to the judgment part of this, but it is worth noting. It was something, he considered it a rushed video, which that alone indicates how incredibly talented this individual is. And it was like I said, very, very close between both videos because they both accomplish very similar things, but it is a game of inches, and it just edged it out for the panel. As Zesty, you can talk about the rest of what you have to say.
I mean, you pretty much highlighted everything that I thought the video did strikingly well. I loved that it took this very big swing, this super kind of high bar, highbrow concept of like, oh, how do we play TF2 in the post-apocalypse? And it just made a full narrative story out of it. And not just like telling the story of like, the very simplistic things of you have to find a computer and then you have to like get people together to play it. Like he did an insane amount of research, even going so far as to talk about like wavelengths to maintain internet connection. So you can play you can play with other people, and like taking into account like, okay, if there's this amount of the population left, getting people together is going to be harder. So good. And then like the cherry on top of the cake at the very end was like, it was this meta statement about like the state of the game. And that was like a very small facet of it. I like the other 99% of the video on its own still would have got first place. But like the fact at the very end, it's like, oh, hey, by the way, like this should show just how pathetic it is that like the game is being treated in this way, when like even in the post-apocalypse, it's like still doable to get people together and play this game. I just really cannot think of I've not seen another video in a very long time that took a more interesting, engaging, and big swing at something like that topic. I honestly cannot think of another one over the past like 10 years. It was very, very good.
Absolutely. And Lister, I assume you had something you wanted to say as well.
Yeah, so I after sitting on it and thinking on it, I semi-retract what I said, I don't think I said I outright hated it, but I'm pretty sure I said I didn't like it as my initial reaction. And I think that's because I recognized, like, as I later said, this is kind of like my conclusion. I view that video as like an uncut gem, where it's like I really value, obviously, the research, but also the concept of like just so absurdly showing how insane the state of the game is, where even after, you know, as Zesty said, like in an apocalypse, you could still rebuild TF2 and like make minor changes. I think it's just, for like a few reasons, disagree with how it was executed. And I think I was just frustrated in the moment because I was like, man, like if only, in my mind, at least in my opinion, he had like changed this, this, and this, it could have like so much more strongly proven or like argued the point he's trying to get at. But now that we watched like the whole contest and gone through all the videos, there's no doubt in my mind that that video would not be top two. It was, as Lucid said, a battle of inches between that video and the map video, the Raven one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. Battle of millimeters, really. Not even inches. Inches is too generous. Millimeters between the two.
Yeah. Also, because I just checked it in order to link it. I'm also very proud of the audience for that. I'm pretty sure that video had 64 views when we watched it. It has 1.1K now, and that's deserved. It deserves more, frankly. But
oh yeah, 100%.
I was shocked because most of the videos that that did well in the contest also did well algorithmically. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And that one probably was one of the worst performing out of any of them that got that far, and it deserved to do much better. Duck Animates, your video also was one of the ones that we considered to be in third. It was like I said, all of a bunch of the videos were very, very close to each other. None of you, Gabby, like I said, Gabby was another one. None of you should be ashamed or think you did a bad job because you didn't get there. Metal is another one. Persian is another one.
We have to
all of you guys did
again,
great.
Like, the spread between all of these is very, very narrow. Like, we're not talking leagues between bottom of this list and top of this list, right?
Yeah, it's yeah.
Also, special shout out to Spy Simulator.
Yes,
I really like that. I would watch a whole series of that. All the different references and shit. It's edited tight.
Oh,
It's
I
good.
will probably see that later.
Oh, you would love that one in particular. It's this whole, it's a completely unique take on a frag movie, and in a way that I've never seen before. It's very good.
Yeah, I'm of the opinion that like frag movies, or at least spy ones, are very like oversaturated.
Absolutely.
It reminded me of Swipes. I'm assuming that was a inspiration, just like the gameplay frag video interlaced seamlessly with like stupid memes and edits. Huh?
Yeah. No, that Swipes isn't the type that I think is oversaturated.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, an interesting take on it. I mean, I did like a joke in an April Fool's video like a few years ago, where it started out as a generic frag movie and then it cut to like 240p, 10 frames a second, with me like singing "Bury the Light" out loud with a kazoo.
Pretty good.
It was great. But yes, and like, I probably will watch these because I did like find the idea of like, oh, judging videos. This could be very interesting. I like sort of doing this, and then I joined, and then it was the last video. So
yeah, I would have really liked to hear what you would have had to say, but I'm glad that you at least watched the third place one because it was very good.
Yeah, I happened upon it. So like, how much does it have now? There it is, easy. Because I can actually sort of pin down what caused it to get such a low view count. Because I've got better at figuring out like how to do thumbnails as well. Like I actually another funny story. I remember Jontohil. I commissioned him to do like the thumbnail for my Spy as a Gun episode of Spy Psychology, and then not now. But then I ended up not like liking it as a thumbnail, even though the art was good. So I still paid him for it, but I just used it as a wallpaper instead, and then just made my own thumbnail.
Jontohil does excellent work.
Yeah. Since then, I've just decided that I need to do my own thumbnails. Dog has just come rushing into my room. Hello. Yes, I'm awake now. Okay, I'm gonna need to run. Okay, I'm gonna leave you to it for a little bit. I'm gonna run this dog.
All right, go for it.
I'll be right back.
Do you guys briefly before we close out? Do you guys want to talk about the doing this again? Kind of the contest in memoriam, because this was a harrowing week for me.
I would love to do this again. I think with a little bit more planning and appropriate timing, it'll be way less of a burden on you. It'll just mean that the contestants will have to wait a little bit longer for the judging to be done in a timely manner, because you plowing through 240 videos in 5 days is like should not be expected of anyone. And I think when we do it again, ideally we'll do it in such a way where multiple people can be present to the entire time while watching these videos to have a little bit better vetting. And not to say our vetting wasn't good this time around, but like just to make it, you know, even better. And to not make it feel so kind of bottlenecked into a single week. It was a lot, especially for you.
Yeah.
So definitely want to do this again. Just got to do the scheduling and handle the scheduling a little bit better.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
Yeah, I'm very happy with the impact the contest has had. Not to say it moved any mountains. I did earnestly wish that it got even more coverage in the more mainstream community than it did. But that's not to say that I'm unhappy with how it went. I think that the contest was a net positive for everyone involved. It was a net positive for me. It was a net positive for all of the judges who got to watch a bunch of good videos. It was a net positive for the community who got to see a bunch of people they've never heard of. I've heard so many, granted, I have a biased perspective, obviously being the person who runs the contest, but I've heard so many people say, wow, I'm seeing so many more videos in my recommended about TF2, largely because of the contest. A lot of the videos that did well algorithmically were from channels that had basically no one watching them, because all of you guys went out and supported the people you wanted to support, and that makes me so happy, because that is what I wanted. I wanted to see more people get out of their comfort zone, make something they've never made, and find new people to watch. And also to see all of you guys collaborating with each other in the Discord, helping each other get footage, editing, making your videos. That shit warms my heart. That is exactly what I wanted. As far as the community impact is concerned, it was a rousing success. It could not have been better. And I'm so happy that the video went off as well as it did. And not to mention, not to get like all negative about it, I was shocked. There were a very small amount of people who were I don't know how to put it.
Say openly antagonistic towards this.
Yeah, there was the overwhelming sentiment of the contest was above board, like, we are actually trying, we are going to make something, we are going to put our best foot forward. There were, I could count them all on one hand, the memes and the shit posts and the stupid stuff. I could probably count all of it on one hand in terms of what was like deliberately intended to be antagonistic toward the contest. And I could not be happier with that. That was the most surprising part, because I had battened down the hatches. I was ready to see a bunch of shit about how I'm stupid and dumb and suck. But there was very little of that. So I am very happy. But yeah, I really hope that this isn't just a blip in TF2 history. I hope it goes on to do something more. I will at everyone about the winners and also post the public shortlist playlist for you guys all to see all of the videos that I chose to be that I chose as part of the contest for the shortlist. So you guys can also all see that. Where the fuck is the? Where did I put where's this playlist that I made? Or that, I didn't make it, table made it. I'll find it. I'll put it in the announcement. But yeah, big ups to all of you. Also, thank you to all the people who stuck out to watch me lose my mind for 33 and a half hours every day. It was, I think the longest stream was yesterday's. It was 6.5 hours of non-stop TF2 content.
Oof.
I'm so happy that you guys tuned in. There was like 150 plus people in all of those streams, and that made me very happy. But yeah. Anyways, on that note, UFR is gone for the next month at least, probably. So enjoy.
Well-deserved break after this.
Yeah, enjoy it while it lasted. I have a video about snipers, not snipers, plural, coming out in the next week. It was going to come out today, but I couldn't get it done because of this contest. So, you guys are going to have to wait like 5 days. But it's very good. Zesty can attest. He's seen like half of it. It's very good.
It is good.
It's very, very good. You guys are going to love it, probably. But yeah, I'm going to go sleep and then get on a plane. And Alan's going to drive me there because I'm going to pay him.
Maybe.
I would also like to sleep.
Maybe.
But yeah, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for watching. And I will see you guys all sometime a month from now. Stay lucid and bye-bye.